Look, oh my goodness, look at this.
Well, I
There you go.
pictured that might be the White House behind, and that was the idea, is that Trump could, he knows the way around. He could easily get me in front of the right people. We could share the solutions. He and I, we can go out and celebrate.
Does Trump have your number, Jack? Does he know your number yet? Did you put it out?
Not yet. I don't think he
Okay.
knows I'm
He's
alive
probably
yet.
trying to find it, though.
I think so.
Someone might help him. I
Trump
could help
put down
him.
the Big Mac. Trump put down the McDonald's and give Jack a call.
You know, truthfully, for those who do care about Donald Trump, who actually like him, want to see him get through this legal nonsense he's got, well, I think I'd be a great candidate to help him realize that the whole legal system is criminal.
That'd be more of a life coach client too.
Dude, that's what I mean. And here's what I see too. I mean, I'm going to be a little bit of a dick, but honestly, I see a lot of similarities between Paul Unslaved and Donald Trump. And so I figure if I can get through to Paul Unslaved, dude, he and I talking to Donald Trump, he would, well, he'd be very grateful to
the world would be changed.
Trump needs Talcott. That should be the slogan for this
election. I like it.
I think so. I think that's great, isn't it? That works for me.
Hey, welcome, Grace.
And thank you, Chuck, for the 20 memberships.
Hey there, Grace. Welcome.
Hey, Grace.
Hey, I don't know. Sincerely, anyone who's got ideas, let's see if we can make this happen. Even if it's as a joke, try to help this conversation happen. Help me and Donald Trump or anyone else.
You're in the open, have a night out.
The volume is great.
The most important rule of all is never to stand staring at the sky.
Got you up as loud as it goes.
If you don't take cover, you may get hurt.
So, Jack, I got a question for you.
Please.
On the topic of love, truth alone, let me ask you a question. Do you think that in truth, every sitting politician, member of Congress, senators, the Supreme Justices, that all of them should be brought up on treason charges, not today, but like a year ago, like 10 years ago?
Yes. Yes. I believe there is so much undeniable, undisputable criminal activity that's been happening with these active politicians. Now they have these legal teams and advisors and all these enablers that help keep them safe and protected. I'm not one for punishment, but I'm also not the one to stand in the way of what happens. But I do believe that truth needs to be shared. And part of the idea with speaking to the members of Congress is have a matter of fact, so to say, a come to Jesus moment with them about, hey, here's some truth and fact, and we're going to discuss these things. And you can either choose to become a part of the solution or get the hell out of the way, and we'll deal with you when we're done bringing peace. I think there's a lot of things we can do, man. And I have so much faith. God is with this plan. His love.
God damn.
Getting static. God's plan wins in the end. God's plan wins.
That's one of my favorite.
Satan loses.
Always.
A powerful platitude. Very powerful.
Here, this practice actually helped me find peace and comfort in my heart, is just reminding myself the fact Whatever is, is. Whatever was, was. Whatever will be, will be.
Mhm.
We're here to adapt, learn, overcome, to become greater than.
Well, casinos never lose and God never loses. God is the house. He's not just somebody playing a slot machine. God is the house, and the house always wins. So God's house always wins in the end, no matter what is happening at the moment.
That
We
is
got to
correct.
think bigger. We got to think bigger, than
Well-
just focusing on.
And actually, yes, that is true. We do need to think bigger, because if we want to grow, we've got to think beyond what we used to know. We've got to wonder, what can I accomplish? What can I explore? What can I learn? What can I become? And as we do that, I've had a lot of ideas, but ever since the idea of trying to be a part of ending wars, I don't want to do anything else. I'll travel the world, I'll promote, I'll talk, I'll do whatever. But the number one thing is, let's find a way to end the wars.
Mhm.
I'm confident that's God's plan. And really, here's the way it happens. We stop getting in our way. We trust. We trust that love is the answer. Forgiveness is the way. When I started realizing how much time I had wasted in my life with worry about finances, especially about money, I allowed money to control most of my life, and I was miserable, bitter. Today, love controls me. I do what I love what I do, and I seek ways to grow and share more love, more wisdom. That's why we're here, really. That's what life's about, is just gathering wisdom so we can report back at the end what our experience was like. Let's make the most of it from now on, whatever ways you can.
May I read a super chat if whenever you're ready?
Please,
Okay.
please go ahead.
Margot is so gay, dude. Fuck.
What?
Margot read Coming by Michelle Obama. Like, how gay do you have to be to read the book that Michael Obama wrote?
Are you in a well?
I'm in a stairwell. So yeah.
No well. Call Lassie. He's down in the well. Rescue mission.
All right. Anyways,
Flo was trying to
Yeah.
get something out. Please
thank
go
you,
ahead,
Chuck,
man.
for the $10. He says, Jack, follow Flo's plan. He has the answers. All hail Flo. I can't. I have trouble finding the flaw in that logic. Good idea, Chuck. I appreciate the
All right,
$10
if you-
and the good ideas.
All right, so let's play along with that, because Chuck is a wise man that a lot of people seem to respect and trust. So we're
Shout out
following
to Chuck.
you, Flo.
Mhm.
Where are you leading us? What's the plan?
And to prosperity and personal responsibility.
You mean prosperity preacher like Joel Osteen, or do you mean some other prosperity?
Well,
a
I'm
good
not
question.
really preaching. I'm just saying, like, go and do your shit now. Nobody will fuck with you.
What type of prosperity though? Money, or do you mean what type of prosperity? Spiritual,
All the types of prosperity.
or
All the types of prosperity. Speaking mostly economic, the lower level of the Maslow's hierarchy. I can't provide you with actualization.
okay.
I'll leave
I
that
can
to
offer
Jack.
step. I can offer the steps I found. Anyone who wants to seek their own actualization and exploring their own shadows, I found a lot of tips and a lot of ways that can be helpful. But what it comes down to, truly, recognize our confusion and humble ourselves to who we are. We're not just the body. We're not just the name or the title or the identity or the past. We are untapped potential. We're unrealized spiritual beings, children of God, sincerely. I actually think miracles are our birthright. Just by the nature of being, especially when we align ourselves with bringing forth love and being of service to the world we've been given. I honestly trust the world will reward. I've already been rewarded. Not on the outside. I don't have the celebrity or the fans or I don't have it. But what I do have, I've got a love that it feels so good.
Oh, it feels so good.
I got to clip that.
These bodies are angel suits. When you follow the way of love, you're rewarded with inner pleasures in many, many, many ways. You can discover so many pleasures, or, well, you can, except when you're looping in your anger and your memories and your worries.
I call it Godgasms. It's like having Godgasms. It's just, it feels so good, man. It feels so good.
Sometimes I lay in bed and I'm just screaming, holy.
Oh,
On the outside, I don't have this.
That's clip worthy. That's clip worthy.
Hey, brothers and sisters, sincerely, realize what you're doing in your life. Choose what you take seriously. Choose what you ignore. But I encourage you, take love seriously.
Life is
Jack?
a miracle. Love is a miracle.
Jack, I got to take a minute and rub my knees. Hold on.
yeah, you got to get really deep in there into the quadricep.
You guys have no clue, man. My prayer earlier, I was massaging my, we got the muscle group back there in the shoulders. It's like angel wings all folded up. And once you can really massage that and get a lot of release.
Can you reach there very well?
Yep.
Comfortably?
With practice especially. It's
Do you come
easy.
up around the bottom or down from the top?
From the top, because actually pulling up on the back, it's the perfect angle for those muscles to kind of start unwinding. I was remembering back when my son was with me. I'd rub his back, or my ex-girlfriend rub her back. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Now, oh man, I wonder what it might be. I believe that when the next she comes into my life, she's gonna know pleasure like she's never had before.
Uh-oh. Can I get a holy?
Hey, she will.
It hurts so good. Come on, baby, make it hurt so good.
Clip.
Hey, life can be frustrating. It can be tough. It can be scary. It can be painful. I mean, let's face it. Yesterday, we had some people crying out. Life can be pretty dark sometimes, but if we help each other through it, we're going to make it stronger. All we've got to do, really, it is so important. I want to encourage everyone, whoever you are, realize how important it is just to simply be present with those who you love, so that they can feel safe and communicate with you, and you can communicate with them safely. I didn't know how to do that in my past. My relationships suffered as a result. So this life we're living, brothers and sisters, love is the reason we live. Don't overlook it. It's not money. It's not fame. It's love. And we only get to know love while we're alive, at least in this lifetime. I don't know what it's like once we leave, but I know that it's better to feel loved than afraid.
Even the hot and sticky kind of love. That kind is, worth it as well.
You've never tried that.
Oh, sure I have with your girlfriend.
Ooh.
Butterface.
Jack, I
Go ahead.
have another super chat from Chuck.
Throwing his money around. Go for it, Chucky.
It says, Jack, people are asking for your plan if you really have one. And also, Sanity Machine, your finger puppets are gay. I don't know. I don't know why you say that about your finger puppets. I think that they're perfectly reasonable for a grown-ass man to have.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
That Chuck is a squirrely one.
Your girlfriend loves my finger.
I'll come back to Chuck's question, but his question's been answered by me many times. We've got another guest here. I don't think I've seen him before.
No,
welcome, Prawn says.
I was talking to some, at least one person earlier. How are you guys doing?
Hello.
Doing good.
Hello.
I'm streaming on the Thorpe's channel, by the way. Producer or whatever.
What?
That's fine. The Thorpes are welcome to join. I mean,
they would not be here. They leave me with their stream randomly, and I just take it over.
Has Grace been on Beth lately, or is that just what's up with the 12 and 24-hour streams?
What kind of response do you expect from that question?
I guess a little bit.
Okay.
When you hear the sirens or anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once.
Streams on the Thorpe's channel, so I've been helping them keep the channel going late at night, and kind of hop off.
All right.
You're in the open, no cover line now.
I love that you asked, because one of the other viewers was just asking, what's the plan? The topic today,
The most important rule of all is never to stand staring at the sky.
But what I'm
If you don't take cover, you may get hurt.
love and the love of truth and ending wars. Finding ways
Thank you,
to
2D,
unite
for the 20
together to
memberships.
take action with faith that we can be a part of bringing peace to the world and helping to bring some true solutions and aid to those who are, well, right now, they're in war zones.
The princess sounds a bit feminine or female. Are you into lesbian love? This is an honest question.
I was thinking seafood. Do you like prawns?
I do like shrimp. I was born in the South, so I do like my seafood. Honestly, part of the reason I got this name is because it was just one of the few names not taken online. That being said, I am a little bit of diva, but I am straight, despite what how it might look.
Oh, I'm sorry about having to teabag you there, but welcome, Tarek.
Did I miss that? Did you just teabag him?
I'm sorry. Well, look at it.
Nice. I'm gonna have to go back and clip that. Bet your nuts just bounced right off his shiny dome.
Right there. Look slow.
I thought this was a classy show. What's going on here? What's going on?
Just trying to be classy. Welcome,
Tarek.
Hello. How are you, brother?
I'm doing great. We had an interesting conversation on somebody else's panel, and I just want to see what your intake, because I was under the impression that most or Christians or people are against the death penalty, and now I hear that Wizard and Snatch and a lot of people are for the death penalty, and I would like to understand how, when Christ himself never ever killed anybody or any of the prophets.
Tarek?
Yes.
What does it matter to you?
What does it matter to me?
Yeah.
The death penalty?
Well,
should it matter to you?
All right, Tarek, here in this present moment on this live stream where I'm talking about God and love of truth and ending wars, you want to come up and discuss opinions of the death penalty from a panel somewhere else. What are you doing?
Right. So I thought I'll bring something different to your broadcast. So go ahead, I'll yield, and you can talk about love, and I'll listen.
Well, brother, what I'm trying to get you to see is what you're doing.
Amen.
I asked you to explain, but if I believe you're honest, you're trying to bring a different topic, but you're missing the point, Tarek. I mean, it's been a couple of years since I've been consistent with the things I've been saying. I don't know what to do for you to care about what's in front of you, Tarek, says God, perhaps.
All right. So I'm gonna reiterate my statement. I'm gonna yield so I can let you speak about whatever you want to speak about, and I yield.
Thank you, Tarek. And I don't mean to be rude to you. I don't like being rude to anyone. Sometimes the truth is a little blunt. And admittedly, after 6 years without friends and family or any people who truly care about what I'm trying to do or what I want,
Those pigs doing.
patience and compassion is a little bit less.
Look at the pigs.
No, it's fine, Jack. The reason why I came up and asked that question, I was under the impression that Christians don't believe in the death penalty. That's why I asked that question. But I'll wait, and whenever you want to speak about that, we can.
Tarek, actually, I love that because I was considering this earlier. I've got many people, they're offended by me because I'm not religion focused like themselves. Many people who call themselves Christian, yep, they're filled with condemnation and judgment. They want to bring the punishment of God upon their brothers and sisters. They're foolish. So here's what I encourage everybody to consider. Let's become, rather than trying to glorify a religion or a church or a book, let's try to glorify the example we were given. And that example can be achieved through faith and overcoming fears, overcoming anger. I've been growing. I'm not perfect, but I am working to grow.
All right. So today's Friday.
So what do we do from here?
Approximately 7.
If we wanted wars to end, if we wanted this monopoly fiat
47 on the West Coast. Public service announcement and update number 2. So, Real Brother wishes to extend the appreciation pretty much for everybody who has expressed concern. He has mentioned and has requested to have it put out there that he will potentially attempt to try to get online at some point and try to make some sort of addressment to you all who have been asking questions or who have been curious or pretty much whatever you want to call it. Excuse me. And, pending how he is feeling, whether or not he feels up to it, whether or not he does not feel up to it, he will be on to take care of that. Trying to think. But, yeah, he said he'll explain whatever has been going on or whatever. I am not disposed to talk about that. So it's just best that Real Brother should come on and give you that announcement for himself and by himself, out of respect for his, health privacy or whatever you want to call it.
RBR is alive.
So that's what's going on with that. But he does, appreciate whatever. Another update is any post or whatever that have been made. Those are made by the Real Brother. There was some confusion, I think, yesterday with the account after I gave him a phone call. He had he was under the impression that somebody was trying to get into his account, and it wasn't. It was actually me. After I called him and after I called him and asked him, hey, some people are asking questions or whatever. I'm going to get out there, send a message for you on your behalf. Yeah, go ahead, go into the account. And then I used a different means of logging in, a more secure means of logging in, and that secure means was...
So RBR Network, if there's some lost people in the chat, RBR Network is another channel that I've done several things with. Actually, here, it's this dude. If you've been around here, you probably recognize... Where's my RB here? that is RBR Network. He's got his own channel, and why is my internet being fucky? See if that fixes it. Anyways, a few nights ago he had not streamed in about a week. He normally streams daily. And a couple days ago, I think 2 nights ago, we were informed, or I was informed, I guess, during a stream that somebody had gotten confirmation that he had died. He does have health issues. I'm not sure. I think he's got cancer. I don't know the specifics of it, but what I was just playing right there is his admin. What's his admin dude's name? Anyways, his main admin guy was streaming from his channel and just kind of basically saying, you know, he'll be back, but he's not really at liberty to speak about his whatever health issues he's got going on. But RBR is alive. He will be back. So there's good news there. Yeah, RBR is he's something else. I've got, if anybody's curious, you can dig around. I've got several streams I've done, and shorts and videos actually in the past. All of me joining his panels. He does panel shit, but he's very racist against white people.
I'm naked on the show. When I do the show, I'm naked. Then they look at the show and am I naked? I mean, and I mean, this is how dumb the white race is. What are we supposed to do?
What are we supposed to do, indeed? So yeah, even though he insists that I'm a Nazi and a white supremacist and all that shit, I've kind of grown to like the guy, just for what he is. He just is what he is, right? And even though he calls me a Nazi, he still lets me up on his panels. And you know, actually his admin dude is the one that blocks me periodically. So you know, every now and then I gotta go send him a $1 cash app and be like, unblock me, RBR, and then he will. But okay, I think that my internet, it seems like it's, I haven't seen anybody in the chat complaining about it, but I've been getting the little flashing sort of weak signal sign over here kind of intermittently, but it looks like it's calmed down. Should I go back to Jack's, or should I drop a link, or should I do something else? What do you guys thinking at this juncture? Good. I'm glad it does, because I don't know why I'm getting this little signal up here still again. But we did just upgrade to a new internet company and got the fastest internet that they offer. It's cable. It's the very top package of cable internet. So if it's not if it does ever start lagging out, then it's a hardware issue, not an internet issue. All right. An interesting take on abortion. So if anybody wasn't here, was that yesterday on Raging Tomatoes? I was asked if I believe if I'm pro-choice or pro-life, and I basically said I think that abortion is murder and it should not be illegal. And my reasoning for that is I don't think that I think that this is a bigger problem than law is equipped to address, and that when you bring legislation into the picture, that action causes a reaction, and I think that the reaction actually will I think it does in this situation. I think the push for in support of abortion is stronger, or has a stronger impact than the laws against it. I think that if you wanted to actually reduce the number of abortions, you wouldn't have it enter the legal arena at all, and then you would let it be the deeper, more human, or if you're religious, the human or spiritual, whatever. Let it be the thing that it is, instead of removing it and putting it into a political, legislative mindset. Similar to decriminalizing drugs, but I think that the case for decriminalizing drugs is much stronger than the one for keeping abortion legal. What's going on, Chuck?
Not a whole lot.
Same shit, new day.
Yep. You learn anything new?
Did I?
Over at Jack.
Fuck no.
It's the same LARP over.
It's the
and
same
over.
LARP. Do you think he gets tired of hearing his own sort of like stuff?
I think it depends how many bumps he takes.
Are you blocked over there?
I can type in chat. Every time I try to go up here lately, though, he doesn't. I end up disappearing for some strange reason.
Yeah, he left me backstage for a long ass time yesterday, and I don't know who the fucking who's the guy that he's got. That's he's got a new guy around.
You talking about that Brian dude or that Frank dude?
Frank. It's Frank.
Yeah, that dude is kissing his ass big time.
Yep.
I don't know who that is.
Ems, this doesn't change my opinion on it. I still think it's murder, and I still think it's wrong, and I still think it should be legal. Like that has no impact on my opinion on it.
I think that's why they put it back to the states.
Yeah, and I think from a legal, like as far as the legislation is concerned, I do think that that's where it should have been the whole time.
Well, that's where it originally was, till they overstepped boundaries when they had the so many Democratic judges on the Supreme Court that started making up things that didn't exist in order to make the law.
Yeah, and I do think though that definitely, like, if people were more interested in reducing the number of abortions than they were in strong arming and forcing and dominating their position through, I think that people would kind of look at it and go, "Oh, you know what? Maybe Flow State's onto something." But that's not as satisfying. As,
my thought is, if they're just using it for birth control, then fix them so they can't have any more after the first one.
I would agree with that. I think it's.
But for any other reason, it's their choice.
It's not our choice, and it's a lose-lose situation, because you cannot say that a baby, or that, like, you also don't really want to create a situation where somebody who can't or shouldn't have a kid is now forced to have one, right there. But I mean, there's adoption. There's all sorts of options.
Yep. I wanted to ask you a question, Flo. I think I left a offensive comment on one of your videos, and I got flagged from it, and they warned me.
Oh, did you?
About it. Yeah.
Okay, it might not have gone through. I can't do anything. There's some auto censoring on YouTube that I just can't. I can't turn off.
Yeah, but they didn't tell me what the fuck I said. I can't remember everything. I mean, how the fuck I know not to say it again? Shit.
So do you want to address it now, or were you just like?
I was just wanting to know what I said, so I not say it again, because I say my comments on the shorts and shit usually to be funny or something. I mean,
yeah, no, I wasn't offended by anything. So I have no idea what it was. YouTube must have been offended by it.
Yeah, because it was, as soon as I come in here, it lit me up. Hey, you got a warning in your comments and shit. And I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah, that wasn't me.
Yeah.
Is that Denizen?
Lizard Tree is here for deprogramming from Talcadia.
Well, bless your heart, Lizard Tree. Bless your heart.
Yeah, that whole abortion thing is it's just a wedge issue, man. More like racist. All that shit just keep us divided.
I'm trying to find that clip for her where Jack talked about when he came back to the States and possibly was facing some of them charges he was talking about.
Oh yeah. Hold on. I know where it is.
Oh, do you?
Yep.
Here you go, Lizard Tree. Thank you, Flo. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
No wonder I follow you like a good person.
My thing on that abortion thing would be that it should be a lot more harder process. You know what I mean? Now it shouldn't be like you're going in a nightclub and getting your hand stamped. You know what I mean?
And I don't know. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I've never been part of one, so I don't know how easy it is. I do know that when my ex
it's
got
like a legal matter, like the parents got both sides got to agree or disagree, that type of legality type shit. Because I mean the way it's set now, man has no say unless it's born, and then he's got to pay for it. That's the whole fun behind that, is to make him get behind the abortion agenda. Oh, I got to go get me behind this shit.
Well, and if I remember correctly, there's more men in favor of abortion than there are women, which makes total sense.
Well, if you can't control yourself, then don't do it. That's my philosophy.
Exactly. That's my thoughts on it.
But that's sure, that's a perfect world, but that's not actually a viable option. And I think that that's rightly so. Like, I think that if we could, like, for the first time in history, we can prevent pregnancy or end it, I guess, until we're ready. And I don't think that's how it's supposed to be in nature. Like, I don't know. I feel like if I got to wait to have kids until I decided in my conscious brain that I was ready, I don't know if I ever would have had any.
Yeah, nature mama will eat the baby.
I think that's what, back in the Roman days, I think that's why they had the boy harems or whatever they called them.
Just make her breakfast the next morning and put some Plan B in her grapefruit juice. Probably.
You know what?
Jesus.
Okay. Never mind. I'm not gonna reveal myself for an asshole. But men used to be able to buy those. Now you have to be a woman to buy them. It didn't used to be that way.
I identify as a woman.
For some reason, I believe that.
Let's not blow by these criminal
It's
charges.
because
What
I'm gay.
supposed charges do you have coming at you?
International money laundering.
Wait, what? Okay.
Terrorism and international money laundering. Something like that.
Hey.
That's
Wait a
dope.
second.
I didn't know
Jack
Jack
just say that he
Calcott
has
was a
charges
gangster.
of international money laundering and terrorism? Yes.
Yes. It's one of the many accusations that have been brought against me without evidence. If anyone is willing, I'll share the details. Please help me investigate my story. I've got federal officials. I've got postal inspectors. I've got Office of the Inspector General. I've got postal managers. I've got psychiatrists and psychiatrists involved. Please help me investigate what the fuck is going on in my life.
Have you been charged? Have you received charges? That's like an accusation.
I got a call from, I don't remember which was. Oh, I think I got a call from some guy. He claimed he was a federal agent of economic investigation, some bullshit. Anyway, he said that there was a proceeding, there was charges, and he put me in touch with an attorney they had assigned to me, some guy in New York.
I was talking about the grape thing.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't hear. I mean, I guess I heard just rumors of it. I don't know about that one.
Well, he talked about it. I can't remember if it was on his show or Paul's show, and the shows are so damn long. I'm having to go through them piece by piece trying to find.
Was it recently?
No, it's been 6 months, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
He talked about he took advantage of a girl when he was in a blackout.
Did he say that he didn't use those words? Did he?
Yes.
Oh, he did. Oh.
What did he say about a blackout?
That's where his daughter supposedly came into the picture. He was in a blackout and raped some girl when he was in the service, and then went overseas, and when he came back he was looking at possible charges, but that's the last I heard about it.
Well, and I guess not to leave the video on a chuck hanger.
Hey.
I was reading the chat and talking at the same time on a cliffhanger. What is that noise?
I don't know.
It's my CPAP machine. No, I'm just
It
playing.
sounded like crispy.
Oh yeah. What Jack was referring to in the video clip, though, that was a scam. What you doing, Dennis?
I'm sitting here smoking outside. You might hear an air conditioner too. Making
Oh,
noise.
hey, what's up, Dennis? I didn't know you paneled.
Oh yeah.
Betty Boop, let me see who you are before I bring you up on stage, please.
That's a new one.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah, I'm a panelaholic.
What's going on, Betty? Long time no see.
Oh, I thought that was a porn bomb waiting to happen for sure.
No. Did you see that Snaps came over to CT's? Right before I went to Jack, Snaps found me on CT's, and he was trying to rush up and say, his normal spiel. And he got kicked off, but then he came back on with an alt and changed his picture to a dick.
That's Snap.
Yep.
I find your lack of faith.
Betty, we cannot hear you if you're talking.
It's like
hear
Vader,
nothing.
but if he was sleeping. Like he's not ruling the galaxy right now. He's just taking a little nap.
But Dennis, you do have like a comment from a while back that I haven't responded to yet that I was meaning to respond to. What was it? You said something. You disagreed that Red Pill was a cult. Do you remember that?
You can leave. They don't even try to hold on to you like anywhere near as most groups, never mind cults.
Hold on. I'm gonna pull up the short that he responded to.
Lizard Tree, I'm interested in what he said that you thought made him a fascist.
Who's a fascist?
Lizard Tree down there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I
yeah,
can hear you.
We hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna look for that clip
Hank,
real quick.
Hank, he's our man.
If he
So,
can't do
Flo,
it,
how you been?
Same shit, new day. I can't complain. How about you?
I've been working long hours because I opened a soap opera.
You mean your life?
Yeah, well, on the YouTube Days of Our Lives,
Right. All right. I'm gonna play this real quick. Red Pill is a cult, and it's dogmatic, and it over distills reality into truth that perpetuate false beliefs, if that makes sense.
Bars.
Earlier I mentioned that I thought Adam 22 was a psyop, and that extends to this in Red Pill. I think the whole thing is social engineering, and they're destroying masculinity and presenting men acting like women, acting like kids, arguing with women, not demonstrating actual masculinity, but little bitch behavior. And then they're claiming it's masculinity and that they're reviving it, when really they're just indulging in incentivizing dudes to indulge in loser behavior. Red Pill is a cult, and it's.
I agree.
Dennis.
What's a cult?
Well, in that short that I just played, I claimed Red Pill was. I think that might be kind of a loose use of the term, but
A small religion.
I'm all for however you define it because the word is kind of out there. So
yeah, what I was
You just
referring to was basically the manosphere, and it's kind of an umbrella for manosphere, MGTOW, PUI, that whole thing, the whole Rollo.
it's dogmatic. Anything dogmatic over distills.
well, It's
I don't think
controlling.
it's masculine at all. I think
I
it's
agree.
cuckery.
Yep.
But so what's a cult? I guess essentially, I always ask that question, and these days at my age, my primary interest is to understand other people rather than to like win debates or whatever. But when I ask that question, I still kind of expect people to fail at the answer, But someone recently had me like, whoa. And they just said, what makes it a cult is when you can't leave.
Yeah, so I guess when I use that term, I was going for emotional impact more than I was accurate definition of the word cult.
So cults don't exist.
So I don't actually think
Scientology.
There's
I
people
do.
out there.
I was interrogating them on Scientology too, because I'm like, why does everybody give Scientology such a bad? Sure, they do shitty, crazy shit, but so does every other cult religion on the face of the planet. But if you try to leave Scientology, they will fuck you up,
Yep.
Well, some people, a lot of people, they just get out and just freeze on Scientology.
Like Scientology light.
Yeah, it's a fork, pretty much. It's a fork of the religion. People who too poor to pay that for full membership.
I always wonder, like, where
way,
this
if
line
you
is too, because, like,
go against their system, they
when do you
will.
when do you find out about Xenu and Scientology, and when do you find out about the pyramids and Masonry? You know what I mean?
Well,
Like, what is this?
Well, they're on the internet now, and we're not technically members, so I guess it's irrelevant.
What do you mean about the Masons? What?
Like, when do you access the supposedly super secret handshake stuff? That's always,
My husband's already doing it. He's been a Mason for 3 years.
3 or 30?
3.
What degree is
young. He's a 3rd degree.
And has he met Lucifer yet?
No.
I've met Lucifer.
Has he participated in the conspiracy
more,
theory of it?
Yeah, no. This is more of a town of 500. They actually, put money in for the town, like they're doing the fireworks. They do car shows. They help the community.
Okay, but has he sacrificed any humans?
No, that's an absolute 0.
That's exactly what somebody would say if they had sacrificed a human.
Do you think that I would be with someone that would do that, especially with the person that I am?
You never know who's hiding a secret.
I would
human
never
sacrifice.
hide that kind of secret. That's disgusting, and yeah.
There are some people that I would sacrifice, I suppose.
If I were to sacrifice a human, I would do it on video, so you'd be saying it was fake.
I would never do it.
Speaking of fake, have you guys seen the Round Rock thing, the Juneteenth shooting?
I heard about it tangentially from CT. I didn't catch the whole show.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up. You know what? I'm not gonna get ahead of myself. I'll just pull up the thing. Talk amongst yourself for a second while I find it.
I just know that he was mad about it.
I'm trying to figure out why you tell me is such a Jack follower.
Yeah, it's interesting where people set their grooves,
Yeah.
I always wondered things like that.
Well, it's pretty simple. If you tell me what to do, then I won't do it unless you pay me. That's why Pussy Paul about I made all those signs to protest them.
What if I intend to sabotage you and then I use reverse psychology?
Then you win, I think. Unless I'm too stupid to understand instructions.
We need
So-
a bomb.
Fear.
Yeah, so I may be too stupid to understand instructions. I am an autist, so it may not work. But otherwise, you win.
Flo, if you're there, bombs.
Thank
Oh
you for
yeah,
the
there.
membership. Thank you for
Yeah.
the membership.
Caucasian Sasquatch, you can drop them, I think. I'm not sure.
Who did you speed date, Squatch? Oh, he's not.
What happened?
Somebody
You got
I
a
got
membership bomb.
Yeah, I got a
HP
membership.
Nubcraft, thank you for becoming a member and for gifting some memberships. Welcome to the dollar bin. Now let me
Hey, you
drop.
can't spell.
There it is.
I must have hit
Oh,
a nerve with
I
you
love
tell
that.
me.
Why?
He's saying that you're going to drop me like a hot potato or something in there.
Oh, Flo's. He's gonna drop everybody. It's all right.
Oh, now he wants to kick me.
Yep.
I did hit a nerve.
You may be half price now.
With
Yeah.
Flo.
I'm double priced right now.
Yeah, my comments on
I don't know.
TikTok.
Yeah, I don't know that you can afford to sacrifice Chuck. Chuck is kind of a made man at this point. I think Chuck is flow prices. Oh, I should do that.
Yep.
Chuck is now formally flow prices. You want to kick Chuck? It costs the same price as kicking me.
What is that, 50?
It's double than a normal panelist.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so for whatever you're doing, it's double.
Yeah, because he's very entertaining with his bad source rumors.
All right. So, okay, this is the husband and 3 kids of a woman who was apparently shot and killed during a Juneteenth celebration in Round Rock on.
I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was Saturday. I believe it was Saturday.
We shot
Anyway,
him first and hit him
this
with a
was
rifle
3
blade.
days after the woman died, right? And this is her family doing a press release.
Oh no, that's not
happened all the
dude died
time
when I
in St. Louis. That happened all the time. They never made a big deal of it.
So let's watch this.
My name is Kevin Vicknair. It's KEVIN VICKNAIR the second.
He spelled his name.
Be proud of it.
15 minutes.
Thank you.
Take your time.
Okay.
You're worse than a eulogy, man.
We certainly can get a Hank emoji.
I'm getting too much money.
Did you
coming right up? Thank you for the $20.
Did you, after you read that last super chat on Jax, did you catch his little comment that he says, "I don't know why all these people respect Chuck."
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah,
he was a little bit salty.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, that was the point, wasn't it?
Yep.
To be honest, I don't know either. I don't know what people respect Chuck either.
I can't put into words what they took from me and my children.
Was it his
They
wife
took
that got
something that
killed?
God gave me to be responsible for and to protect.
Yes, it was his wife.
Okay.
Oops, he fucked that up, didn't he?
They took a mother who loved her family, her kids. She loved me. She loved her community. She loved her people. She would take time. She was an attorney. She would take time out to help those in need, even if she wasn't specialized in a certain area. She can pretty much look anything up and figure it out. She was a genius in that way. I knew what I was doing when I chose her. So she's given me much more than I could believe I deserve or would have. I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay. Does anybody have any thoughts so far about this?
Honestly, this
Go
kind
ahead.
of thing usually is cringe to me.
He
but-
needs a He needs a
But
better
he-
name. Change your name.
At the same time, I was thinking it's been a long time since I've seen a man
Yeah,
honest
saying her name
on
is
TV.
like pulling on his nuts, bro. Saying her name would be like pulling his nuts.
Am I
right
just
now.
a sucker? Is he just a good actor?
No, he's a terrible actor. And actually, this isn't even the one we were watching over on CTs. I was flipping the fuck out because so many people were like, oh my God, like doing the whole. I think this shit is fake. I think these are actors. I think that they're bad actors too. This version of the video is zoomed in further. The one we were watching was zoomed out so you could see the kids. And none of these people are grieving. None of them are in shock. None of them are sweating. I went back and looked at the weather from this day, and it was 102 degrees, and with a 54%
humidity.
Yeah, like that's a hot motherfucker. Nobody sweats. Like just the whole thing doesn't.
I've seen quite a few of these in my day.
Well, the motive for the LARP is like that's pure speculation, and I'm trying to be as objective and sterile with this as possible. So give me a second before I start venturing all the way off into. I want to deal with what is in front of us before we deal with what might hypothetically be underlying it.
Okay. She forced me to grow as a man, as a person. So much so I had to meet her by her greatness. She pushed me to be great. I didn't want to hold her back at all by me slacking. So I made sure I did everything I had to do to satisfy my wife.
Black Knight, the link is
In every
pinned.
way, spiritually, emotionally, otherwise.
It's right there.
And it has. This isn't a character judgment. This is just watching what's in front of you. It's an absolute mistake. I heard a lot of people over at CTs, and I always hear a lot of people. Anytime there's an event like this, I hear people all over the place insisting on buying what's obviously bullshit because they feel like it's some sort of a moral high ground, right? Like they're sticking up for the victim or something. It's like that's bullshit. If there's no virtue in being a sucker. And I'm sorry, these people aren't grieving, nor are they sweating. It's hot as fuck out there.
Okay.
Be sure you're in the
Now my
cup.
family is left with a void, one that can't be filled, and we have to adjust to a new norm, a new normal.
Happy ass little boy down there.
All those microphones mean there's media there.
We will, as long as we stay together and unified, we'll be just fine. With the Most High guiding us and me, I'll make sure that.
Why did media choose this shooting in particular? There's a bunch of other shootings that same day.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't really paid attention to it.
Yeah, there was a few.
Exactly my point.
Kids can't lie is a lie.
My 3 beautiful babies are left without their mother.
Smirk.
Something I never thought would happen. I look forward to us growing old together.
So what's the
I
point?
didn't see her leaving before me.
Of watching this?
The point is to give him money.
Ooh, somebody's got to be
Dennis.
What?
You're echoing really bad, Den.
That was Dennis, I think.
Yeah.
To the shooters or shooter.
Think it was a teenage boy who did the shooting, right?
Would be
Yeah.
awkward if the shoe was black, wouldn't it?
Would you say, Hank?
The shooter was black.
Oh, excellent. That's very awkward then on Juneteenth.
So the point of this is that one, we were kind of in the middle of it of our own CTs, and that got ended a little bit quickly, and so I kind of wanted to get more into it because, you know, all the loudest, and I'm doing air quotes, all the loudest advocates, you know, showing support to the poor family, refused to like address the things that I was pointing out, and instead just like went for the "you're a bad person and I'm being supportive" narrative, right? Which is intellectually dishonest. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. What's the point of anything that we cover here?
And my children?
Or anywhere?
I pray that you do what the Most High righteous God puts on your heart to do. If that happens, I have no choice but to be satisfied with whatever that looks like. Yeah, whatever that looks like. I don't. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please. Okay.
So at this time, we're going to open it up for any questions that you may have.
Questions?
Yes.
I want to see the when they zoom out and show his daughter there. No, where's the part?
Presumably they don't know. Right?
At some point they zoom in and you can see her rubbing fake tears.
A lot of leads.
Did they edit that shit out of this?
I want to thank the community first of all.
It's probably a different feed.
All my family, everybody that's yet.
So there's like 8 microphones up there.
Yeah, but I've only seen video from one angle.
All the support that's been coming in online and calls and text messages. I try to get.
Honey badges don't give a fuck.
I'm not able to now, obviously. Yes, they I told them what happened the morning after. That was Sunday morning, Father's Day morning. After they woke up, brought them into my room. Family and friends were downstairs.
They cut it out of this.
Respectful, gave us privacy. So I can tell them that their mother died and was killed, rather murdered, and that we won't be seeing her again. We won't be able to, talk to her again. So Kenzie, obviously, is the oldest. She comprehended it more than my son. He was sad, obviously, because we were sad, and my baby, she's 1. So they feel the energy at that age.
I've seen this though before. In fact, I was part of one before.
What?
When somebody got killed, and what happens is
Chuck's a black attorney.
No, the local news media moves in, and they basically orchestrate it without people even realize what they're orchestrating.
Right.
For the news clip, because after them people got killed next door to me, the next morning, I heard this commotion open the front door, and there was like 6 different news vans set up in my yard for relay feed. And I went out there and I told them, I said, if you're going to park on my property, then you're going to pay me. If you don't want to pay me, then move. And one of them got a hold of my daughter. She was a young age and was starting to interview her, and I didn't know anything about it. And I jumped over there as soon as I got wind, and I told them, I said, number 1, you asked my permission. Number 2, you're going to pay for that interview.
And that's how Chuck got cable.
This her age is 33, which
the lady got killed.
Yep. So this is the longer version that's not edited. His approach to the microphone is interesting. as is when they zoom in on the daughter they clipped out. See,
All right,
look, all these people are
back
just...
back up on the video.
All right, hold on.
Watch the handlers that set this event up.
Yep.
To make it a news
goes
article. And as far as the ones that are left, people deal with grief in different ways, so I can't blame them there.
I call bullshit on that. People deal with grief in different ways, but people don't deal with actual grief by faking grief, and that's what you see.
Well, I know when they was trying to get all the interviews around my house, it was the way they phrased the questions to elicit a certain response from who they were talking to.
How do you know people don't deal with grief by faking grief?
I don't know. For like instance, when my father passed away, I'm gonna say this: I loved him with all my heart, and it was, a car accident. Someone came in on his side of the lane and killed him. And at his funeral, I couldn't cry. I couldn't talk. I really couldn't do anything except just be numb
Mm-hmm.
and sit in the front row with my sunglasses on and just think to myself, am I really here? Is this really happening? And I was kind of in La La Land. Now,
Right,
when my
that's
mom
tough.
died, 3 years before that, I was a wreck. Like, I was the loudest person crying, you know.
Been there,
And
done that.
what we see here, and actually, I'm not going to describe it. I'll let you guys watch it for yourself. But what you just described, those are both very normal responses.
Yeah.
I would expect either of those,
Right.
but we don't see that out of anybody in the family. And so to have the entire family synced up on the same sort of I'm trying to look sad wavelength is
Well,
pretty
that's
good.
how it was when they pulled that stunt with the family that got killed next door. When they brought all their family together, it was the same reaction. They were like, "What are we, movie stars now, or what do we say? What do we do?" They didn't have a clue what was going on. They were just told to show up.
This dude has noticed, rehearsed. And, I mean, you just watch it. I don't know anything about what you're talking about next door, but if you have, is there a video out there of that we can watch for like comparison? Because I think that if you compared the two, I think that you will not see.
Ooh, I'd have to find it. It happened quite a few. What's a honey badger?
I don't know. It's like her nickname or some shit.
Oh, because they're all wearing.
Yeah, no, I wasn't paying a lot of attention at first when they covered the.
Honey badgers don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's probably this like the local school's mascot.
That's what I was thinking.
What a kick-ass animal. Yeah, whoop a lion's ass.
Your mic is really echoey.
Dennis, turn on echo cancellation.
I just dropped down there.
Okay. Right here,
Smiling
right?
kids.
Okay. All right. Mike, Mike's okay? Other Mike's good? Okay. You ready?
Where's I'm going to be?
Okay. The first question is easy.
Okay.
Say your name and spell it. Okay. And then from there, you have your statement, or you want to?
Let me pull it up now.
Yeah. Do you want to hold baby girl, or do you want? How do you want to do it?
I can do the whole lot. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
You got it?
I got it.
Okay.
I got
All right.
Looking at his notes.
Babies,
Hey,
come on.
Flo.
Let me-
Flo, can you pause that for a moment?
Yeah.
I do want to say that I just looked at a picture of the attorney that is gone. And when I came back, I was looking at the little girl. She looks just like her mama.
Okay. I mean, look at this dude's face right here. This is a good freeze frame. This dude's
Yeah.
not grieving.
So,
He's smiling. smiling
So,
at his kids.
so is the woman
Yeah,
hiding somewhere, or is she dead?
I don't know. I said
think
like
she's
like
gone.
literally 2 minutes ago. I said I'm going to wait until we get through this that we can see before I start speculating at things.
But the little girl does look like her.
All
I'll
right.
just say that.
Okay.
Okay. My name is Kevin Vicknair. It's Kevin Vicknair the second.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
Working up those emotions.
I think he's holding them down.
Okay. Thank you.
He's not holding anything back there.
All right.
I think he failed eventually.
You got it?
I got it.
Okay.
I got
All
it.
right. Babies, come on. Let me get you to move a little bit closer to daddy, okay? All right. Okay.
Okay. My name is Kevin Vicknair. It's Kevin Vicknair the second.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Hold on, let me get my emotions worked up. Look at that little boy. He's having a good time.
Take your
Girls smirking. Look, girls trying not to smile. Down there on his right.
I can't put into words what they took from me and my children. They took something that God gave me to be responsible for and to protect. They took a mother who loved her family, her kids. She loved me. She loved her community. She loved her people. She would take time. She was an attorney. She would take time out to help those in need, even if she wasn't specialized in a certain area. She can pretty much look anything up and figure it out. She was a genius in that way. I knew what I was doing when I chose her. So she's given me much more than I could believe I deserve or would have. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
Doing good.
Okay.
I don't remember hearing that train the first time.
She forced me to grow as a man, as a person. So much so I had to meet her by her greatness. She pushed me to be great. I didn't want to hold her back at all by me slacking. So I made sure I did everything I had to do to satisfy my.
I guess it was muted. This man's, watch his face muscles. His facial muscles are relaxed. He's not holding back anything.
Wife, in every way, spiritually, emotionally, otherwise.
Smile.
Okay. Now my family is left with a void, one that can't be filled. And we have to adjust to a new norm, a new normal. Don't know how exactly, but we will. As long as we stay together and unified, we'll be just fine. With the Most High guiding us and me, I'll make sure that we don't let Lindsay down.
Now, what's odd is when he started by spelling his name. I've never seen that before.
Well, they told him to.
Yeah, they told him to do that.
Oh, okay.
And he just mentioned his wife's name, Lindsay. I have to finish what Lindsay and I started.
They only asked him one question though. She said, "Start by telling your name and spelling it." And then after he did that, he looked at her and she goes, "Go ahead."
Yeah, like he was supposed to know what to say, but he doesn't. He looks kind of
does.
lost. And
He's
like he
looking at-
doesn't know what to say.
He's supposed to because it's on his phone, but he's totally zonked right now.
Yeah,
He's zonked?
just, like
Yeah, he's overwhelmed with emotion, completely burnt out.
I don't
They
think
might
he
even
is.
have him. They might even have him on some pills.
You won't see. Not look if you can find one
Got
actual
3 beautiful
ear
babies are left
on
without their
anybody.
mother.
Look, he's trying not to smirk right there.
Some I never.
Yeah, but I think it's because he's trying to act like a man and not cry.
Right.
Look at that breathing when he went.
My 3 beautiful babies are left without their mother.
You know,
His voice
Something I never
is
thought would
fake. His
happen.
face is relaxed
I look
unless
forward
he's
to us
trying to make it
growing
look
old
not relaxed.
together.
no, it
Hold on.
doesn't. No,
Pause
it
it.
don't look
Let me-
relaxed.
Definitely, I didn't
Not
see
relaxed at all.
No,
My
it's very
man here
tense.
is exhibiting so many he's happy to be here tales.
Yes.
Find it strange that he's trying to emulate sadness, right? That's not an honest emotion on his face. He might be completely depressed. He may be completely crushed. But his public face is trying to take precedence over his private face, and it's not working out for him. Now, whether or not he's
Right.
actually suffering, I couldn't tell you. It's buried under the grief or his man mask or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I think that it'll pan down a second to the daughter and focus on her. And I just don't believe you have all you're not going to have an entire family 3 days after the mom is murdered, and all of them are faking like nobody's legitimately and recognizably upset.
Even before me.
The one daughter, though, that daughter right there in the blue, she looks so confused and so lost. Every
now my
time you look
babies
at
are
her,
asking me
she looks lost.
Extremely difficult questions.
I disagree. Well,
extremely difficult questions, but I will continue to be honest and open with. I kept breathing.
Here's where it really starts pushing
It was
it.
a lung issue. I was giving her breaths. She had blood come out of her nose. So I'm giving her breaths, which indicated aspiration of blood and lungs. So, I didn't have anything. I didn't have any equipment or anything. So help just didn't arrive in time.
Lips not shaking.
Just didn't arrive.
Voice isn't actually shaking. Eyes are dry.
We sure about that. We looked at them.
Take some deep breaths.
We are looking at them now.
You need to put your glasses on.
And now he's kind of smirking.
Kenzie.
Smiling.
Our oldest.
Pull it out of that real quick.
She's 7. Cairo. Strong, no brother? He's 4. And Kaya. It's Kaya here. She's 1. She makes 2 in August. I told him what happened the morning after. That was Sunday morning. Sunday morning, Father's Day morning. After they woke up, brought them into my room. Family and friends were downstairs. Respectful, super respectful. Gave us privacy. So I can tell them that their mother died and or was killed, rather, murdered, and that we won't be seeing her again, or we won't be able to, talk to her again. So, Kenzie obviously is the oldest. She kind comprehended it more than my son. He was sad, obviously, because we were sad, and my baby, she's 1, so they feel the energy at that age. But I was open and honest and continue to answer their questions as detailed as possible. Let them know that their mother is gone in a sense, but
fake crying.
She's not gone because she lives on through them. So we made y'all. So
the kid looked like she got a black eye to me.
It's eternal life. So long as we keep that truth in perspective, then we'll be much better off with that understanding. So.
How was she as a mom? We spoke about her, being a great lawyer.
Merc.
I'm sure she was even better.
So where did he hide the body?
All our children have.
I don't know, but I'm gonna have to put a banner up so that every new person who joins doesn't ask me 2 or 3 times to speculate. I don't even know shit about this. I came into the conversation on CT's like right as he was beginning to watch this and not having any opinion or thoughts on the matter. I just watched this guy and went, well, this guy's faking. I don't even know what's going on, but I know that I don't believe this guy not a bit.
But are you thinking that he's faking the whole incident, or is he faking enough to make it through this interview?
I think that this is not. I don't know. I mean, no, I don't. Whatever this is not a man, and these are not kids who just lost their mom and wife.
No.
Okay, fast forward through this so we can get to speculating. I want to really know what you think. I want to know what you think the mother is.
Fair enough.
I said that's what I wanted in the beginning, but she got to work on it. I said I wanted my children to speak another language, Spanish preferably. She went to work on it, found the schools.
That rocking back and forth is self-soothing.
I think I had great ideas. She was the great executor of those ideas. I couldn't do what she did. I just couldn't. So I couldn't ask for a better mother. I couldn't ask for a better mother. That's how. Yeah. Yeah. There's not much words I could put to that, but amazing. She was a genius. She grew me as well as kids. She was able to grow me as an adult. So yes.
What would you say to the person who did this?
What would I say? What would I say? I honestly haven't been able to give that too much thought. The thoughts that happened was obviously my wife is gone, but the children, how I tell them. And she's gone. What would I tell her? I would say do what God put on your heart to do. Whatever that looks like I said, I have to
just told him to self-delete
of that.
Maybe. Should we? I think we got kind of the gist of it.
Hey, Flo, can you speculate on what's actually happening here?
I found a news article, but I haven't found a video yet, Flo, from what I was talking about. It was back in 2007.
So I speculate that they're all definitely actors. I don't know when this is, but like I said, I looked up the weather from that day, and it was 102 degrees, and with a 54% humidity and 15-mile-an-hour winds.
What
I
time
saw
was it?
Interesting. What company did they work with? What's their agency? What company? Who hired them?
Hank, I feel like you're asking me disingenuous questions, and you know it, because not only could I not know all these things, but it's not significant. It's not really even relevant.
Oh, the charity actors. I got it. Charity actors.
Okay, Hank, I'm going to drop you. You're
Christ,
going to
they were-
out of me.
Don't be racist.
I'm going to be racist. Happy Juneteenth.
He made it
Holy-
racist. That's what makes it better.
Uh-huh.
That was dope.
Is there somebody backstage?
I was going to bring up the honey badger clip, but it's too soon.
Look at him furiously typing. What a prick you are.
That's so cool.
You're busted, Hank. We got you. We know you're there over there. You're one of the keyboard warriors just pounding away at your little autistic keyboard.
Plot twist, he's the leader of the Snafu crew and always has been.
Right.
Well, one always has been, but I managed to take it over.
Shout out to the Clue channel.
Shout out Clue.
I'm the Keystone Cop Crew Attorney General.
Okay, so who I saw Black Knight down there, saying I was wrong, which he was the same sentiments that each of us had over at CT's. Who disagrees with me? Fight me, somebody.
I do.
I think.
I do.
I think.
I think they were the
right
real
here.
people. I think they were the real people, and somebody was trying to get them to do. Like I said, I've seen it before, where the news will orchestrate the situation, and the people are like lost. They don't have a clue what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that at all. No, nobody's arguing that. What I'm saying is, I'm watching these people, and I'm watching their body language, their micro expressions, their overall demeanor, and they all have the exact same weird ass demeanor, which is.
Let me propose a circumstance that might explain the weird ass demeanor in the sense of hiding something.
Right.
They're actors.
Suppose this morning they realized they were going to have to do some public BS that they weren't necessarily up for, and somebody.
Why would they have to do that?
They were asked to. They feel like they have to, for whatever reason, decided to do it. I'm not judging the intentions, or rather, I'm not judging the reasons. I'm trying to judge what are we seeing, the physics of what we're seeing. We're seeing a person who is nervous but doesn't seem depressed. He is in the stage of grief where you should be angry or trying to make deals with the devil himself to try to rectify it, and yet that's not what we get. We just get a basically plainly written note that he doesn't seem to be capable of reading, doesn't have any tears in his eyes. He exhibits distraction, and he looks like he's on Xannies to me.
Not unusual after an incident.
And if you're trying to play straight, that would come across as acting.
Yep.
I think he's definitely trying to obfuscate his thoughts and feelings, which is what you can see. This is what, like, if he's an actor, he's an excellent one, because this is what real acting looks like. It's subtle and it's underplayed and understated.
Now, some of the people in the
fuck's sake.
background could be actors.
I don't think that.
Group.
I think that.
I was just about to get to the part I wanted to say.
Oh, I'm sorry, Denizen.
No, go ahead, buddy.
I'm done. Go ahead. I beg your forgiveness.
Granted.
I don't think he's acting. I think this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like when you've burned through your emotions. So the bargaining with the devil, that would have come within hours of her passing, even maybe during.
Your mic is going in and out.
Yeah, your mic went out.
I give up.
Well, I mean, try it again. I want to hear you, but your mic just would go soft, real soft.
Oh, is it crackling or going soft?
No,
it was going soft.
It's going soft like your penis.
What, can we not scissor?
Jack, if you would like to the panel is right there. I know that he doesn't want to though. Okay, Dizen, try it one more time. You think that he's just tired? He's just burned out of his emotions, and I don't think so. He doesn't look tired. He looks clear-eyed, and in fact, he looks quite energetic. He looks distracted.
Zannies and crack, baby. Zannies and crack.
Okay, probably it's Zannies and crack. And you know what? On CTs, we had this dude, John Galt. If anybody knows that, he started spinning this whole big ass fucking backstory about how this dude's like cheating on her and shit, like these wild ass stories to try to make their reactions make sense, and none of it.
Talcott, if you're still here, all I do is repeat the words that you have said. I don't embellish what you say. They're your words. Own them.
Well, you said he admitted to SA.
He did?
You did. You said he admitted
yes.
to it.
I'm trying to find the clip.
So, I mean, if that's true, then you're still correct. You know? I haven't seen the clip yet, though.
Chuck, whenever you repeat the words I say, you totally fuck it up every time. So
I don't repeat your words, Hank. The only time I repeated your words was when you claimed you left the church because they made you mad over your garbage bill.
yes, which was a lie. Because you claimed I left the church. I left the church for that day. You didn't listen. You were a poor listener. This is I don't trust your words. You were a poor listener.
You did not say that day. You
said I quit the church in general. I left that day. You didn't clarify. You were a poor listener.
Neither did you. You're a poor speaker.
Okay, listen closely. I don't trust your words, Chuck, because you are a poor listener. Do you copy me?
Okay.
Chuck, do you copy?
I did not know about this Hank Chuck arc.
And that was the only time I ever said anything about you.
Put Hank and Chuck in the peanut gallery. Put.
And that was the only time I ever. And then when you come around and said I was wrong, I didn't say ne'er another word.
Excellent. Bring everyone back.
So you hate me over one comment I made because you didn't clarify your position. It's your fault.
Okay, it's my fault. I'm in control of Chuck. He's my puppet. Anything he says that's bullshit, blame me instead. Chuck has no responsibility. He's my slave. He's my puppet. He's my robot.
That's not what I said. It's not what
it's what I said. That's what I said, though.
I apologize if I got it wrong. But all I did was repeat the words that you used on the show, and it sounded like you were done with the church. You did not say for today when you said it. When people say I'm done with something and they don't put no stipulations on it, it usually means they're done with them. So I apologize if I misinterpreted what you said.
Rejected. Bring everyone back now.
Did you just reject his apology and then demand everybody come back?
Absolutely.
Kind of gay.
I know, right?
I'm talking about Flo. So that's what you were mad at me all this time about, Hank?
Nope. You're just completely unreliable.
Unreliable. Okay.
Yep.
I'm the biggest fibber in town.
No. You have so much competition. It's hard to choose who's the biggest fibber. If right now, I would say Officer Tarek. Margot's getting close, though.
How did you make StreamYard all spazzy? That's cool.
Oops.
We gotta stop doing this together, bro.
Like
will you pussies fight?
Why do I fight against my own puppet? That's stupid.
Hank, what in the fuck kind of pussy ass nonsense is this?
Why would I fight against my own puppet? That doesn't make
You
any
don't have
sense.
any puppets. You're being a bad puppet right now, Hank. Show some goddamn aggression.
Give me enough real opponent, you'll get some goddamn aggression.
Yeah, see, this is why you don't ever win any fights, Hank, is because you can't conjure aggression when you need it.
I don't need it. I need someone that's not a weakling first.
Hank,
I don't have to try. I don't have to try yet.
Pretty sure
That's
he just
what
put you down as his lightweight. So listen, here's the problem. Whenever you finally get somebody over a barrel that actually works, you immediately pull out like it's your first time. I'm a little bit disturbed by how easy it is to get you to pull off of the target, because you get over the target, you're ready to make the hit, and then you just get distracted by something wandering down the hall somewhere. I'm so confused by the situation.
Oh,
It's performance anxiety.
did he say
He does fine when he's not self-aware of his performance. The minute he's like, oh shit, it's time to perform, then his dick goes soft.
All soft and cuddly, like an Alabama black snake sitting in the sun.
Wait,
It's just sitting there limp and smiling at you like his face is.
Hank, don't listen to them.
Oh, good, Hank. Crispy Treat's here to save you. Crispy Treat looked at the situation and she thought you needed help. How's that
I'll
make you
save
feel?
you. I'll save you too, Hank. I'll save you as well.
Damn, Hank. Pimping ain't easy.
Oh, not for most
Crispy.
people.
I think you were a little off last night too.
Hank was?
No, Crispy.
Oh, Crispy was.
She was telling them people it was okay that they punch holes in walls and not tell their girlfriend their true nature. I was disappointed, Crispy. I was disappointed.
Oh, was that on the trauma panel or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Drama.
No, it was men's mental health.
Yeah,
Because
that
I
wasn't
told
the
an
place for me.
autistic kid that no, I didn't say it was okay to punch holes in the walls. I said that he should get a punching bag.
Yeah, Denizen brought that up, didn't he?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I have an idea to fix men's mental health. Blowjobs.
You need to fix your own damage
Bro.
and incapacity to be aggressive when you need to.
Why do I need to? This is unfair already. I can take all of you except Dennison. I'll
It's
work
like,
together.
it's like flipping a turtle over. Like all you got to do is shove him with your toe, and then like Hank's stuck on his back smiling.
Dennison's like the only one that's an actual threat here. Flote could be if he got in the game, but he's still doing the I'm a mind reader bullshit. No, I need to be Negan. I need you to be Negan. Not just be Swami.
He's above. He elevates above it all. He's at the top of the shrine.
I see that he's trying to take that escape route.
Then block me. Then
I mean, I'm not going to help you escape, Turtle. If that were the case, if you were just elevated above it, then you would be able to come down to the level that you've elevated above. But you can't do it.
Get him, Crispy. You tell him how he's wrong.
He's not wrong. That's
Thank you,
no.
Duh. See?
You're not wrong, Walter. You're just an asshole.
Correct.
Hank, are you mad at Chuck?
Not really. He's my puppet. Remember?
Are you coping?
That's not that nice to say that Chuck's a puppet.
Well, I mean, it's a bit hyperbolic, like it was his statement about the church. And what did you call him? A shady girl?
A shady little girl.
Yeah, shady little girl likes to take the hyperbole and then run with it.
Yeah. So I pull my hand on your ass, Chuck.
Chuck's disappointed in my behavior. I'm disappointed in his behavior.
Yeah. So I'm gonna pull my hand on. I'm gonna pull my hand on Chuck's ass and let him just.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. You can let him talk by himself. I get it. Hey, Flo, have you ever watched any of The Walking Dead? Do you know?
Lily says leave the church, Hank.
Yeah, I have. I've watched the first handful of seasons, not all of it, but I've seen it.
That's plenty. That's all you really need. I think it would be interesting to sit down and do some of these psychological workups on Negan just to see exactly what bastard he really is. Is he that dirty, or is he just a man in a really nasty circumstance?
Why did you choose that one?
Well, I've been wanting to do a what do they call them, like a profile on Negan for a while. I've kind of got one in my head that's sort of a headcanon.
That'd be cool.
I think it would be an interesting.
Did you hear me say that like a while back, like 6 months ago or something? I quit watching like right about the time Negan showed up, but Katie's daughter thinks that, or I reminded her of him, and
yeah, that makes sense.
I can see the look, but your personality is totally different. I don't think you would end up at the top of the shit pile like that.
It's not
You know
totally
what's a good
different.
question?
It's not totally different. It's pretty similar, actually.
If you're Negan, which one of the cast members would you delete? Would it be Glenn?
I liked Glenn. Let me look for the compilation. Like so, and then Katie and my daughter and I watched like a compilation thing of like Negan shit, and they said they could, like, everybody could see it, but I don't. So when I say Negan, my point is that I understand that there's a whole lot more to this character than the like 5-minute compilation that I've seen.
Right. Well, the big deal during the show run was the fact that there's this big, huge, enormous pile of Heap King shit over here who's running all of everything to such an extent that other people have decided that they are Negan just to get a piece of that fear, right? But the big question was, what was he before the fall? And I said he was a high school guidance counselor, and everybody laughed me out of the freaking every forum I went to. But he wasn't. He was a high school guidance counselor, but he was first a coach. And that makes so much sense given the things that he does to keep the men in check. He gives them things to do. He gives them little missions and tasks and stuff, just like a coach would if you were dealing with a bunch of uppity teenagers.
Yeah, that's good observation.
Anyway, I didn't mean to derail the show. I think we should take a look at that some point in time in the future. I think it might be worth it.
No, this is
Then Flow State, didn't you have some kind of special personality profile thing?
Did what?
You had an alternate personality profiler thing that you sold to businesses and got trained on.
Yes, I did.
But, can you email me back? I actually sent you an email because I want to know what it is.
Yeah, let me check it out. So this is the compilation I've seen of Negan. Dun 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 dun.
Little pig, let me in.
And I can't be the only one to notice that you got a fat lady in charge of keeping track of rations.
Oh, there's this flow.
Where's Rick?
Don't care.
Where's Rick? Who are you?
Oh, you better be joking.
We're practically starving here.
Starving.
You hot diggity dog. This place is magnificent. By practically, you mean not really. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. This is the kind of thing that just tickles my balls.
Really?
I got my fingers crossed for a little freaky deaky. You people seriously don't have a sense of humor.
Man, I love a gal that buys me dinner and doesn't expect me to put out. I am about 50% more into you now. Just saying.
She shot Lucille trying to kill me just now, so I gave you one less mouth to feed. And by looking at her,
That mouth did some major damage. Not today, not tomorrow. I will cut pieces off of... Hell's his name? Oh, crap. Are you okay down there? Your penis? I mean, that guy, he clumped on it. Or is it down for the count? You know, you do the same damn stink eye as your dad, except it's only half as good because, well, you know, you're missing an eye.
Do you care to pay your respects?
Holy crap! You are creepy as shit, sneaking up on me wearing that collar with that freaky ass smile. Damn tragedy. That's what this is.
The Walking Dead.
Well, this must really suck for you guys. Damn. You are adorable. Did you pick that gun because it looks cool? You totally did, right? Kid, I ain't gonna lie, you scared the shit out of me. Your kid, he hid in one of my trucks and machine gunned a bunch of my men down, and I brought him home, safe and sound, and I fed him spaghetti. Maybe you think
And I fed him spaghetti. True.
Friends,
Absolutely true.
That was some sort of a put on. Like, I'm not the guy with the bat. I'm just the guy that makes your kids spaghetti. Well, shit. You just couldn't stick with us, huh? You had to go with these filthy garbage people. No offense. Goddamn tiger! That widow is alive, guns are blazing! Problem is, they don't keep, they fall apart like that poor sack of pile of shit there. God damn, if that ain't the coolest thing I've ever heard in my life. Not only is that practical, it's just badass. I gotta hand it to you. You got some beach ball sized lady nuts on you coming in all kamikaze like that. I'm a man short. You can't really call this piece of shit a man, but still I'm short and you got those beach ball sized lady nuts and I want to harness the heat coming off of them. You got me wrapped around your little finger, you know that? And it's not a man-woman thing. If you had a dick, I would still have these feelings. Look at my dirty girl. Oh, were you together? That sucks. You know what? I do not accept your apology. That wasn't so bad now, was it? Gonna be pee-pee pants city here real soon. Pissing our pants yet? I hope you got your shitting pants on.
Bring me my brown pants.
Your shitting pants. I hope you're wearing them right now. Because you are about to shit your pants.
All right. So let me explain the difference between Flow State and Negan right quick, in my opinion. And before you tell me to be careful, I said what I said. Now, Flow State has not been put in a situation where his wife and kids are gone and he has nothing to support but himself and his own self-worth with himself, right? Negan is from a position where his wife had cancer to such an extent that she was only alive because of the miracles of modern medicine. And when the zombies showed up, well, that just screwed the pooch for him. And he became very depressed and very angry until he come across these people that needed help, but he didn't want to help them. But they insisted that somebody do it. And since somebody needs to do it and he didn't have any attachments, Negan started helping. Now, his help might have been slightly worse than the apocalypse, but it was very effective. I believe Flo could be effective, but I'm not sure he would survive the sniper that would come for him. Because that's why all this movie's missing is a decent sniper.
What, you said Negan's a sniper?
No, I said all this series was missing for that to have gone out flawlessly, rather than making Negan a lame duck at the end of the series, is somebody to take his ass out at the critical moment with a bullet from like a quarter mile away. Just some random asshole that was never mentioned in the series that just had a beef with Negan and no one else.
Supposedly that happened in the comic book just the other day.
Or what's worse, the drum pilot. That's even worse than a sniper.
No, but that guy had a story and everything. I think it should just be a further extension of Negan's personal asshattery, that he had offended someone that was not even a part of this story to such an extent that they waited patiently for him to stick his head up and turned it into a canoe. Someone never mentioned in the story, not even associated with this, out there living all their damn own, waiting patiently to get a shot at Negan. Some old country boy missing a handful of teeth and with some scars because he met Negan one time and it left an impact.
What the fuck? Miss Flo decides right when we move on to the Negan topic to start talking about the fucking crisis actor topic.
She's a little behind. I'm always behind, but I agree with her though.
I'm going to leave that alone. I've offended her.
Yeah, I was about to say Sasquatch did call you stupid a couple times, didn't he?
Did not say that word.
It was speech impediment. You said she had a speech impediment.
I said she might have a speech impediment. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a speech impediment trying to say speech impediment?
Yeah, he said I had a
Her
speech impediment.
speech is an impediment to your speech.
So, Flo, I have been digging while all this has been going on, and I found her bar association, where she is a bar associated attorney. I found her lawyer website, and I found a visual that they had somewhere for her. She is a real person, and like I said, the children look just like her. They do.
So I don't doubt that there is a real person that's there. I got no issue with that. I also got no issue. I was looking at the kids. The kids look the same to me. I have no issue with them being siblings. I have no issue.
Yeah, it's me, Resto.
I actually don't even know enough about this story to have a coherent thesis about what's actually going on. All I know is that I've watched this press release, and I still am not. I don't think you can convince me that any of those people are feeling any certain sort of way.
I did see him quiver. I did see his bottom lip
disclaimer
quiver.
up real quick. This is very nearly a Sandy Hook situation with it. Like,
thanks for saying that. Though.
Be real careful about how you go down this road.
Right.
Yeah, like for example, don't say Sandy Hooks.
Well,
right.
You're good. Thanks, and thank you for illustrating that again.
Once again.
The children are not going to comprehend at this point, really, what's going on. It had only been 3 days.
Yes, they will. I hear that too. It's been 3 days. The oldest two will comprehend.
There was 2 people killed.
That little girl looks
she
like
looks
she
lost.
knows what's going on.
Yeah,
The little girl was the biggest tell of all because she knew when it zoomed in on her, her shit wasn't crying at all. And
It looks like she knows that her father did something to her mom.
her father didn't do something to her mom.
No, they won't.
Won't what?
Comprehend it this early.
You don't sit on all my hats.
Hi.
No, it's bad luck to put it on your bed.
No, I agree that the kids would maybe possibly not comprehend it this early.
It's been 3 days.
Seen that, yeah.
Yeah, but they're
I
so
saw my
young.
son,
A lot of
my
times they don't even
son,
know.
run around her coffin and was playing, not
they don't
comprehending
know.
at all
Yeah.
what was going on.
They don't understand
And then
death.
broke down later when he understood. Like,
Right.
they don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'm hearing from you the same thing I heard out of the people on CT's channel, which is that black people are too psychopathic to have emotions, the kids are retarded, and the husband's a cheater. Would you guys agree with that?
What? No.
No.
Yes.
No, I think he
The
left
husband,
her.
well, with him,
All right.
he looks like he could possibly be medicated.
Yeah, that's what I
and
thought.
he looks extraordinarily lost, not coached on what to say.
Right.
I've
And
lost control of my panel. I can read body language just fine. He was not scared and he was not excited.
I think
He also referred to her in, I think he's in a bit of shock.
Yeah, because it's like he referred as she's here.
His voice,
Yeah.
when he starts recalling the incident, and his voice starts to kind of go in and out, but he looks like he's also really trying hard for that not to affect anything.
Right.
And he talked about her in the present and past, mostly the past, but he did refer to her as like, she can do this, which means that he's still like,
Or it means that he's reading a script.
no,
and
then
he
you probably would have just referred to her in the past. If he is an actor, he is an awful actor. He didn't like.
That's my okay. So you're the second person I've heard say that.
No, you're not. Then you're not understanding. Like, an actor would be able to like get up there and really sob and do that.
Not a good one.
They have such a like. Why would they have him do this?
A good one would barely say anything. It would be
I
devastating.
yeah, but I think what's happened is I think it's a crime and he is trying to cover up. There's a bunch of news cameras in front of him and he's trying to cover up some kind of a crime that he committed. And
You
the
think
little
that-
girl knows.
Maybe he knows the kid.
No,
Wait,
the little
so
girl
wasn't
knows that her dad did something to the mom.
No, this was a random shooting in public.
Yeah, this is not something that happened to the mom.
Shit.
Like that.
I was like, going,
There goes my true
Good
crime
call.
theory.
I mean, you faked it pretty well, but you'd never made it.
Emphasis on true.
I didn't know. You didn't tell me the whole thing.
I mean, I don't. You're right. I didn't tell you.
It was a random shooting by two
Now-
guys. And two women were shot in the process. One was an attorney, which is the one he's talking about right now, and that's her husband and her three kids.
Does he talk much about seeing? I didn't get through the whole thing, but does he talk much about seeing the shooters or what actually happened? Because that stuff he might
talked,
still be
yeah, he
digesting.
talked a little bit about. I
After.
believe it was about how he tried to give her CPR or something.
Yeah.
And he went back to that, and you could tell that he was back there, like a PTSD moment.
Yeah,
And
but
that's
I'm just
when
saying, like, he may
started
not
to really
actually
look at
know what actually happened there, besides
Yeah.
all of a sudden his wife was shot.
Well, I
You
think
hear
it's
something
I
loud and
think
your
it's
wife
the
falls.
That's the weirdest shit I've ever seen. Then, if this guy isn't guilty of doing anything to her, and it's a random shooting, that's the weirdest shit I've ever seen.
Oh shit! I guess I
He's
didn't.
not
I
there,
didn't
not
actually put it up on stage. I thought it was.
I was looking at that back here, wondering what you were doing. I
Yeah,
almost
it's retarded.
but never settled.
Isn't that where he's looking at a kid?
I don't know what he's looking at. He looks super chill though.
That's where
Yeah,
I said I
he's
think he
looking
might
at
be medicated.
Look at him trying to get. He's trying to get into his upset mode.
I think he's just not used to the public at all, and I think he just don't know what he's doing, and he's just trying to brace his wife for the best that she was. That's what I see going
Look at
on
his
here.
face. Look at his
And
face.
antidepressants.
He's tense under the eyes, like right.
Mhm.
He's holding
Yeah.
sadness in his face.
Yeah.
He's
No.
pushing. Look at that
Yeah.
poochy lip. He's pushing that sadness out.
Just because
No,
you would
his
be
eyes are
tempted
sad.
to push the sadness out, Flo.
He also looks like he's probably been crying a lot.
I'm
Yeah,
blaming
he's sad.
Zanny's
Yeah,
And
it
that
looks like
gritting of
he's
his
been
teeth.
crying for the last 36 hours.
The gritting,
Yeah.
the gritting he keeps doing with his mouth, going back and forth with the gritting. That
Yeah.
is
Even
a
with
great
her eyes.
thing. It's like, oh, I'm so angry, I'm so upset, but I gotta be strong.
Yeah.
But look,
It's
it does. It's,
completely different. Can you leave the room because we're talking?
he'll go
about
in and out of it, and then he'll.
That's what grief is.
Man, you all don't
Yeah.
have any empathy.
No, I always score high on these.
I just
Near
remember
perfect scores on
Flo-
interpreting others' emotions
So he
by
was with
facial
her when
expressions.
she passed, and he tried to save her. From what I know so far, I didn't know anything about this until Flo started it. But he was talking about doing CPR on her and how he could not bring her back.
Yeah.
Look at his eyes. He don't even look like he slept.
I remember
I don't
Flo's
know.
reaction
I mean,
when Katie came
he is
home from
actually
that
she is a
incident.
bar associated.
He could care less.
An attorney.
What?
I mean, I don't know what more you guys want, you know?
Yeah.
I'm glad that Chuck remembers.
They're
Yep.
conspiracy theorists.
Flo was like,
I
"Oh
don't
yeah,
think this
Katie
is
was
one.
down there, and some guy got shot. I was sleeping on the couch, and she had to wake me up out of my nap."
I just see
I
shots.
was at
Yeah.
the Kansas City Chiefs parade shooting, like
Oh.
right there. I still don't. That's where I said, like, he may be digesting whatever went on because there was, like, I don't know. I'm still not convinced on what happened down there. They immediately turned political and they started going after the big pew pews.
Yep.
So,
What
like,
if she was a horrible, horrible person?
I don't think she was. Why would you
And the
say
kids
something
and
like
everybody are just a little relieved. They're sad, but they're just a little relieved that she's finally gone.
That's a good point. She was a lawyer.
I'm not basing
Oh, yeah.
like no, I'm not basing their reaction like they could just simply not understand what's going on. That may take time for them to understand it.
And
You
they
know, I don't
obviously
think
aren't
that any
used
of you
to
have
like
any
cameras
emotional
in front of their faces, you know? All those people, they seem like they're just uncomfortable.
Yeah, they act very scared and timid. Like they don't
No,
know.
they're acting like they're trying to be solemn when they're not really. You won't see a single tear on anybody. You won't see a single
They
drop of
probably
sweat,
cried
even
out
though
after
The
3
tearless
days.
cry. The
even though
tearless
it's
cry.
102 degrees and 54% humidity there. Nobody's sweating for half an hour. Nobody's crying.
They probably
What
have
time
fans.
of day was it when they did that?
It's daytime. I don't know what time.
He
It
just
looked like
read
morning.
the weather. It was 102 degrees, but still.
Yeah, but at
there's probably
4:30
fans or
p.m.
something,
probably, not at
you know?
8:30 a.m.
I don't know. I just think they look uncomfortable.
See, if
to
you
be in
watch
front
him
of cameras.
closely, he's like he's pushing it out.
It's not you're not sharing
He's
it.
a real man, and they have a
No,
real
I'm not
family.
sharing it. You're right.
Right.
So,
Right.
And why are you doing this without the sound?
Because we're talking and
So
we're
we can talk.
Yeah.
No, you just
Because-
want to look at his facial expressions.
I know, I
And point out
don't-
anytime that he gets hurt
Why
and
do I
he's
need to
talking.
that man, I'll tell you right now, this
I
man has
smiled
had
and
no
laughed about
sleep.
it.
I'll tell you
Uh-huh.
right now, this man, look at his eyes all red and puffy and stuff. He's had no sleep.
And
Yeah, I
you
agree.
can see the muscles,
Crap,
right?
I'm
Like
eating
Yeah.
where you hold sadness
Yeah.
in your face.
No, he's just been
This
up
is
for
when
too
he's
long
looking
doing
back.
drugs.
No,
Oh.
look at his eyes. You can tear up more. This is when he's remembering trying to do CPR on her.
Right.
He's trying to
Right.
hold it back and be a grown man, but he wants
Trying
to
to push it
down so
forward.
bad.
No,
You can
yeah,
see it
that's
in his eyes. He is so sad.
I mean,
Look at him
okay,
with his
Flo,
jaw.
I'll give you. I have seen interviews where stuff like this has happened. I'm not going to say what interview, and there has been some interviews that it looks like like this is probably acting. Not
Right.
this.
Man,
This does not look like acting. I think you're.
Flo, can
What if
I?
I told you that on his Instagram
Yeah,
profile,
it doesn't
he's got like little videos where he did advertisements for like dating apps.
No.
Well,
So
then,
he is a fucking actor. How about that?
let me see it.
Well, the wife is no longer here, and he's
Might as well see
got
how
3
he
children.
acts.
I don't know.
Right.
He's young.
Yeah, he's
I
allowed
mean,
to go on
she's
a
not
dating
coming
app.
back. She's not coming back. So I mean,
Wait.
Oh, here we go. See, little boy couldn't. Okay, whatever. We've ruled out the kids. Kids are retarded.
Oh shit!
kids just don't know. They just don't comprehend it until
And also, they're
days
sitting
later
there
when
with
mommy don't come home.
What? Yeah, that and they're standing
Like
there on
now?
right now.
And
Yeah,
if
like
they
it
were
happened on the
if they
kids. So
were pushed
now
to do
he's
this
probably
when
having
they
all
didn't
kinds
want
of
to,
problems with the kids.
Who
Yeah,
who
I'm
thinks
sure they
he's
were
faking
pushed to
besides
do it and they
Flo?
didn't want
Anybody?
to.
Man, all right, hold on. You know what? Who thinks this girl? Okay, you know what? Fuck you guys. Let me end this poll. Okay, 60% say I'm not Negan, 40% say I do, or I am. I'm starting a new poll. Is she
I'm
faking
getting
it?
Flo, if
Flo
this guy
stole it.
did another interview and they asked him more questions and he started to break down and cry, would you think it's because he got a second chance at acting? He like looked over
I
his
would have
notes
to
and
see
did a
it.
better job, or
I would have to see it at that time. Do you have any thoughts on the Negan thing? You agreed that the Negan thing was kind of
What? Was like you, but not like you.
I voted yes.
no, he's not Negan.
This flow state's approach to other people's feelings is very Negan-like. It's a total lack of give a shit about anything you thought about any of it ever. Whereas his physical activity, I think, would be much more restrained.
I care very much for this man's fake tears.
Well, I do know though you can like you can like almost cry out all of your tears. Like I've been there before where I'm crying and my tears are just not even coming and I'm still crying.
Yeah,
I think from Negan's perspective, he was doing it out of love.
Trying not to cry.
That's the part that people don't understand about his character.
Or
He
what
was
did you
trying
say?
to treat the world the way he treated his dying wife.
I've got Flo, I put something in the back and it's a
Yeah.
news story of a big liar of a lady that actually did commit a crime. It's a news story about it.
Is it a
It's
video
pretty
of her
good.
talking?
Huh?
So what's the
It's
what's
just
the
it's a lady that committed a crime and the police come in and talk to her and you should hear like this lady's just how she's talking to the police or whatever. And then but really she committed the crime. You can I don't know. You can play it if you want to. It's at like go to like an hour and let's see, hour and 51 ish about that time, I think. It might already be queued up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Talking about this.
This chick.
Why
Yeah.
are there creators in this chat supporting it?
This is just Tiffany Marie's stuff,
Piece
but
of this
yeah,
stuff.
and I'm
More
allowed to use
comment
it.
down here. Sunshine Girl, I've observed the same living both in the Northeast and the South. Okay, so Sunshine Girl's seen it both places just as bad. Well, thank you, because see, I don't know. I've never even been anywhere south of North Carolina, so
Push it a little forward.
and the people in North Carolina were so nice to me. See, Lily B, you gotta stop this here. That way you conform yourself. I want to know how he feels about.
Yeah,
was
push it a little forward.
And when Seth come up here, you know what? I still back Seth. That man.
She keeps doing this where she says she was catfish.
Yeah,
Someone
keep going
trolled her.
forward. About a 151.
Catfish, she said.
I'm at
Miley,
one.
you are not
I'm at
catfish.
2 of
Okay.
1.
If you were catfish, you should let your husband know. Okay.
Keep
You were
going.
having
Keep going until you
an
see this
affair
news
with
story.
someone online and you didn't know what they looked like because they summer. That's her intro.
Yeah, it's a news story that pops up. The lady like standing in like a trailer park kind of thing.
J-Job, I
way up
actually
there.
never saw you participate, but this is bad, you guys.
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
Terrible.
Nothing on you? No.
You guys give us some privacy. Who's coming up? Okay, thank you. Can I just speak and make, you don't need to reach in, I'll just.
Thank you. Do you know why we're here?
Are you okay if I open the zipper? Why are you guys
What's
here?
going on today?
Can I open the zipper? Yeah. Just checking it, thank you. I just want to make sure before.
What's going on today with you? And like, sounds like the cops have been talking to you already.
Yeah. So my so I
Got some blood drops on your shoes.
yeah.
Okay.
So my son fell this morning earlier.
Oh no.
Yeah. So, but I was able to take him to the doctors and everything was okay. I took him with another lady. So she can watch him for me because I wasn't staying at home. I had problems going on with my parents and they didn't let me in the house. So I was staying with another lady. She was super sweet. That's where my son fell. And then but we left. So I was like, okay, you know. So I went to another lady's house and I told her if she could watch him for me. I wanted to come get, you know, I wanted to fully recover. I'm an alcoholic. So I was like, if you can watch him for me for 12 months, that'd be amazing because I'm not talking to my mom. And she's the one that has like, just like a notarized paper saying that she has legal custody of them, but I have legal custody of them. She's not letting me see my older son. So I'm a little
That would be really hard.
yeah, I'm a little bit upset about that
Yeah,
one. So
yeah.
I'm here now and everything's okay.
Okay.
So I don't know what else.
Well, we want to make sure that he's safe and know where he is. Who's the friend that you left it with?
I left him with another lady. I don't have her information.
Oh, well, that's not gonna cut it. We got to figure out where he's at. Where can you like tell me the location where somebody could go and check on him and make sure he's okay?
In like SeaTac area.
Okay.
Seattle.
More specific?
I don't
Do you
have an address.
Nothing. Who's the friend? How do you know the person that? How did you pick the person?
She's a
that you-
longtime friend that I know.
Okay, what's her name?
That's all I know.
Okay, and you've
You got a potty mouth.
okay, but you've known her for a long time. So how did you reach out to her?
So I reached out to her because I needed help.
How did you reach out to her?
I found her number on my old Facebook, but I no longer have a Facebook anymore.
Okay.
Not a word of this is true. None
Yeah,
of it.
it's all
I delete it
bullshit.
all the time. So
Yeah, you found it today on your old Facebook. And
Yeah,
then-
I tripled that.
Nice. I like that, Flo. That's good.
Okay, and she lives in the SeaTac area.
Does it look good?
She
Does
from the first house
chat.
you
That's
left.
good. That's some serious dark hate vibes.
All right. I was a little bit concerned that maybe it was
and that's it.
okay. Yeah, it shows
Sorry,
up.
I think it's
The
Providence,
dark
actually.
skin and the dark hat
in
and the dark background. It wasn't sure if it was clear enough.
It has really hard dark hate
We used to
vibes,
be
like
that
Dark
honest.
Biden, but dark
Can
hate.
leave you be. You know?
All right, good.
Okay.
Sure.
So how do we find?
I don't know.
Can you describe to me how you got there from Providence?
So I just drove from there to Seattle, and then that's it.
You drove from Providence to Seattle.
To
house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you drive?
Thank you,
the freeway?
Tarek. I never thought I'd say that. Thank you, Tarek, for seeing the truth.
Like
2 hours. And what car were you driving?
I think he's just
my car.
pushing
So
around.
just like 1 hour.
Well, he shouldn't be
And what
kissing
kind
my
of
ass
car do
when
you
he should be sucking my
I
dick.
have a Nissan.
Oh,
Wow.
Don't tempt him.
right.
Huh.
I left it at her house, and then I came over here on the bus.
Look at her pussy.
Jesus.
You made me switch tabs for that. Nice one.
Okay.
Gatito.
Just to clarify, you go from Everett to the hospital in Everett. You get him checked out. You drive to your friend in SeaTac. You leave the car there. You leave him there, and you take a bus from SeaTac down here.
So, what crime did she commit?
And that all happened today.
You'll see here, but she's killed her child.
She killed her babies.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was one or two.
One. It's one child. Yeah.
The story is, pause it for a second.
Okay.
All of that rambling that you just heard was her explaining that she can't tell you who has her kid. She
Right.
can't tell you where her kid is, how she found the chick that has her kid, or how to get in touch with the chick that has her kid. But her kid's fine. Trust me, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that's
her
What's wrong with that?
yeah, nothing wrong with that, is there?
She has
the
blood.
first thing that the cop notices is that she's got blood.
Big red flag.
Yeah, and she's got
Sounds
blood drops on her shoes.
Now
Yes.
you guys decide to get fucking suspicious.
Sounds
about
like
somebody.
she's trying to pull a Casey Anthony.
Right.
Yeah.
I know. That's exactly what I said
Exactly what
too.
this is.
It's exactly what I said.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
she notices she's got blood drops on her shoes.
Who
They're
got their
they're in God's daycare. They're in God's daycare right now.
Yeah.
How could you have just
You're
acquired
not-
a number that morning
Lying.
and then lose it and also not know where you like dropped off your kid at?
She
Right.
did not plan ahead for this crime very well.
No, and out of
Yeah,
town. Oh yeah, and she says that she took him to the hospital. That's why, she had blood drops on the shoes. She
Like-
took him to the hospital.
Did she not think that she was going to be asked about this?
I guess not. And so yeah, and I mean this is just hours after. They also have her on film dropping off the car.
Yeah, she was also trying to, I don't know, it seemed like give more information than like needed to make it sound like she's cooperating.
Yeah, except
Well,
they're
and she
correct.
thinks-
Hey, do you
Doesn't
see
have
what's
any of the
happening to you down
answers.
here in the chat?
Yes.
Likes it. Look how happy he is about that glob on the back of his head.
Yeah.
He,
He always gets happy when somebody dominates and abuses him.
What?
It's the same look
Yes.
as when I yell at him.
Like I did to Chuck.
But what does get him going, I've noticed, is if somebody is going at Hank and then somebody else jumps in to defend Hank in front of Hank, like he can't take care of himself, that'll flip him the fuck out.
Oh.
If they suck at it.
Save your bitch ass from me, though, Hank. You have to learn how to do that yourself.
That's only if they suck at it. If they actually do a good job, then I'll
Hank, be
give.
quiet. Don't make me be racist on Juneteenth.
I
again.
challenge you to examine your history and find where you could tell the difference.
Juneteenth is already over.
Between what?
Whether or not they were doing a good or bad job at defending him. I don't believe he'd give a damn. I think he would immediately trigger on him.
Oh yeah, he does immediately trigger. He doesn't want them doing it at all. It's not about it being good or bad. It's about them getting in front of him. He can ride that wave of how dare you, but
Hank, would
You
you
know.
do that to me? Would you yell at me for defending you?
No, you're competent.
Okay, thank you.
I would.
appreciate that.
He
Hank.
certainly would, as would I.
I know you would. You would for sure.
I would just tell you that I was very disappointed in you, and I hope it doesn't happen again.
You would tell
That's
me. I
the
could
worst
teach you
punishment
better.
of all.
Like, is that something your mom would say?
Yeah.
Well, my mom's dead now.
Well,
Oh.
okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm talking about Flo's mom.
Mine
So
too.
let me get some dark Hank emojis in the chat for that one.
Yeah. I
They
have
didn't
an emoji.
refresh. They didn't refresh.
Oh yeah, you've got to
Refresh.
refresh. You got to refresh. the
Apparently.
tab.
Yeah, that's no good, bruh. Hold up. I'm going to have to mute up.
I was looking, I couldn't find the emoji. It's a need for fresh.
Now you can barely see.
You wouldn't like to disappoint Caucasian Sasquatch, would you?
And this chick looks like a dude.
Yeah.
In other fake news, this is not a woman.
No, I think she thought because she was at an alcohol treatment center that she wasn't going to have to reveal anything either. I mean, I guess her treatment center is this trailer, I suppose. But I think the alcohol treatment center thought it was suspicious that her child disappeared and there's blood all over.
Where's that, Tennessee?
You know what? I'm not exactly sure where it is.
Probably is. That's where all the fucking weirdos and creeps are from.
Oh, thanks a
What
lot.
about Florida, man? I feel like you might have sold Florida a little short on this.
Yeah, I was
Look,
going to say
Georgia,
Florida.
Alabama, and Mississippi are for sure the scariest states. So let's not
Florida.
even say it.
Florida.
No,
Alabama.
Florida's not scary.
Florida is. Nobody's from
Clearly,
Florida.
you've
Florida's
never
wacky.
been to Orlando, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
they've
go
got the
south of
worst.
Orlando and tell me how you feel about it.
I've been to Orlando. I've been to Miami. I've been all over Florida a bunch of times. I like Florida. I got married in Clearwater Beach.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, maybe you're one of them Florida people. I don't
And
know.
you're divorced, right?
Yeah, I got divorced in Missouri.
Well, there you go.
Kansas. It was Kansas.
Probably all kind, or it's because you got married in Florida. Florida is got the worst kinds of crime. It's weird crime.
Okay,
And
they have bad crime because it's always hot there.
It is.
Oh, no.
Super
There's more
hot.
to this.
And people have,
full
for
disclosure
some
here.
reason, it doesn't look
The
like anybody works.
The reason the worst crimes seem to come out of Florida is Florida has something called a sunshine law. So whether it's little Jimmy whacking it in the pool shed or great Uncle Harv peeping on the girls, anything that goes to the cops gets put out on the AP.
Yeah.
Anything.
It's nuts, man. It's all the crime, the crazy crime. And I always say there's no one's from Florida. So it's
But there's
they're not.
more to it than that. That crap is also happening in the other states. You just don't hear about
We
it.
just don't hear about it. Yeah. They say that about Canada. That's why people in Canada are happier, because the news isn't as scary in Canada.
People in
Like, they don't
Canada
feel
are
all
not
the-
happy. They're just passive aggressive and smug.
you
Their
think?
aggression comes out in a weird distilled form.
It is. They genocide people. They do war crimes for fun and then say, sorry, mate. And that's it. That's all you
Hi,
get.
Lola.
They say,
What's
I don't
up?
did they say mate there?
How's everyone?
Not
Hi,
so
how
much.
are you, honey?
I mean, we've learned that I'm the only one here who has empathy on the panel.
Oh my god.
That's because I took it all.
That didn't.
I took it all.
You didn't have any empathy. You said that they were lying.
I
Hank, the only thing that you took is a salty shot to the eyeball, you little bitch.
Hey
Lola, how are you?
That sounds like hate speech.
Yeah, he thought he was going blind. I had to remind him that if jizz could make you blind, then basically every woman on earth would be blind. Yeah,
I'm
at least one
blind.
eye.
I've got one eye.
Too.
Oh yeah, that's why your retina's falling off, isn't it?
Right.
I literally wear glasses. Like,
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess
Oh,
that's
you
what
wear-
Lindsay wanted to talk about.
You wear
last
safety
night.
glasses for that? Is that what you're saying?
What? No, I wear real glasses with like bifocals and like.
But you keep those on when you're around dicks, just in case something starts flying.
I should.
That's why women swallow.
Did you say
No? I only have them on when I'm at the computer, mostly, or reading.
Well, would you rather
This
take it in
girl's
the eye
just
or the
flat out
hair?
done. She's just dumb, and she thinks she's gonna get away with this. And
That's a
she's
he.
not.
Are you sure you
No, it's a girl.
Is that Miss Betty?
Seattle, Washington.
Yeah, that's
Where
me.
did you get that?
Hey, Miss Betty. How are you, honey?
From the top of my head.
I'm good. How are you, baby?
Good.
So that's where you remember leaving.
Honey and baby.
That's
okay.
Well, yeah, we go back.
We do go back.
Is that like some sort of weird Southern competition of the pet names?
No, Betty and I have been on the internet since the beginning of time.
Yeah, we're OGs on here.
Well, and if you guys can't find him or whatever, this is where I'm going to be for the next 12 months.
That's
What are you
what I-
watching here?
I don't know. This dude murdered his kids, and
This lady.
How are you guys going to communicate?
is trying to lie about it.
I'm not going to use my phone because I'm going to be here for the next 12 months.
Okay.
So if anything, I don't know. What else?
Okay.
That's it.
You didn't discuss.
This
that
is
before?
a Casey Anthony.
I discussed with her. I'm gonna be
Exactly.
here for 2 months, and then, but before that,
Yeah, I'm gonna kill my son. Then I'm gonna drop him off. I don't know where, and I'm just gonna go to this rehab in this trailer, and I'm gonna be here for 12 months, and then you guys can just figure out where my son is. How about
Yeah,
that?
she said she dropped the kid off for it and was leaving him for 12 months. But
Yeah,
she doesn't have
who does
numbers.
that? Nobody.
In a volcano.
And you
You
don't
know
know
what, I
the
was
girl's
talking to
last
someone-
name. You don't really know where she lives besides just dropping him off.
So
Nope.
I did 11 months in recovery because I was never like an alcoholic. I was more like of a drug user. So the only drug I ever
Lord.
used is meth.
Yeah.
I'm a conconnoisseur.
Roughly like
Did she say the only drug I ever used is meth?
Yeah.
Finally get clean on and
Not
off.
likely.
I tried all the time and then years passed and I do it again.
I'm not an alcoholic. I'm a connoisseur.
I'm here now.
It looks like she's still on it.
And then I did my second year, like coming back and like doing the group and stuff like that.
I think that's
2
a dude.
years. This is my third year.
I mean, she looks like a
clean,
dude.
and
She just has a horrible haircut.
She didn't have time to fix herself up.
I was a drug user.
Yeah,
so
she
I
didn't
was
realize
busy
cops
murdering
were
them.
coming.
Blood on her shoes.
Yeah,
Everybody does.
blood
I'm gonna
on her
go out, I'm gonna
shoes.
have dinner. I'm gonna do this before I drink.
Is she acting like they're just gonna let her go back inside?
Liquor.
Yeah.
That's
I'm gonna be here for the next couple of months. I'm just gonna go back and see.
You know what? Sometimes
Yeah, come back and get me
sometimes
when
you
you
can get
find
away
me.
with ridiculous things with cops if you play it right.
Whoa, this is going terribly wrong.
Who called the cops?
Her mom.
I hope. I just want to
Oh, okay.
figure
Because
out
she
where Sunday
actually,
got
from
to
what I
go.
heard just now, she had custody of
Unless we
her,
can do that,
of the
his
of the
injury was
She had
child.
bad,
custody
yeah,
of this
like the
child, but
blood
she
and
there's an
stuff.
older child that the grandma
He
had
jumped from
custody
the
of.
from the bed that we were sleeping on.
What a
to the ground,
snitch.
and then he just got
Yeah.
blood on his
And
head. So
the
I
mom
went
knew
to the
that there was
doctor, and
something wrong.
He's doing good.
Okay. Okay.
I mean,
she was trying to see her child, and she knew
expected.
there was something wrong with
How
her.
did it
Wrong
start bleeding?
when they were able to see
It's
this
just
kid.
started bleeding.
Can you show me like what side of his head? Do you remember what side of his head it was?
I don't remember exactly what side of the head it was, but
Oh, so she don't even remember where the trauma was, but she took him to ER.
Right.
Okay.
Like,
And then
they're
just
not gonna
dropped him
call
off
the
at somebody's
ER.
house. She
Okay,
just
so you
knows
don't-
the first name.
What time did it occur?
like
She doesn't remember
early,
the
like at
hospital
10,
either.
11.
10 or 11. Do
Oh.
you know what time it is now?
It's
Is
already
there more to that?
6:30 or about to be 7.
So how long were you guys
Thank
at the
you.
hospital?
We were only there for a little bit.
Oh, man.
We got there and we didn't. He didn't. I didn't wait.
You
enough
must
for
give
to
him
get
more.
I want more sugar.
Gotcha. Did you actually
I
go
like it
inside
sweet,
and
baby.
check
That's
in?
just the way I like it. Hot,
I
sweet, and
like
creamy.
it sweet
Tell him you
too.
were leaving, or did you did? Okay, you just said he's not going to be seen and left.
Yeah.
Feather or dot, Hank?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
For shame.
Just like, just like yeah.
Is there more?
Do you want to sit down? I can
This last one.
I can leave the door open. You can sit right there so you're out of the room.
Gordon.
What the fuck? She doesn't need to eat that. I need to eat it.
Because he was bleeding from his head. So that's why.
That's what
Yeah, now get in the car, bitch, because we're taking you down to the station, and you're never coming back to this rehab.
Well, that's scary. He's
Bye.
4?
Got it, and it's the worst prison outfit I've ever seen when she's in the prison.
Good.
Like
I don't really have
ugliest
to
outfit,
deserves
like,
it.
like aqua blue and black stripes
Thank
or
you, just a
something,
minute.
or Kelly green. That's
She
what
deserves it. I hope she's in there for life.
Hopefully we can
It was
quickly
self-defense.
locate him and
Mhm.
4-year-old.
Yeah.
move on.
A 4-year-old.
Yeah, 4 years
4-year-olds
old.
were wilding out now.
2 hours to get from Providence.
4-year-old
They started
self-defense.
gangs.
Yeah, from El Salvador.
Yeah.
Left for there about
Mhm.
10 this morning. Yeah.
45th trimester abortion.
They call themselves the Paw Patrol.
Again, I didn't want to wait, so I was like, let's go.
I didn't want to wait, so I said, let's go to the ER and take care of this, but then she just drops their child off somewhere she don't know.
High based Oracle.
I don't remember.
Did she actually take him to an ER somewhere? Do we
Yeah,
know?
or no, she says that she did, but obviously
Do you
that
remember
didn't
when you
happen.
walked
She,
in,
Right.
you know,
I mean, when you walked
she's
in, what
just
it looked
telling
like?
them that because that's why there's blood on her shoes.
When I kill you, I'll plan it out
Can
much
you
better.
describe it like when you
You
walk
are,
in the door?
you're
where
not gonna kill me, Flo.
In the front.
Me.
Oh, you? Oh, I won't let him kill you.
Front desk was checked in right
No way.
Not all about you, Crispy.
I said my
I'll
Don't
turn
worry,
you
if he
in.
has
I would
that,
turn you. I don't
his name
know.
is
I don't know if I could
His
snitch
name and
on you
everything.
though.
Okay.
You
Is
can't.
it going like this, so you wrote it
I'd be
down, or
scared of
was
the
it checked
retaliation.
in?
I'd have
I will-
Sasquatch after me.
So you didn't write anything on it.
I'll find a way to get Crispy inadvertently complicit in it so that she has to.
You would.
I will
She'll be more diligent about it than I will.
haunt the both of you.
Like a
My inner
We all know folks are gonna sell tickets so he can make more money. He's
Yeah.
a grifter.
Think he needed stitches or anything?
No.
I appreciate
You
his
remember
grip.
where his injury was?
Based
No, he
Oracle.
didn't need no stitches at all. He's completely fine, but there's blood all over my shoes.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Why
the
did I
cop noticed that
take?
right away?
Why did I have to time out Brown's boy earlier? What was he shrieking about you and GS for?
Well, I don't know. I was on GS's stream earlier. He had on rants, and Rants was ranting and talking.
Were you guys
bullshit.
debating something?
Not really. It was the it was the conspiracy corner, conspiracy theory, and I was just pushing back on a lot of what Rant had to say. So I guess in that way, it was a little bit of a debate.
Rant's a douche.
Yeah.
Bunny Christ is crazy.
I saw that Glenn and Easy are in a new gang. They call themselves the God's Eyes.
Oh.
Did he actually debate with you, Base, or did he just call you names?
Rant?
Oh,
Yeah,
you
no,
mean
he
Lucifer?
had zero debate in him.
Mm-hmm.
He has zero debate skills. He doesn't have facts. He just has an opinion.
Yeah, everything relied on how he feels, and
Yeah.
I mean, that was it, really.
He didn't resort to name calling, though?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Did he tell you to suck his dick?
I'm not sure he had a dick.
Well,
Because that's all he did with
his
me.
famous last words is "suck my
Yeah.
dick."
Oh,
And
no,
you're
they're not
goofy.
talking
Did he-
about.
goofy?
They're not talking about Easy, Betty.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Easy. Oh, that's a different
Yeah.
story.
Did he
Yeah, I
call
don't
you
think he has
goofy
one
when?
either.
Did he call you goofy?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't spoken with Easy in a bit, but apparently he did not appreciate my memes as well as Glenn, my community memes, and they're threatening to give me a cease and desist letter or some shit. I was
Well,
Fair
he can't
use,
pay child
idiots.
support, therefore
Fair
he's not
use.
sending you. He's not sending you
Fair
no
use.
cease and desist from Canada. I promise
from
you.
Canada.
Canadian.
Well, maybe it was just Glenn. I don't know. Somebody told me, and I was like, all right, no, that sounds right.
Hey, Canadians, we have privileges here because we're Americans.
Hey, will you stop taunting the Canadians?
Yeah.
And apparently them going around telling other content creators not to have me on and that they're not going to work with them if I'm on and some other bullshit.
Who was doing that?
Glenn, apparently.
Wait, Christians are gatekeeping?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, don't
When
have
have they not
historical
done
on your
that?
panel. I don't feel comfortable.
Well, Glenn, I never heard Glenn say that. He never said it to me, I guess.
But I won't have face talk on my panel unless I feel like having them on. Which is probably most of the time.
Bold
Good
move,
job,
Hank.
Independent woman, you're really brave.
No, but
Nobody
I
run
hear
tank.
You're a strong, independent woman of color.
Easy and Glenn are in a
And not
they're in
dead.
a gang, and they call
They're in a
themselves
gang.
And not
God-
dead.
God's
Too
Eyes.
soon. Too soon.
Do I need a bulletproof vest?
They call themselves what?
God's Eyes. That's the name
Oh,
of
That's
the.
so tacky.
Okay. Yeah, Lucifer. How about Lucifer's eyes? More like it, like his God's favorite.
Betty, you were number one on that list of that Easy went after.
Oh, I'm
yeah,
number one?
Yeah, he wanted to shoot. He wanted me shot in the face and in the side of the head.
Oh, you.
I'm sure you could walk that off.
Yeah, right.
That's
Oh
crazy.
yeah. I
But
just
when
walked
you
right
said
away.
you could have been referring to. There's several people here that Easy would go after. Or you
Oh
referring
no,
to Betty?
he said no. He came to my panel and told me, "I hope that you get shot in your face and shot in the side of your head, bitch."
I only heard the phone call where you like recorded your phone call and then played it.
My daughter, you mean? My
Your
daughter.
daughter, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he was wishing you good luck on your future porn endeavors. I don't know.
Well, no, I actually model for like actual real companies, and he thought he would target my face because that's my job.
That's evil.
That's what he did. But he's just a little kid. That's all he is.
Yeah.
I think their feelings are hurt. They're in their feels. It's okay. It'll
Should
be
we
all right.
like
rather look at you all rather than you?
He
Huh?
said that
They're telling you in chat that the camera looks better now that you have a drill in front of you.
He always sounds like he has something stuck in his mouth too, like, or he needs to like spit
dick?
up something.
It's a
you know
peanut
what I'm
butter
saying?
dildo
Like,
to be exact. Yes.
yeah, it's something in his mouth. I don't know. The way Easy talks is weird.
I've been nice to him, but he said that I sit up on Flo's panel and rip on him, and he said that Resto gave him death threats, and I laughed about it.
Resto did not give him death
I
threats.
know.
The problem is Resto was his money, and a matter of fact, all of his OGs, me, and all of them that was all with him at the beginning to build
Me?
him up, and
They're all gone.
we're all gone, all of us.
Good.
And like, I still have my OGs from when I started. I mean,
Well, listen,
some of us have at least one.
I went in
You know,
there.
floating around.
They're all over here, Betty. I brought them over here. They're all here now.
Oh, okay.
She regifted them to Flo.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Flo's much better. Trust me. I mean,
Who did you bring over?
I brought over everybody. Everyone's here.
Hey, Base.
Yes.
Did Rant tell you about the lizard guy that lives in the dome of the Capitol?
I think we were getting there, and I finally logged off. But yeah, I think we were getting there, Chuck. We were on the dome. We didn't get to the lizard yet.
Oh, okay. Hold on to your pants if you get that far.
Well, Sarah
Betty,
was
I
there,
haven't
right?
seen you anywhere. Where have you been, Betty?
Well, when I got there, all we talked about was flat Earth. Didn't get anywhere. I'm so tired of that conversation.
Yeah, my point to them is,
Oh,
what would it matter if it is flat? And he seemed to have some reason that it would matter that you can be religious and believe in God if it's flat Earth. It seemed like that was his point.
Does he believe in flat Earth?
The reason that it would matter is because if it is flat, that indicates way bigger institutional deception.
Yes, because the planet's magical space powers is tricking you and bending reality.
Right.
I think it's already big
agree.
enough.
I do agree with you there, Flo. The thing is, I already know that the institution is that deceptive.
Right.
But I agree.
Man, I
on
wish
that
you was
point.
here earlier when we were watching this crisis actor pretend like he was grieving.
Who, me?
The next Alex and Jones, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Base, do you believe we've gone to space?
no, we haven't.
That's a good question.
I know we haven't. I have proof we
probably
haven't.
Best
Stanley
argument against
Kubrick-
us occupying
Stanley Kubrick
space.
Said it
I-
15 years ago,
Stanley
and
Kubrick's
it's been
greatest
hidden
work.
until
Thank you.
then. And Apollo was the
Will
name
you
of
let
the
Sasquatch
actual
finish
production.
before you start going with your baby truther narrative?
I'm gonna go with
I know
no.
what's going on.
That
I'm not
sounds like the
dumb.
answer is no to that.
I wanted to hear what Sasquatch was going to say, not what everybody else
Okay,
said.
I'm pretty sure you've already heard it before, bro.
Okay. Okay.
Then shut the fuck up.
Check it out.
I didn't even answer yet, which is probably a good thing.
But that huff was almost answer enough. Answer me, please.
Yeah. I answer with my huffs.
I think
Please.
Flo we'll be able to put this together with just with the pocket full of screws left over.
I will.
Right.
Did you just like jinx me or something? What the fuck was that?
Try that was witchery. She's practicing witchery on you. I saw it with my own
I don't
eyes.
practice witchcraft.
And it was pretty good, too.
That was some bullshit, is what that was.
Flo, you know how
Okay.
I'm able to get in your mind.
Space Oracle.
Yes.
Do you believe we've been to space?
So I think that this is going to be kind of fence-sitting, but I think that we may have. But I think there's an issue with so many
bit.
people thinking that we definitely have. And despite the fact that the government has lied to us time and time again, the history books have lied repeatedly. I don't necessarily think we've been to the moon, although it is regarded as truth. I think that there's a lot of conflict in the proof. And therefore,
Okay.
I
All
don't
right. I'll accept
necessarily believe that we
enough.
have, but yeah, so.
I accept that. That you're willing to take on new information as it becomes available. May I approach your information counter with some new information that you might not have considered?
Sure.
Okay. So name one place on Earth humans have gone and they didn't screw.
And they didn't screw. Oh, I'll say.
Hank's house.
You're all right. No, we're not talking
Technically
about.
correct. Technically correct. I screw outside my house, so you're actually technically correct.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Go ahead, though.
So you're trying to convince me that in the past 40 years of us doing spacewalks, space things, space dip, we got a space station up there, and not once, not one single frame of anybody getting frisky.
Well, that
Mind control.
They've got those outfits on, Sasquatch, and the
outfits.
It would be hard to
Right?
take those off.
Because Inuits don't get
But
freaky.
in the space station, they can take outfits off.
Yeah, and it's not like the only reason we have sex is because we're just walking around naked anyways and happen to bump into each other.
Right, it's not random.
Oh my
So
God.
think
You know
about
how
this.
fast we would probably have sex if we were up in a space station?
Yeah,
On the ride there.
If the police
I'm
can
sorry.
turn off
The
their
very
live
first
cam.
time I look down at all of you crackers on Earth, I'm going to get my nut.
I know you're not talking to me, Sasquatch.
Yeah, he's 3% black, aren't you?
4.4 crispy. That's
Okay.
about 50% more than you described me as. I'm a little bit offended.
I'm sorry.
But think about this.
Happy June 18th.
Yeah, well, thank you. I do appreciate that. It's a little late, but I appreciate it nonetheless. So, Sasquatch, look, police turn off their fucking cameras that they need to keep on, right? Their body cams.
NASA has public feed. Anybody with the equipment can just sit down and down and catch the uplink, downlink. Anyway, you get what I'm trying to say.
I get it.
Anything that would be removed when released to the public is available to the public with the proper equipment. And there are enough Reddit trolls out there right now watching to know that they have bubbles around them and the lack of atmosphere in some cases. And these two things together, how in the world are you going to have 20, 30 people have been through the International Space Station at this point, and at no point in time did two of them, as Flow State said, accidentally bump against each other naked? Not once.
Accidentally naked.
Oh, because mind control program.
So if there's a space
Christian morals,
if a space sex scandal comes out, then I suppose I'll have to change my views now.
I have a logical reason why this would be the case, but I'm not sure I buy it. I suspect there might be something in the circulatory system that prevents erections when you're
Ooh,
pregnant.
interesting.
Right? I think this might explain it, but I have no evidence, and as far as I know, there has never been any science released on the data. So
released. He said released.
That and the ugly outfits. That would really not. I mean, they're. Really
I don't give
ugly
a damn. You ever seen Brokeback Mountains? Them men were just out there for a couple of weeks.
Well, I know. I mean,
Yeah,
but
you think they would
were
ejaculate
pretty
some
hot,
kind of
though,
information
right?
about, yeah.
I think it's interesting that Sasquatch just admitted he watched his Brokeback Mountain and he almost just threw it out there and without anybody grabbing it.
Wait, what's Brokeback Mountain?
You know what that is.
You know what that is.
It's that secret movie that you have rented.
No.
Sasquatch, I can't quit you. I can't quit you.
Cowboys that fall in love with one another.
Why you always going fishing? You never come
It's
back
the
with no
time
fish.
you got your back blown out while hiking. That's
can't.
Brokeback Mountain.
What was the line? I can't quit. I can't quit
I
you.
can't quit you.
I can't quit you.
He spits on his hand, and that's all you get, son.
Oh.
Yeah, that movie
Anywho.
actually made me sick.
Unfortunate I didn't see that.
Oh, you should see it. It's a real good one.
I think I'm good.
No,
I think
you
I'm
would like
alright.
it.
love it.
I don't think I would like it.
I promise you really would.
Wonderful.
All right. Honest moment, okay? It is honest to God, one of Heath Ledger's best roles. To pull that off and not walk away with every person on earth swearing he was gay.
Well,
To walk away from there to walk in to do the Joker, dude, that's chops. That is
he was
chops.
great in the Joker.
Sure, but he was
That role
great
killed
in
him.
Brokeback
That
Mountain.
role
Yeah,
took
that
his
role
life.
did kill him.
Yeah,
I
that's
bet
why
it was
he's
Brokeback Mountain that
here.
killed him. That was the
That
beginning of the end. He just
I think
You're
so
right.
too. I do, Flo. I think that was the beginning of the end.
Got his
man
back
was
blown out a
super
little too hard.
magnet.
once you go gay, you die.
Crispy, you see where Donald Sutherland died?
No,
Oh, yeah,
I
the
did
old guy.
not.
That is
I think it was
unfortunate.
yesterday.
Oh my gosh, I did
Yeah.
not see that.
Then
Wow.
on this day, the world became a little less bright.
Yes, absolutely.
Wait, isn't he
That's
the
a
one in
shame.
that isn't he the one in that spy one with Bruce Willis where he always has that giant like gun he took out of the teddy bear? No, that's not the same guy. Who the hell who played that guy? Remember he was like menacing that old lady at the airport and he had this giant freaking like Smith and Wesson.
Yeah.
Pulled it out of a teddy bear or something like that.
Yeah.
What the hell is it? Red, right? Retired, Extremely Dangerous. That was the name of the movie.
I couldn't watch
Oh,
that.
who's that
movie, man. It
actor?
was such unmitigated trash. I just couldn't. I would go to sleep and I couldn't figure out why. And then one day I actually watched a few minutes of it and realized, oh yeah, this is stupid. That's why I always take a nap.
Sort of like Wall-E. Did you ever try to watch Wall-E?
Oh, I love Wally.
All right, Wall-E has interesting nostalgia things. If you had children of the right age when Wall-E came out and you took them to go see Wall-E, you are a god among men.
Are you a child of the right age?
I had children.
Okay. Yeah, no, Wally was stupid.
No, my youngest, I have a picture of him in front of the TV with Wally on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a stupid
I
movie.
wasn't into Wally either.
I never made it. There's not a lot going on. It's just like kind of roams around and be's a stupid little robot.
He's the cute robot.
What the hell are you building over there?
A drawer.
It's our machine from
Listen, I'm impressed that he's able, like, I always tell my daughter too that
What's that, John Malkovich?
having somebody that's handy is like marrying a millionaire.
Yeah.
Dude, how much of that did I put together?
Did you say handsy or handy? Because I'm
Handy.
pretty handsy.
Are you? You
Yeah,
look like you'd be
Sasquatch
handsy.
probably not as
Let's put it
handsy as
together.
Sasquatch is though. He was pretty
I
handsy.
am
last
quite the international man. I have both Roman hands and Russian fingers.
Oh wow! Say that again.
You do kind of look like you're on Mount Olympus right now, looking down at the rest of us peons.
Well, I would pee on you, but I'm afraid you might like it.
Has it been bothering
Only
anybody
if you
else?
tell me it's raining.
Down in the bottom left corner.
What's that?
Everyone's just like that. I feel like
don't like when you're-
wall.
I like
He's
when you're
total
right at the
turncoat.
top.
Thank
Where
you.
belong.
Where I belong. That's right, Crispy.
You can blame me for that, based. I'm the one who called you out on that shit and was like, everybody puts him instinctually in the top right
I
corner
know.
because it's right. But I
Everybody-
guarantee you,
Pretty brilliant move.
put his
You don't
ass
put-
down in that left
Nope.
corner. Watch him just sit over there. And everybody's behind him and they're sneaking up on him and going to get him. He ain't gonna be able to take it.
Right? You don't put
John
baby in the
Malkovich.
corner. You don't put baby in the corner.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
John Malkovich. That's the name of the guy with the big gun they pulled out of the teddy bear from Red.
Who is it?
Okay, from Red, yes. The one that the really big gun scene that I loved was in Last Action Hero, where homie shoots somebody in the street and then shoots 3 times in the air and then screams, "I have just murdered a man in broad daylight." And somebody says, "Shut the hell up, I'm walking here."
Spurgin over here.
I'm spurging over here.
What about there was a firefight?
Heat, bank,
That's a good
robbery.
scene, though. That is a good scene, but it's different. It's often misquoted. Quite often they quote that as the attack at the firefight, but in reality, it was just their dad. There was one dude and them 3. He showed up and cut them to pieces.
Sort of like someday I'll show up and cut my son to pieces when I found out I got one somewhere.
Some dude is giving you all kinds of shit down here in the chat.
Yeah,
Me?
it's good for the interaction. I mean,
Who is?
Some dude, he's giving you shit about your drill and stuff. He's saying that it costs more than the furniture.
So what are we
yeah, that's
talking about? Are we just shooting the shit and chilling?
friction. Dixon. It's not movie night. It's watch Flow State build stuff night.
Yeah. What do you got? What are you working on over
You know
there?
how Cynthia's
He's building a satellite. He's building his own satellite. Doing
Hold on,
tests.
hold on. I
He's
got
gonna
one.
go to space.
I've got one for this. I did.
You're gonna go to the International Space
Oh.
Station.
Is this the one? No, that's not it. Is this the one? No, that's not it. Damn
Look
it.
at
Oh my
this.
God! You gave him power.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Damn it.
Make yourself giant and big, like you're like on the Parthenon there.
Flo just got
Caucasian.
more
Put all the
attractive.
peons underneath you.
I did one for what I call speaking down, and it's where the number 1 slot in StreamYards is the big one, and everyone else is gathered around as tiny little windows, so that someone can speak with the voice of God.
Yeah, get that one to live with Tommy, please. Tommy
That's why
wants that.
your imagination is out there. I mean, you've got a lot of stuff going on in that head of yours, don't you?
Imagine if I charged for it.
Yeah,
Imagine. His imagination is imaginative.
it is imaginative.
You were on some other stuff last night, Squatch. Man, I've never
Yeah,
seen
that
you
was
that
called
happy,
fun.
man.
No, you got to
Yeah.
understand.
Happy,
Me and Ezra have quite the long bit of lore in our backstory.
You were glowing. You were positively
You
radiant.
were glowing. You were both glowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was hitting
You're
on her
both pregnant.
back hard. I was dude. That's the whole reason I went up on that paddle was to go and light her up because she was sober.
I thought you just exfoliated, and that's why you were glowing.
Oh, no, it's Ezra. Ezra does it. See, Ezra called me out for some crap that I didn't even know had happened, right? Apparently, she was on the same panel with me a handful of times, and I never acknowledged her because I never made the connection of mindful exposures being Ezra. I just didn't think I knew this chick over here. And so she was kind of cute, and I didn't really want to, impose on her. So I just didn't acknowledge or a diss on her or nothing. We talked and that was it. The conversation took place and nothing was said about it until like 2 years later when she catches me over here and it's like two boxes in, 2 boxes of wine in, and she jumps all over me on Flow State's panel. I told her, I promised her, from now on, you will not miss the fact that I've said hi to you. I swear to God. And so when she popped up on the Raging Tomato, I was sitting at the Waffle House drinking coffee, and I was like, I'm going to have to go over there and talk to her. So I did. And once I got there, she convinced me to take a shot. And you know how alcoholism is. Take one shot, you're going to take another.
Right. You want to, you want to keep company and make sure you have, you're just trying to be social, right? Have a
Look
drink.
at your little enabling ass.
Yeah, she's trying to work one over on me.
Don't
I'm aware.
like Carol Ann.
Right. That's what I mean. Look I'm advertising. I need y'all to keep drinking. I really do.
Or else what?
Oh, it's my business, Hank. I need.
I call this debate with media. Right.
Hey, historical. What do you think about her liquor business?
Whose liquor business? I don't know what you
Crispy
mean.
treat. Crispy treat.
You got a liquor business? You have a liquor license?
She liquor in the front and poker in the rear.
Right.
Is licenses where morality comes from based?
I don't think so. No.
I'm not sure what. I don't know what Flo was getting at. What is it? What about my liquor business? I don't have one personally. I work for one though.
Ah, okay. Well, I think that alcohol can be used for good, but many times it's abused.
Yeah.
So what do you think the effects on society are of somebody who makes their living by selling booze to minors?
To minors?
People who
sometimes
mine.
minors get a hold of booze, so.
Well, I think that if somebody was knowingly giving booze to minors or selling, I don't think that's good. If it's accidental, then that's still not good, but maybe it's...
What about pickaxes and shovels? Can you sell that kind of stuff to minors, or is that...
I don't sell anything to minors.
Yeah, pickaxe, shovels. Minors, don't they need those things to mine?
Oh my God, the linguist.
God.
I see what you did there.
Be crazy. What is wrong with you people? It's called grammar.
Okay, this is a good time. Thank you, Rose, for being a member for 3 months.
Thanks for the money, dummies, because that's what you are. You gave me money for absolutely nothing.
Dummy.
I should have saved that one for roller skate, Texas girl.
But you should put it up on the boss.
I bawled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. I got so much cheese in my pocket, they thought I was a fucking calzone.
Also, hit that like button on the super chats. You know they're counting that now. So hit the like button.
Right. Good looking.
Yeah.
Good looking. And thank you, roller skate or Texas girl, for the cheese. And for giving me a heads up. I saw you in the chat over at Chaotic Truth. Give me the heads up about something was going on the Thorpes, I believe.
Oh, again?
I don't know. I just sort of scanned it and left. I do like information, but I don't like other people's live stream information on my own live stream. But that wasn't mine, so that's a perfect place for
All right.
for somebody to tell me what's going on. Yeah.
I can go find out.
No, this was earlier. Earlier. I looked at Grace's a little while ago.
Yeah, make sure you guys hit that like button so we can keep Flo in the algorithm. And hit that like button when you see a super chat. Make sure you hit that as well. That's being counted now.
You know, I've never seen Crispy give a super chat. Now that she mentions that,
Minors are drinking less these days.
That's my New Year's resolution.
Shots fired.
Shots fired. I know.
Which year,
technically,
Crispy?
she's
Like
the talent,
2030?
right? So aren't you the talent? Why would you have to pay to be the talent?
Thank you. Thank you. I
For
appreciate it.
exposure?
I literally, listen, I
To
spent
build
a
your
lot
portfolio?
I spent a ton of money last year.
On-
And when I
yeah,
counted
on
up how much money I
aspirin.
spent, I was doing my budget, and I'm like, I gotta quit with the freaking super chats.
Oh, so
So
well,
you don't get
at least Speakeasy got some money.
He
Oh
did. He got
shit!
some. Yeah, that's for sure.
You funded his tanning injections.
Oh
What
man.
the-
Oh no.
But I am.
Oh, yeah.
I have made up for that with all of my advertising. I've been giving you free
And look,
advertising, Flo.
and if anybody, before I forget about it, if anybody has not seen it yet, there is a tanning injection emoji.
Oh God, it's good.
Nice.
It's a good one. And there's a crispy treat emoji.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
yeah,
Easy's
so-
mad at me, man. I think he banned me from his channel. I've never been anything.
That's
but
good. That's a good thing.
That's where I'm at too.
I've been pretty nice to him, I thought, but I guess I was pretty mean to Wally though the other day.
He's really sensitive.
Why?
Yeah,
did
I'm getting that.
He's been
Are you
oppressed
fighting with
for
Glenn?
how many years?
He's what?
He's been oppressed, right?
Oh yeah, well
people
he's like
have been
he's in his
oppressed.
30s, isn't he?
Yeah, he just had a birthday. He's like 34, 35.
Yeah.
New
so-
debate: who's more black, based or Speakeasy?
Well, that's not even debatable.
It's
Yeah.
not
Hosted and moderated by Hank.
Yeah.
I think
yeah.
he's mixed with something. I'm not sure what it is though.
I'll pretend it is debatable.
Mixed with bitch.
I think it's
Wow.
retard, if I'm correct.
No, yeah. I went over there.
What am I walking into, man? Weird.
That was dry enough to work, based, even though it was
I
just
did
dry
that.
enough to
Have
work.
you
You're
have
right,
you seen
Dennison.
his baby? Have you seen the little boy?
Oh my God, he's gorgeous.
Which one? Doesn't he have
Yes.
three?
He has
And
three.
did you
and that-
notice that he is white, blonde hair and blue eyes?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well,
I
in all
did.
fairness, it may not be his.
Oh, it's his.
Yeah, you can tell it's his. He looks just like him.
Yeah.
Minus the blackness.
There's no blackness. Oh my goodness.
I think he looks mixed. I think Easy looks mixed though with something. I'm just not sure what it is.
His mom was something, but she's from the United States. But his dad is not black. His stepfather was black.
Ah. Okay, so he's step black. I got you. That
Yeah,
makes sense.
that's what he. Yeah, that's how
Okay.
he tries to portray it. But
Well, I knew that. I knew all
Makes
that
sense.
part, but I thought that his stepdad was. I thought he was like Middle Eastern.
no, they're saying that he's black.
Mm.
But
yeah, the
there's,
OGs
there's
are
a
gone,
poll up,
Betty.
and it's not, and I'm not talking about mine, although that is also correct.
Hold on. How did I not get in this list?
Caucasian.
Racist.
Caucasian.
Well, what's the poll?
Who's blacker? And it's between Easy, Based, me, and you, Chuck.
I think Easy is a Pacific Islander. Is what I think could be.
He said his daddy was Jamaican.
Yeah, no, not Jamaican. What was his dad? What did he used to say, Betty? It wasn't Jamaican. It
Yeah,
was.
his daddy's not Jamaican. His mom's husband is.
No, I'm talking about what
Yeah,
did he
his
used to say his real
Portuguese is
dad?
his mom.
No, I'm saying it, his real dad. Remember, he would say.
Oh,
was
he used
something-
to say Jamaican.
No, not Jamaican.
Yeah,
it
he
was
used to
something
say he was
else.
Jamaican.
Yeah,
but
he
I
used
found
to
out
say
his stepfather
Jamaican.
is.
Oh my gosh, I wish I could think of it now.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, nobody really goes. The funny part, the important part is that he's not black.
And
Thank
Listen,
you.
the other day, I was on a panel.
Hashtag not black.
We were talking. We were talking to that virgin. Whose panel were we on? The other day, Dennison, where we were talking to the virgin, the guy that was Indian.
Mel's.
Oh, that was on Mel's.
No, it wasn't. It was a different guy. It was the guy before that. It was the Indian guy, and we were on someone else's panel. He was Indian.
You talked to a lot of Indian virgins.
Yeah, we did this whole week. But
I think it was on Barnabas's.
yes,
Did
that's
you
it.
show them Bob's and Vagine?
But then I almost died because Lindsay was up there and I was up there, and then and Easy came up there, right? And then I was saying or Easy was asking the guy if he was looking at girls on the internet that were dressed inappropriately or were dressed like scantily clad or whatever. And he was saying, or just like naked pictures of people on the internet, and he was saying he said those are not the girls that you want to go or the girls that you want to go for are not the ones that send naked pictures to other people. That it's those are not the kind of girls you want.
Don't
And
chase the girls that dress slutty on Instagram.
Yeah.
You were chasing that thought around about 3 or 4 times.
But they're the ones to put out. They're the ones to put out. No wonder.
Not a speech impediment. You people stop picking on Crispy. She's fine.
Thank
She's
you.
fine.
ass.
I could see Flo twitching. I had to do something.
Well, listen. So then,
So if he's so
and
like that,
Lindsay was right
Crispy-
there though. Lindsay was right there, and then I was thinking like, oh God, because I thought he was gonna come up there and say something like trying to white knight for Lindsay or something, and then I just was thinking, oh God, how embarrassing, because he was literally saying girls that send nude photos, don't go for those kinds of girls. It's like, no,
Like
what?
Alicia.
Yeah,
Like
No wonder his strategy don't work.
Yeah, Lindsay. So, and
Well,
I
what
guess
am I
her
supposed to do with your pictures, Crispy?
I don't have nude pictures, Chuck. You can, so I am.
Well, me and Chuck do.
Well, I don't have any, so you could have stuck my head on someone else's body, but
Yeah, Flo and Easy are tied. Base, sorry, Base. You're just barely ahead of Chuck.
Pacific Islander.
Well, this is
Well-
why you can't trust stats.
If you put Base up next to Paul, they might reconsider.
Figures don't lie, but liars figure. Stats
Paul
are
does look.
conspiracy.
Paul looks like he's African American, but an albino.
Albino? Yeah.
It looks like a pussy to me.
Yeah.
Flo's got that picture of him.
You needed
He's got
a
that
spoiler.
horn in the middle of his head.
Well,
Forehead.
when I said that to him, and he said that he gets that a lot. He said that people always tell him that he looks like an albino African American, but he has said he identifies better with African Americans.
He's a wannabe.
We said that at the same time.
Right, buddy?
Whoever said that, Jinx Poke, you owe me a Coke.
You owe me a Coke.
And he had the balls to do a broadcast with people called Talking with Famous People. He was the famous person. Okay. If you go into these people fucking background, Jack Talcott, and you look at who they've been for the last 5 and 6 years, it's narcissist central. I'm the potentially famous person.
You see the latest Talcott clip collection there, Flo?
That Talcott clip collection, that was freaky. OTW played that this morning on Mel's, and it disturbed the chat. Were you still there, Chuck?
Oh
yeah, he played from
I would have left. I would have left when he showed up anyway.
OTW. You don't like him?
He's a wuss.
Oh, well, anyway.
He's spineless.
I like him better than when I first met him. And then when I first met him, we got into a big argument, but I like him better now. But he does let Paul kind of run his show.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Kinda.
I mean, he does. Yeah.
He puts Deep Throat to shame.
He gets mad. He gets mad when you say that to him, though. He gets really angry about that. He doesn't like to hear it.
Yeah, no shit, because he knows it's real.
Mm-hmm. So
just tell him to stop doing it then.
I have. I don't know what his plan is. Like, how are you ever gonna like respect yourself at all?
Well, I said that to him, that I thought that Paul doesn't say things on his channel that and does say everything all the bad stuff on OTW's channel. Like, he doesn't say anything on his channel. He keeps that pretty squeaky clean, and then uses his channel to say a bunch of fuck shit.
Every time he threatens me, it's either on my channel or his channel.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to sidetrack you. So, what was your original point with OTW?
Oh yeah, he played Jack's clips or whatever, and he played this one where it was like scenes from Jim Jones.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Yeah.
Jacktown.
Yeah.
Of course, Chuck's
got
seen
the
it.
whole chat, didn't it?
It's
Yeah,
good. It's good.
The whole panel in the chat got grossed out.
Yeah, they were freaked out. Mel had to stop it.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I think it's like, I don't
Is it
know.
gross?
Nobody knew what it was. People didn't even know. I didn't understand why OTW was playing it because it wasn't like
It's
nobody
not
knew who
funny if
Jack
you don't know
was.
the people.
Right. You have no idea. Like none of the people in our chat knew who in the hell he was even. So, or like, what is this? They didn't know if it was real or they had no idea. And all of a sudden there's like dead children laying around and like, it just didn't
His OTW's ability to read the room is stunningly bad sometimes.
I mean, I couldn't believe it. And then after we stop it, and Mel's like, "Well, this is disturbing." And I'm sitting in the chat trying to explain that it's just a joke or whatever, and like we have no idea what the hell's going on. Everybody in the chat.
It's not a joke though. That's
So you didn't know if it was a joke or not, but you were covering.
I did. I knew it was a joke, but I wasn't sure. Like, I knew it was a Jim Jones thing too, but I had no idea like who made this or he didn't even give us any he didn't tell us anything about it. He just started to play it.
Well, he put out two good shorts the last couple of days on Jack. They're funny as hell.
Yeah. So nobody knew what it was about or anything. But then the second one, he played another one, which was crazy. It's like, okay, you guys didn't like this one, let's play this one. And it's like, none of these people know who Jack is. None of them.
It was an abysmal failure, and so he was like, "Hey, let's do it again."
Right.
You got to give them some type of backstory. Let them know what's going on before they start watching a random clip.
Right. That's exactly right. And then I'm like, who made this? I was trying to ask him questions like, who made this? And like, what, I don't even, and he's like,
Also-
it's a compilation on Jack or whatever. I'm like,
Just praise God, man. Fucking praise God. God is so amazing. The sun, the nature, the earth, water, the way words work, the way knowledge works, the way love feels. God. Praise God, man.
Hell yeah.
I love the way words work.
Words and stuff and things.
It was also a panel on like anxiety and depression, and he plays a clip of people self-deleting, like a whole village of people self-deleting, including children.
yeah, that's what the whole live was about. It's like, it's about depression and anxiety and stuff. And like the whole chat was confused. It was rough.
I brilliant troll. I realized that like this is another one of those things, sort of like being able to read people's body language, like where I'm apparently the only one. Apparently, I'm the only one.
Body language. I've got tits.
Like,
Can you milk me, Greg?
Yeah, right.
I showed up to that panel last
my
night, and then I was quickly realizing that like I'm not only can I not relate to this stuff, I'm like taking away from everybody else's experience.
Yeah,
like,
you were out of you were not in the right crowd, and then
So was
someone called
Mr.
you a
Pie.
sociopath.
huh?
Someone called you a sociopath because you couldn't relate to anything in the you told everybody that they needed to like just man up or something. What'd you say? You're like
Yep, that's what he said.
I mean, I put it nicer than that. I tried to say like, here, guy, I know things are tough today, but
suck it up.
They'll be all right. And
right.
why don't you
Knock
just
it
solve-
off! Chump!
Get a
Knock
helmet.
it off!
Yeah, why don't you just solve your problem instead of being a little crybaby about it? But
That's
nobody
what
wanted
you
to hear it.
said. Yeah, you basically said that they didn't need to talk about it as we were encouraging them to talk about it. And there was somebody up there that just got through saying that like he felt better for talking about it, and like he was having such a hard time. And Flo gets up there like, yeah, and Mr. Pie did the same thing though. He got up. And said,
Yep.
he said
If
90%
Mr.
of the
Pie
time
is the
I'm
hardest
happy.
one up there, you know that you've got an issue.
Yeah, right.
Emotional damage.
What with Mr. Pie?
Yes.
Yes, yes. And I
What in
him
the
and I
world are
did
you
not,
doing,
him and I
Sasquatch?
did not get along very well. I was like, you're at the wrong panel, dude. You're
Yeah, he was
Sasquatch
getting
was
angry
breaking the
about
fourth
it.
wall up
Yeah,
there.
he
He's doing
was
something
getting
on the
so
internet
mad.
while on the internet.
You know
doing
why?
things on
Because
the
it
internet.
hit a nerve, Crispy.
Yeah, I think so too. And he said he went
did?
up there and he said, he was happy 90% of the time, and it was almost like, and then didn't understand why he couldn't relate, and then when I called him out on that, he was like, well, that's why I'm up here, because that 10% of the time I've been feeling bad, the last year. Like, then it's hard to explain depression and anxiety to somebody that's never experienced depression or anxiety.
Well, I think he's experiencing it right now.
Apparently, he's experiencing it right now.
He came up here to Flows and cried because his business. Nobody understood his business, how much he loved his plant.
I know. I gave him basically the same advice I gave the panel last night. That was not, the right place for it.
Yeah.
He talked about how happy he was and how you shouldn't talk about your feelings and that it doesn't help. And then at the end of it, he said, if it's any indication of how successful it is to talk about things, I feel worse. And it's because you're still fighting it and denying it and not talking about it.
He refused to say the word depressed. He was like, he was just like, I feel all these things, but I'm not going to give into that word. And he didn't even say it.
I want to go around to men on the panel and get everybody. I do not feel here. I came up. I do not feel better talking about my problems to people. I feel worse for it because I want to either solve my problem or just move on from it if it's unsolvable. No part of me wants to just have somebody feel some sort of way with me about it.
Right.
That makes it worse. And it makes absolutely no sense to me that anybody would be any other way. But Sasquatch, thoughts?
I try not to have thoughts or put forth ideas about people that I don't know well enough to predict. I don't trust people. I trust them to be themselves.
What about yourself?
You didn't hear what we were talking about.
I have no fucking clue what you're talking about, but I tried.
Hank.
If you don't have solutions to my problem, talking to you is a waste of my time.
Based.
Yeah, as far as would I feel better talking about my problems to somebody? No, I mean I don't think I generally do that in my life, and I don't think I would feel better, and that's probably why I don't do it. And yes, I do think that we want to solve the problem. So if somebody had the answer to solve whatever the problem is, and I think that would be good then.
Mm-hmm.
And as to Caucasian's point, I also don't trust people.
Well, these are, everybody realizes that.
All right. Next man. No, not Denizen. Just kidding.
I pretty much agree with what's been said.
All right, generally.
Hello?
Chuck.
Wake up!
I bet Chuck has a good answer.
Who's
generally it's apparently not there, so
yeah.
He's AFA.
He's talking to his therapist now. Okay. Damn, I done forgot the question. What the hell was
if you got an issue, do you want to talk about it?
I know for some people they get lost in their self and they can't directly see the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Some people have to talk it through in order to understand what the problem is to be able to work on it.
Yeah.
But what about you?
Not all people. Oh, I was taught to be a withholder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
how's that work out for you?
You contributed last night.
Yeah, I tried. I mean,
yeah, you did.
Did you have a good cry?
You did not.
Did you do better at contributing than me?
Probably.
Oh my God, yeah.
Well, everybody, have a good one. I'm gonna jump off here and go to
Good
sleep.
night.
I got a big day tomorrow. Nice to meet
Bye,
everybody.
Thank you for coming up. It's good talking to you again.
I know. Nice to
Right.
see you, buddy.
See you.
Miss you.
Nice to see you as well. And I'll be back. I'll be back now that I got Flo's channel again.
Yeah. All right.
I'll be back. All
Okay,
right. Bye,
good.
everybody. Thank you for having
Bye.
me at Flo.
Absolutely.
All right.
So
What
by problems, do we mean people feeling bad?
Hold on.
So-
Smoking auditor, let you go ahead and go, and then we can.
If it's problems I'm having, it depends on where it's at. I'll complain / talk about it, if you want to call complaining, talking about it, to whoever I think should be solving it. And then if it doesn't get solved within a week or two, I will solve it myself, whether they like the way I solve it or not. Other than that, you can either solve it yourself or you can go your whole life complaining about it, meaning that you really don't care about the problem. You just want something to complain about to get attention.
You complain.
Oh wow.
Oh, that would be Flo. That's a good description of Flo.
No,
what, a
Flo
problem?
couldn't relate. He just wasn't able to relate because, his problems don't seem to look like problems. He's a nice-looking man with a beautiful woman, and a whole audience of people that adore him and compliment him on a daily.
I haven't gotten a lot of compliments yet today.
Oh well.
Your hat looks great, Flo.
Thank you. So does yours.
I don't even have a hat on. It's just my hair.
If you did, well, your hair, then that's what looks good.
I think what we figured out last night, we ran a poll and people did want or do want, like, we're gonna do men's issues every Thursday.
Weekly, yeah.
Every Thursday. Oh my God.
Yeah, every Thursday we're doing them.
Society definitely needs to hear about men's
We're gonna
issues.
convert
No,
people,
Mel is gonna
yeah.
pussify like the corner of the.
Well, we had Angel in the chat all night, and
Ooh.
Monty.
That
So,
was
or not
There's
in
a
the
lot of
chat,
people
Monty
out there that need a reality check.
Well, bless their heart.
Hey, Flow State, your satellite is very shiny.
Whoa, you're screaming.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You sit-
Hank, what are you trying to do there?
Your satellite is very shiny, Flow State.
I don't know what that means, but I'm not gay. So if it's gay, then I don't.
Your
No
salad
homo.
is very shiny.
Satellite, the space thing.
Head is dome.
The space thing, the thing you send to space to bounce light off of, that's very
The
shiny.
rocket?
The thing he's building. It's a satellite, right?
Oh my God. He is completely clueless. He's saying satellite, but he's talking about bouncing light off of it. And I'm so confused.
Oh,
Like-
I
That's how they
quit-
work.
I just quit listening to him.
That's how we bounce radio
I wish
waves
I
around.
could.
Yeah,
But
light
you
is
don't have
bouncing
you
off
don't have the
of me.
ability to just like filter out things you don't care about.
But he's screaming.
Are you talking about the new satellite they sent up a few years ago to take pictures of deep space with a tennis-sized mirror on it?
Oh,
Talking about the Dave
Oh,
Matthews Band song.
oh wow. The light is bouncing off of me right now.
I bet Crispy listens to Dave Matthews Band, don't you?
I do not, but I did go to his concert.
Yeah, what's
Flo,
Flo?
were you on the panel last night when the chick that came on that don't blink came on?
Oh no, who is that? Who's that?
my God.
Sasquatch?
Hey yo, Flo. Hey yo, Flo. You hear me?
Hey yo, some dude.
Yeah, what's going on, dog? I'm just sitting back in the clouds listening, man. Great room as always. Thanks for letting me up. I'm gonna just chill.
Anytime, absolutely. Love having you here. You're the sexiest panel member we have by far.
Man, get out of here with that.
Got a
weird
great
stuff.
voice. Yeah, got the
Nice to
sexiest
meet you,
voice.
some dude.
Brother. You
Some
got a
dude's
good
got the
song
voice.
there.
All right, relax, guys.
Yeah.
I told you he was the sexiest.
Yeah, he is.
No, I wanted to come with these flat earthers, see what they so I could debunk all their thoughts.
Nobody wants to talk about flat Earth at all, ever.
I know. I thought they was trying to go into it or something scientific, computer network stuff. Because you know I'm a super nerd.
Yeah, we
Flat
don't.
Earth,
Nerd I've ever.
flat Earth, flat brain.
Flat Earth.
Somewhat technically
Even
inclined.
Physics would be if Earth was
Yeah, I don't
flat.
really know nothing. I just started.
Oh well, honey, they'll just.
I'm pretty sure you're making up that shit about algo flipping.
No, they're just going to tell you
Not
to look it
really.
up yourself.
Oh, you looked at me?
I
Yo,
looked up
that's
what
very
algo
easy to
flipping was,
do.
and
You
I've
want to
never
know how to
heard of
do
it.
it? You want to know how to do it? It's very easy.
All you have
Yeah.
to do is explain what it is, and I'll believe
I'm
that you're
trying
more
if you
tech savvy.
shut up.
I mean, I've asked you in the past, and you were unable to.
I don't even know you, bro. but hey, bless
That's
up. How you
okay.
doing? Happy Friday. Let
Do
me
you
tell
know what
something.
algo flipping is?
Yes, I do know what algorithm is. I actually do.
The
and
floor is yours.
If you shut up, I can take it.
So all this silence in between me talking is your opportunity.
I don't think I hear silence.
There's more silence. Oh, there's some more.
Do you hear me?
Enjoy the silence.
Okay, cool. Well, when it comes to algo flipping, if you know how it works, it's based off of certain things such as hashtags, which it goes and reference things from different servers to pinpoint things that I usually do in Cisco environments. But we put up certain firewalls, sometimes paywalls and things like that, so we can let certain things through to get populated faster. That's an algo flip. Go ahead.
And how do you algo flip a YouTube
Don't worry
stream?
about it. You don't sound inclined.
There we go.
Yeah, you want to
bullshit.
know the cheat code, but I don't give it.
Bullshit.
Okay.
Just
I'm not
don't
a
go
creator,
flipping
bro.
my channel.
I don't
So
play
I have
with
a
Twitch
question.
channels.
What we
Make
do
them
is we take
bigger.
hashtags and
The whole
firewalls,
thing-
and then
no, it's a
we
little
take a
different than
paywall,
that.
and then we put it over
That's
here,
an
and
understanding.
then
That's an
then Cisco and
How long have you been
Intel
in the- how long have you
and
been doing
Nvidia.
anything computer wise, Mr. Light?
Three decades.
Thank you,
All right,
Miss Friction
I'm
Vixen,
probably
for
the
the
same or a
cat
little
for the
more, but I've
PayPal.
been doing things before you can probably understand what I'm talking about.
There wasn't
And
a
come back
single
up.
thing that you mentioned that was
Okay,
that
do
I
you know
couldn't
how to
understand.
do you know how to sub
But go ahead and tell us how you can algo flip a
if you
YouTube
shut
stream.
up. Do you know how to use SOX5 proxies?
Yes.
Okay, good. So then you might know something. Do you know how to use anonymous proxies?
Yes.
Okay, so good. So you know how to open up multiple tabs with a script written in Python or something, like old school VB. Let's go C#.
Sure.
Okay, good. So then you understand why you asking me questions, stupid. You just want the math before I give you the answer, right? Doesn't work like that, stupid.
Well,
Learn
what
on your own. Learn on your own, stupid.
Learn what?
But you asking me, dummy. Don't challenge me.
You didn't explain anything. You just asked me if I knew some terms.
You answered yes.
Loud noises.
6 times in a row. You answered yes 6 times in a row to all my questions, correct?
I like chair.
How
I like
can
lamp.
how can a question
here
be
we go.
correct?
Yo, pull your skirt up. Stop
Is a
being-
question correct?
Stop
What are you
being
retarded?
sitting down, bro. This is the problem.
Crispy.
There it is. There it is.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
why
gay
is
because he
Crispy
can't
doing her
explain the
thing?
claim he made.
Dennison,
I
let him.
didn't say the G word. I said stop being sitting down.
He has the deliberately emasculating language from a feminist because you couldn't explain your
I'm a
claim.
feminist. Okay, cool. You
It
said
didn't
that
even
6
take a
times in
whole
row.
minute for you to capitulate.
Bro, you already lost. Cut it out. Doesn't work.
There we go. Now here comes the projection.
All right, you
right
ask me
on
a
cue.
question. Ask me a question now.
I feel like I'm analyzing my life choices right now.
How do you algo flip a YouTube stream?
I just gave you the answer and you admitted.
analyzing
You just asked me 3 questions that I answered correctly.
He answered
What?
the question.
Yeah, and you answered it. You said yes, right? He's a freaking dummy. I can't say
You
anything.
asked me if I knew what something was.
Yeah,
How
you
does that
said
prove
yes.
what you can do?
Well, it's
This is a good time for me to remind everybody watching that you can pay to have people's names changed, have them kicked off stage for very variable amounts of time.
Yeah.
There's a banner running through right here that I just put up, and there's more details in the description box. If you want to shut up one of these dumb motherfuckers, you can.
Try it, stupid.
And don't forget, for 40 bucks,
You don't have to
do the
pay
great
to
reset.
hear me.
Stick us all off.
You don't
and
have to
start
pay to
with
hear
the
me
first
shut up.
channel.
Nah, you ain't got.
It costs twice as much to silence Chuck as anybody else.
God damn.
Because Chuck's cool, that's why.
Because Chuck's a shady,
What?
shady little
Because
girl.
Chuck's a made fucking man. Oh, I'm still in full screen.
Yes, exactly.
He's a
Everyone
shady,
loves
shady
Chuck.
little
Hello,
girl.
everybody.
I'm definitely gonna have
Oh,
to.
shit.
Hello.
It does look good. You finally got the
How
resolution.
you doing, Mr.
right.
Flo?
We got Toxic Angel down there.
I'm doing good. Did you hear RBR's alive?
Oh, is he? He is alive.
He is
Well,
alive.
that's good. That's good news then.
Who the hell's RBR?
Oh, the most racist person on YouTube, maybe.
Are you
Real black
Absolutely.
radio.
But nevertheless, he is a friend of the channel.
Yeah, no, I ain't got nothing
naked on the
against.
show. When I do the show, I'm naked. Then they look at the show and they, am I naked? I mean, and I mean, this is how dumb the white race is. What are we supposed to do?
I mean, he's right.
He's not wrong.
Okay, thanks for that, Flo. I just let everybody on the other community know that good news.
What's that?
The RBR is alive.
Oh, Lord.
What does that even stand for? RVR? What is that?
Real Brother Radio.
Oh,
I
okay.
thought it was black.
Yo, we can actually, you did do the camera right because we can see the hair on your arms, Flo.
Fuck, I need to shave my arms. Wes Watson's going to get me.
How you doing, Chuck?
You'll swim faster.
Mr. Chuck, how are you, man?
I'm doing good. Yourself?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Especially now.
Batty, he said, I was naked on the show. And then he yells, "This is how dumb the white race is."
He shouldn't have been naked.
That was definitely not.
All
right. Joe.
He's
better
right about
smack
that,
that
too.
laugh out of that guy's mouth. He better not be trying to represent. Joe Cool's way too cool than that.
Oh, yeah.
Yo,
He banned me because I showed up with statistics.
I do like Joe Cool. He's funny. I thought that he was actually being pulled over when I first saw the lights behind him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Flo's being a
2
little
days ago,
dangerous
right?
now. He got bandwidth now, so I think he's going to turn into a monster.
Pulled over Joe Cool and go talk to him straight to their schnoz, man.
Based Oracle, he answers me and he says, "He is the cops."
Yeah. Have you ever seen Joe Cool dog walk some of these cops in New York? Or in
Yeah,
Chicago.
Chicago.
Yeah, he dog walks.
Doesn't he have a video coming out with Flo? I thought.
He does.
Yeah, that's real
Well,
stupid.
they were touching tips in that video. You don't want to see it.
They were touching the tips.
That one's already out.
Wait, Chuck, just the tip or the whole?
I had to turn it off. You know, I just couldn't take it.
You turned it off after they came.
Tip, but
what?
So
no,
he made a new folder for that.
Gay. We're moving on.
Yeah, that was extra gay. So where's the video up, Flo? Is it on Joe's channel or?
Joe's
It's not up yet. He takes a long time to edit things.
Have you ever tried to do like? Have you ever tried to do like cards with humanity on like a panel? Is that even possible?
Yeah, that's
yeah.
Don't you have to be in the same?
Yeah,
Is there any kind of thing that you could do like that?
Yeah,
You
we've
can
done
flip
that
it.
before.
Hold on, let me talk. You can flip it, but that's actually copyright if you do it like verbatim.
Oh.
Even if you do it like in a you'd have to innuendo half of your plays because the point is to do the most atrocious thing, and YouTube is not going to let those words fly.
Yeah.
Nope.
Crispy, how you doing?
Good. How are you, honey?
I saw you fall asleep. Yeah, on
Did
last
you?
night's stream. Yeah.
Oh man. What stream was it? I fell asleep twice this week.
Oh, I think it was last night's. It wasn't as bad because you weren't on camera as what's he go by? Nightly. Nightly.
90s.
Yeah, Nighty. It was funny when he actually fell asleep on camera, and then Flo State's like, "Well, rest in peace, Nightly."
Yeah.
Yo, why Toxic looking like Travis Barker? Go get
Wait,
caught.
where's that old
does,
black guy that's
too.
always falling asleep on your stream? Is he? I haven't seen
That
him.
dude
in a hot
talking
minute.
about Nightish.
Yeah.
Oh, Nightish.
You talking about Toxic? You looking over there like Travis Barker in that avatar? Go get Chloe. I think one of them.
Tested
Kardashian.
for
Some
herpes.
dude, I know you from another.
No, you don't. Nobody knows me.
No, I
People
see you in someplace else. I'm just trying to think where I see you at.
Yeah, I pop up here and there.
Yeah. You ever there, Nicolina? Or do you ever watch her? No. Mm.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, he's always racking up. When's the last time you saw him?
Not that.
You and your boyfriend.
Yo, you know how many
And your
times?
horse.
Ooh, I could
And
tell you.
90s passed away. Rest in peace. 90s.
He don't even know I got into a
90s
lot of
was
stuff. So where he does the
great.
people, I'm gonna do to him soon.
Gigantic human being. He had a great heart. We will surely celebrate his life. Thank you very much, 90s, for
It was a great life.
His
The
name
good-
was
they always,
Nightish.
it's always the good ones that go from us too young.
It is.
He was so healthy.
Yeah. And
Nobody saw this coming.
He was the spring of youth. He was
right in his prime.
when I die, please don't say that I
He had,
deserve
he had
it.
Right
so
in
many
his
good years
prime
ahead of him. He
rib.
had so much to live for.
He was the immovable object. If you know what
Don't
I'm
say that
saying.
I lit up every room.
Like he
lit
was
up every room.
Fatty's
that
And
hilarious.
this is actually that was actually live video, by the way. That wasn't like a picture that we talked over.
Yeah, he
Yo,
was racking
By
up
the
a hot
way,
minute.
Fatty's an evil genius. I will give him that.
when
That
Fatty
dude's an
was
evil
going at
genius.
the cowboy, that was so funny when he
Yeah,
said
he's an
Brokeback
evil
Mountain.
genius.
I couldn't believe it. He's got some comedic genius.
Oh, yep. He does.
Yeah,
Flo, I
but
think your best teabagging is that first one you
nah,
did.
Flo flexing on us now. Like,
On
look,
Tommy?
look, hairy
Yeah, I
arm
love that
Flo.
one.
Look
That's
at
a
the
great
hair on
one.
his arms, like with the HD. I think you did it in
What
1080.
is your fixation on Flo's hair?
Nah, because his
weird.
camera was looking whack the other day. Now it's in HD. I'm like, about time. He's flexing.
It is
camera.
interesting though, like how many times you've mentioned the hair.
Yeah,
It's fuzzy. You look fuzzy.
He's
I think
attracted.
it
You want
looks
to stroke his hair? Is that what it is?
Y'all taking this somewhere weird.
It would look
That is
super weird if
The-
it was shaved.
I mean, the
okay.
greatest evidence that this
Come
guy
on,
is in
guys.
IT is how goddamn autistic he is. I'll give him that.
I'm the one with
on,
tattoos all over my face, and they're giving Flo trouble about hair on the arms.
No,
Mm-hmm.
he couldn't get his camera right the other day. He's like, yeah, he was bragging, like, yeah, I got this new fiber optic bandwidth. I'm like, all right, Playboy.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
yeah,
He
I'm
did
sure.
get new internet.
Yeah, and he had his camera in 420. I was like, man, raise it up. Now he got it up.
Well, I just
mean,
put
for
cameras.
another $240, you can get Flo to shave his head on live stream.
Yeah, I
That
said
is
I
true.
thought that he should shave his eyebrows. I don't know why you guys said just the head.
Because I don't want to shave my eyebrows.
I know that's why I think that you should shave them. I think
Oh,
you
look
should
like
shave it to
Diesel.
500.
Crispy,
may
a
not
Marilyn
grow back.
Manson fan.
What's that?
I said
may not-
Crispy, a Marilyn Manson fan.
Yeah, no, I think that for $500 we should get him to do his eyebrows as well.
I already gave him that much.
Nah, bro.
No, Mrs. Blow.
How much do you see his whispering eyes?
See, her life is ruled by vanity.
Your eyebrows, right? Like
Ain't no man doing that eyebrows. Cut it out.
Eyebrows take 4 to 8 weeks to grow back.
Yeah, we ain't doing that.
And when they do, they grow back longer.
Hey, yo, but what man? Hold on, Crispy. What man is actually going to listen to what you say and get their eyebrows done?
Oh, I do a lot of men's eyebrows.
Oh, that's some weird stuff.
No.
I could shave them off and then just tattoo them on like I'm a Mexican chick.
Yeah,
I have a better idea.
It's totally gay to
Yeah,
have
it
like
could be
a really
done.
hot, sweet, nice natured woman.
You should
groom
shave them off
for money.
No, you wax them.
Who wants to do that?
Ooh, wax.
Wax them and wax them in the middle.
No, I lost a bet once, and my ex-wife got to wax my stomach as part of it, and like whatever she did
Was
did
wrong.
not. I don't know. She pulled it off wrong, or
She did
what
too
the
many
fuck
hairs
happened.
at once.
It didn't end. We did not wax the rest of it. I was hiding in the. I was wrapped up naked in the shower curtain
What
in the
was the
hotel
name of that
bathroom.
movie?
Like,
When
get
the
the
dude-
fuck away from me.
No, what's the name of that movie when he they waxed his chest? They waxed his chest and it was
50-year-old
real.
virgin.
Yeah,
mean to
he
laugh,
said
but
that
that
was the
sounded
worst
like-
pain
that
he
sounded
ever
like
had in
you
his
were
life.
attacked, dude.
Yeah,
Well, that guy with the
40-year-old
Oakland
virgin.
shirt might have won if he had come at you with
Yeah,
some
y'all
wax,
keep that.
wax
Keep it.
there, Flo.
Yeah.
The guy with that you knocked out with the Oakland Raiders shirt on,
Oh,
he
yeah.
might have won if he would have come at you with some wax.
Flo,
Wax.
Yeah, there's.
that one guy wants to box you. You guys should box.
Oh, you're talking about Based Oracle?
No, not based. It was another guy. Remember?
Oh, the other guy. That other guy. He changed his mind.
Did he?
Hold
Yeah.
on. Can I ask you guys a question? Because I'm new to the channel. I'm kind of anonymous. I live my life like that. Y'all go on out in the street and doing like interviews?
I have not. I mean,
Auditing.
I
have.
I have. I don't normally.
Oh, okay.
That would be funny.
No,
Although,
I mean,
you know
that's
what? I need to go to
cool.
that church around here, the cult one, the International House of Prayer.
Well, you
Yeah.
need to do the other thing first. The
What other thing?
expungement. The expungement.
Oh, not before I audit. Not before I go to a church. That's before I audit cops.
Flo, you can get it correctly if you put your phone to 6 VIP, or if you get a hotspot, which you could probably get with your package, And you'll have at least 5G, so you can walk around in extreme public without having no drops in your bandwidth.
Oh yeah, no, I can stream. I've streamed from my phone a few times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just no. And what Chuck is talking about, I don't want to do much harassing police until I get my shit expunged.
Yeah, they do that. I told you. Yeah, they be doing that a lot.
When you get it expunged, though, you do know that the cops can still see. They can still pull it up.
Yeah, I don't have priors though.
Won't be.
Yo, don't be one of those guys that go to courts and be acting crazy.
What is it they say when you encounter police? You have a certain amount of chances of being killed.
No, you got about 3 chances to getting in cuffs.
Right. Yeah, I would not go around and antagonize police.
Yeah, exactly.
no
Good
reason.
word.
Yeah.
Don't antagonize them. They've been having a long day. Might not have their coffee or something. Leave
Right.
them alone.
Yeah, you look at them wrong and you be in cuffs. Mm-hmm.
Every time I ever been arrested, I just take it, and I don't even talk any smack to them.
I wouldn't either. There's no reason to. You argue things in the courtroom, not on the street.
A lot of people turn traffic tickets into a felony real fast.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how you're supposed to audit.
I don't know why cops antagonize me. That'd be a good question for the cops.
Yeah.
Hey, who's this handsome guy right there in the middle? He looks like he's got a good tan in Afghanistan.
Took you out the middle.
Oh, there it is.
Tic-tac-toe.
Bait and switch.
Yeah.
Play tic-tac-toe with you there, huh?
Who's this handsome guy in the top right corner?
Perfect board, too.
Oh,
Yeah, this works.
I don't know. The best thing to do is be nice when you're getting pulled over, but when you're auditing, it's a different story.
Yeah, you know what's a good thing? If you're doing something wrong.
Do you audit or do you just smoke?
Who, me? I just smoke.
Oh, you puff it? Hold on, let me light something up. Dudes from
I
Tennessee
have been
smoking.
trying to pitch a series to the smoking auditor where all he does is go to other people audits videos and then smoke out on the cop. No, like talk trash, roast the cop from top to bottom. Buckle his badge, his shabby haircut, the bad, whatever you can come up with. But the bastard is so nice, he can't do it. He is physically incapable.
Yeah, because they sue. They got their
he's
their
not-
weapon is their video cameras now. You wouldn't talk to no country cops on a back country
Yeah.
road like that.
No, you would not.
That's not going to happen.
Auditor
There's nothing
video.
scarier
Yeah,
than
you ain't
small
pulling no
police
cell
force.
phone out. I can jam cell phones with something like a flip of zero.
That's
You know?
illegal.
Yeah, well, that's why I still got one because they can't.
We
get it.
respect the
Another
law
story.
around here.
Another story though, but you play with a cop on a country road, you ain't. Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing
Joe
scarier
Cool
than a
come
small
here,
town
he'll
police
get
force.
dropped like a bad habit.
Yeah.
In
Small
Hawaii,
Joe Cool hasn't audited places like Tennessee.
Yeah, well, listen, small town police forces are scary as hell. They really are. Do not mess with
Yep.
them.
Don't play with them, especially at night.
Uh-uh.
In Hawaii, they're notorious for taking people that give them trouble out into the cane field and giving them a good whooping.
Bro, I've seen
Yeah.
the cops over there in Hawaii, and they're like the nicest people ever.
Everybody's nice to you, Crispy. This is something you need to understand. The whole world will be nice to you until you die. You'll never meet a
One
mean
of the
person,
privileges of being a woman.
except for
And a
me.
pretty woman.
Thank you. That's so nice. Thanks for making my day.
It wasn't a compliment. I'm the one.
Jeez, y'all gave her 93 octane. You gonna gas her head up?
Oh,
Make it no worse.
Hide the freak.
You don't
He
even know
sounded
me
he
like
sounded really
that.
frustrated
Nah,
when he
you
was
cool,
saying
Crispy.
it.
You cool. You cool.
Thank you.
You cool. Don't
Thank
get gassed.
Does anyone
Well,
else have
I'm
a hard
going
time
back
looking
to
at my
bed,
avatar?
everyone. I've been up for about 3 hours now. That's more than a full day for me.
Oh.
I just came up here to say hi and sorry to everyone that I've been gone lately. I'm going to
Yeah.
try to be back in the next couple days more.
That's my
And
little
then
spoon.
back to my
Are you
regular
okay?
schedule
Are you feeling okay?
audience.
Uh-oh,
I'm doing
King
well.
Shenard's back.
Are you feeling okay?
Yeah, I'm just tired. I've been working like 60 hours in 4 days every week for the last like
Oh.
4 weeks now.
Oh man. We'll get some
Wake up
rest.
at 4 a.m., 4:30, get to work at 5, and don't clock out until around 7:30, 9 o'clock, and then an hour drive home.
Yo, you know what's
Wow.
good for your body when you got to do that? especially if you got carcinogens in your blood. No, hold on. Let me tell you. Cranberry juice and eat a banana for lunch.
UTI.
Yeah, but no, it helps keep your flow. It's what do they call it? A diuretic.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So you flush everything out, all the toxins. Drink cranberry juice and eat a banana for potassium.
And potassium, yeah, because you
See,
get.
they don't want to know. They don't want to know. See, I'm a weirdo.
It's a
No,
nerd.
you get you get those
all of your
muscle
life,
cramps,
and you have
Charlie
seen me show up on these panels. And Flow State also knows me as a African American person.
Hi, Vic.
How are you gonna
Yo,
let
what's
me
buzzing,
tell you
cousin?
how white you are when you
Vic
living in white
always has to point out
all
that
your
I'm
life?
white.
This
If
going
you've
left.
been living in whiteness all of your life,
This is
how are
about
you
to go
gonna
left,
let
Flo.
me
Yo,
tell you how
Flo, this
white
is about to go left, bro.
Come
Well,
on, man.
it is.
If you have
Vic
been a
always has to
Caucasian
point out
person
that I'm white,
all
and I
of your
don't
life,
understand.
you
I
have
have to
seen
point
me.
out that you're black.
Has Mimi ever been with a white dude?
I have
Absolutely
no
not.
idea what
I
was
do
in that
find
clip.
white men attractive. Like, what is his name
Some
here?
white men. Flow State.
Yeah, I think he's an attractive white man. I think I've dated white men, meaning I've gone out to dinner. I've never, I can't see myself intimate with a white man
How
ever
you do the
in life.
yellow with the black? I did the black.
She reminds me of Wayne
I do notice
Danes,
when white
Waynes,
men
or
are
whatever his name is.
attractive. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but just for me,
That's
I
Noel,
feel
isn't
like
it?
I don't want to sound
Yeah.
ignorant, so I won't say what's
Mimi.
what I
Mimi, let me read this. Let me read this super chat. Do you think Flow State looks good on a scale of 1 to 10? What would you give him? Oh, Mimi,
What's that?
what would you give Flow State on a scale of 1 to 10? I hate.
If I would say I would date
Twitter
a white
page.
guy, he would be a 10.
Okay.
Wow. Has Mimi ever been with a white dude?
Absolutely not. I
She
do
was
find white men
Gatorade
attractive.
thirsty.
Like,
Come on, man. Flo,
You know
she was Gatorade thirsty.
All right.
Mimi was a hard customer, tough customer, man.
I'm glad though that we're done talking about waking up early or whatever boring ass shit you guys were talking about.
Yeah. I
Hey,
just wanted
yo.
to see if he was okay. That's all.
Hey, yo, Flo, did you finish putting that together yet?
The drawers?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
you
test-
look. That
test
was
it 3
really.
times. You gotta
That was the
in and out.
sexiest you've ever looked, Flo. Putting that together.
Yeah, pull it. Do it in and out a couple
No,
times.
you just didn't even notice it.
You know
'cause
his girl is right there, right? Crispy. His girl is right in the back, right?
I know. I
She
know.
will smack fire out of you right
I
now.
know she would.
She's used to my sexiness. She didn't even notice I was doing anything. She's like, I missed it. I'm like, no, you were sitting right here. You're just used to it.
Yo, he got the new Cam HD and the good bandwidth. His girl looking like, I'll smack fire out of this chick. You better
Nah,
relax, baby.
Miss Flo knows. She knows. She thinks he looks sexy putting that together too. She does.
You gotta have them making babies tonight.
I'll be honest with you. I believe Miss Flo would probably be more likely to cut someone.
Yeah.
I don't think she's into punching. I think she'll like punch to kind of highlight a sentence or to get a point across to make sure you're paying attention. But I think when she becomes angry, it becomes a Wolverine
she does
berserker
look
attack,
dangerous.
sniffing snack.
Yeah,
She
you
look-
can tell.
no, I'll
She
tell you
looks
what,
dangerous.
She's one that is she's really cool, and so if you disrespect her, you've got to go real hard to disrespect this
No,
lady.
she looked like she'll put
She gives a lot of leeway to Flo, and so if you go super hard, and then I think people deserve it, honestly. They go because she's chill. She's a chill lady.
Yeah, but you could
Look at all
tell-
you people being scared of her.
Hold on, I'm not scared of her. I just know her type. Italian chicks that like her, like they cool until they snap.
I wouldn't admit it either. Some dude.
They trust me. I dated many Italian chicks from New York and Jersey. They cool, beautiful as crazy. Yo, some
The
of
cool
them,
thing is-
one of them will carry a mouthpiece in her purse and be ready to squabble.
Wow.
She's not really ever looking to squabble, and the cool thing is that, like, probably most of the time that she's mad at me, I don't even know.
That's cool. It's good.
But sometimes I do.
Good relationship. You got to ignore them sometimes. You got to, like, I'm telling you, my new earplug line is called "Shut Up, Biatch."
Do you think is that true?
What?
Do I notice most of the time you're mad at me? No, I don't.
No.
See.
Yeah.
It's called being in tune in a relationship. Y'all know when to relax.
Yeah. She's I I'm similar to how she is too. Like I don't get worried or jealous over anybody.
Unless they're the people that watch porn of look different from you.
No. Seriously, real rap. Get off the sex stuff. Sometimes, like when you live, because like I'm a stubborn, selfish asshole. I'm a professional asshole, and I'm rich. So I got very low tolerances for stupidity.
Oh God, the freak! You got to.
No, but when you get a good woman, you both.
Generally, are you
level
going to
out.
bed, or do you want to shift gears over and have that conversation, whatever it was?
I got like 45 minutes, 46 minutes.
Okay.
If you think we could get it started at least.
Yeah, actually, I
wouldn't
do.
mind. Okay.
I was kind of getting ready to wind down anyways, but why don't I just kick everybody else off and we can hit that topic, and then I'll then after that.
Wait a minute, that dude had stud muffin. His pick looked like some Guido from Long Island.
Hey. What's the situation? That was me in Afghanistan.
Okay, all right.
Well, thanks for having me on again, Flo. We'll see you guys next time.
Bye.
Does anybody-
Nate. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too, girl.
Feel free to steal your stuff if you want to.
You wilding with that pick muff.
Yeah, that was my heydays. That was back in 2009.
Almost military.
Yeah.
That looks good too.
Yeah, it's just to show I got a chin. Everyone thinks I'm hiding like a weak chin with my beard, which is I am hiding a roller too. Well, we can say that as a fact.
Crispy, say your things and show your stuff, and I'm kicking you out next because you will keep everybody here forever.
I will. I had so much to talk about too. Just come by and see us later on at Mel and Pandora's. Mel Pandora, no and that's
She's
it.
going live tonight.
Yes.
All right.
What's the subject?
I'm not sure, but it's I'm not sure. It'll be a
Men
conversation.
with vaginas. How to grow your vagina.
That's on Thursdays.
Okay.
All
Grow
right.
your man's vagina
Bye, Mrs.
by having
Bye,
him
Mrs.
talk.
Flo. Bye, you guys.
Bye.
Take care, Crispy.
Alrighty.
Got her mid sentence. Denizen.
Go. Do your thing. Do your thing.
At Denizen X on YouTube, at Digital Denizen X on Twitter. Follow me, or you are an incel.
That is true.
Tasty
not
spuds.
you.
Yeah, not me yet.
Okay. Chuck, talk to the people.
What do you guys discussing tonight?
What
I'm
was
gonna
the
have to
topic?
refresh my memory a little bit, but
Fuck. I don't even remember. Was it morality or something?
Oh yeah. Like, is it enough to no, it was something else, but it was close to that. Is it enough? Is it enough to not do a degenerate act, or one must?
You know what? I'm gonna have to take a minute and go back and look.
I don't remember what it was, man. I really don't. It's been too long.
Well, how the hell are you gonna have a discussion then? Well, you guys are rocking.
I was getting ready to go to bed, but I think Flo wanted to kind of discuss it. We can either push it off to another time, or if you can pull up the beautiful bean footage. I mean, I'd
Talk about it right now.
We don't know what it is, unfortunately.
Well, I'm going back to check the records and figure out what it was because I emailed you during the conversation when we were like, "Let's do something."
Let me check my email. Maybe
Talk about it now. I'm like the weirdest binary thinker you'll ever have. I'm non-biased, so I'm kind of like a perfect jury.
What the hell?
I see what you're doing there.
My video is blocked.
Huh?
The Weird Wild West. I have to trim out that whole segment. Dang.
No, it's a firewall thing that they're initiating within YouTube that they've been testing for a while. So they get people to do the paid AdSense. It's one that gets past it. Should I say it? Yeah, it's called uBlock Origin. It's the only one that works. And it's free.
No, it's one of my videos that one of the lives that I just had, Conspiracy Corner. At
They're using a Mac or a PC?
Using a PC for that one.
Oh, well, Control-Alt-Delete and see what's using up the most CPU usage and RAM. And then close that operation down.
No,
camera takes up a lot.
No, it's something in my video that was blocked.
Camera block, this and that. Are you uploading your video?
It's something that on my live stream that was blocked because it was copyrighted.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
But no,
I'm not-
I mean, you
I'm
sound
not-
like you know what the hell you're talking about with that.
No,
other
I'm
stuff.
not a creator. I'm learning as you talking to me. I'm just,
Gotcha.
I guess just troubleshooting.
No, you sound like you know your way around a computer. That's kind of
No, I'm okay. I'm good. No, I just started yesterday.
I doubt it. Yeah, I'm pretty much lost in the sauce
Yeah,
with a
but
lot of this stuff.
pull up. You need a free consultant. Like I don't charge nothing. It's free. I like to see people win, and I like to make people that what they're trying to do, like what they would like call people like stupid people that will charge you stupid money, and it doesn't really work. I do it for free just to see. I like to see people win. That's all I like to do.
Where are you from, man? Where are you from?
Free energy, please.
Oh yeah, I got that too. But
Where you from? You Connecticut or what? Where are you from?
Go over Unity.
Jersey, New York area, and all that.
Okay.
And
Well,
around in the
I
country,
got
you got
family
property and everything, all that.
I got family in Paulsboro, Cherry Hill area.
Yeah, I'm the weirdo kid. I was a thug that used to hang out in the Hamptons.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. If you need some help, computer help, I'll give you the most direct, without bull stuff, and free 99 best price. And every software I use is free. Like I've been telling people, if you got enough hard drive space, you can allocate RAM. I can run Windows Server, I can run Apple OS, and I can run any type of Windows OS all at the same time and communicate each other to make a box. And also Linux, Red Hat 5.
Yeah, I think. Hey, Flo,
All at once, though, on one machine. Seven operating systems running at once, communicating.
Hey, Flo, you got that FBI clip that you like to?
Based on the parameters of the example you gave me,
The FBI clip.
You know, the one where it's like FBI because they're getting raided. He's like, yeah, I can put all these different computers together and make a supercomputer, and I've gone to the moon 3 times. That's pretty impressive, dude.
No, it's not really.
Your children will be taught combat skills early as age 5 in order to crush the competition when they fully mature. Little Deborah and Jesse need to fire a pistol with precision accuracy while drowning out the screams of the non-believers. Good job.
Yo, genetically specific, so you change your name. You want to know one of the best movies? Because I used to do it with phones, like it was freaking making black boxes and blue boxes.
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen that movie, The Core, and they called that dude the Rat?
No.
All right. Say your thing and then I'm kicking you out.
All right. That movie, The Rat, The Core. And also, I did figure out the movie, hold on, Flo. The movie that I said that people can watch, it's a 7-part series. It's a movie called One Piece.
One Piece. I can't wait.
Yeah,
Like
it's pretty.
Peace
It's
as in
pretty
Peace
wild.
Pie or Peace?
No,
as in
it's
world
like
peace?
a kid pirates and wannabe pirates, but they got superpowers, abilities, and a great storyboard. But if you want to
But is it
watch another
peace
dope
as in-
movie,
hold on, man. Hold on. Is
One
it peace,
Piece.
as in world peace, or is it peace as in a
one
piece of cake?
ONEPIECE.
All right. Thanks for coming up, Crispy Treat. I mean, some dude.
All right.
Let's see. Chuck, talk your talk.
Did you ever figure out what you guys were going to talk about?
Why
Yeah,
don't we
this
let's
this
let
is
Chuck be the moderator.
Okay, he can say.
He's a
yeah,
made
that's fine.
man.
He is a made man. Sasquatch, say your shit. What you got?
I don't know what he's doing on his phone. That's what I want to do.
What I got, and generally specific is rude and unconscionable. I don't like it. No, you're good. I'm out. Peace. Much love. Don't let
Adios.
me make you down.
All right, so I think this is what I didn't listen to it. I just found it, so we'll catch up together on it.
4.5 years ago, before I became a Christian, I would be right there, right alongside you. I was a whole agnostic myself.
Okay.
Would
and I
you
would've
say
been
that
like-
you were immoral when you were agnostic? Do you think you didn't have any morals?
No, I thought I was probably better than your average bear, but I mean, heck, I just went on an apology tour for the last 3 weeks of the way I've been behaving. Pretty much everyone I've interacted with. I mean, I've got a long way to improve. I mean, I don't know if you heard any of it, but
I caught a little bit of it, but then I got caught up in something else. I've been over at Glenn's for a while.
So, I mean, and I was trying to get on Glenn's show this morning to apologize to him directly, considering I talked to him directly in a negative way. I meant what I said. I just could have said it a lot better and a lot different, and maybe in a different avenue or venue. Anyway, that said, so I like the fact that you have a strong pull on this, because I wouldn't trust someone that didn't have like a dog in the fight for it. You know what I mean? I'd be like, all right, you're just playing with me. You know what I mean? I genuinely think you're trying to tug on something here, that you got a thread that you're trying to pull on, whether it's to help me or
I'm sincere with the question. I'm not just fucking around with you.
Yeah, no, I can feel that, and so I'm not sure if it's, you're trying to help me, or maybe you're trying to help yourself, in a sense of like trying to get just one person give me an answer to this question that'll make me believe the way that I believed all these years is flawed or wrong. And so far, I don't think you've heard it. I don't think you've heard that answer.
Oh yeah, you're trying. Well, you think that I'm wanting to be convinced of Christianity or God?
I mean, if someone had the most, just jaw-dropping explanation to you, like blew your mind, like, wow, okay, I never saw it that way before, and just absolutely just knock your socks off. Would you still have the Donner Kruger effect?
I have more interest. I have much more interest in being right, or having the right perspective and worldview, than I do in winning this little discussion.
No, okay, so I don't think maybe I didn't say it well enough, or maybe you misheard what I said. What I'm saying is, let's say that I presented to you the most rhetorically genius argument, and I've heard you ask this premise so many times in the past. So either you already know the answer to it and you're just trying to clown people, which I think we've already talked about that that's not the case, or you're trying to seek something that actually has logic and it flows. It flows.
Sure. I think most of my interest in this is I'm trying to demonstrate something that I believe to be true.
That Christians are hypocrites.
That not just Christians, and that organized religion, institutions of man, they obfuscate the morality that God, if you want, put in us to begin with. We inherently know it is that
we're
just skewing our memory. Institutional laws confuse that too. I think that so.
No, that's interesting, but I don't want to get too far afield of what we were just talking. Oh, we were just getting. You're muted, by the way, Sarah. Oh man, I was just getting ready to.
Well, nobody says you have to stop, but I have to.
You guys are living in fantasy land.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No. I'd like to
Right,
continue this conversation some other time.
So before we get confused with all the extra talk there, or do we continue to expound on it? And dig
no, that's sort of where it ends, and you and we agree that we'll talk about it in the future. So, yeah, it's basically, can you have morals without religion, right?
Right. So, have you heard me say that a man with an argument has nothing on a man with an experience?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so like your argument is, and I don't even think that that's wrong though. All right, so let's say your argument is there's no such thing as God.
No, well, my argument was that
I'm just saying, for example, just as the premise. Let's say
Okay.
I'm not saying that this is what you're holding. Let's say your argument is, hey, there's no such thing as God, and I go, well, listen, I've got an experience that there is. And my experience would be impossible for me to relay to you in a way that you would experience it, because it's something you would have to experience, right? So your argument is there's no such thing as God. My experience says that there is, and I hope that you'll have that experience someday, so that you'll have that same experience. But I can't. And I think this is where religion has really, really, really pissed people off in the past. Either the Spanish Inquisition, the Bible thumping people on the head, the going door to door, trying to convince people to change their lives to fit what they think you should do. So I don't know. So the thought of
it's more basic than that. Like, if you experience Trump's, what was that? How'd that go? Experience Trump's explanation or something? What that thing you just said?
Oh, it says a man with an argument has nothing on a man with an experience.
Okay. So if you have an experience that lets you know that God is real, then you have the trump card for your own personal knowledge, but you have nothing
exactly
at all for conveying that to anybody else. So the attempt, well, religion makes a demand. The demand that others accept your experience that cannot be conveyed to them as if it could be conveyed to them is fundamentally dishonest and overreaching.
Well, actually, I think yes, to an extent, to a cynical person. So here's, so an important thing, like this, my strongest convicting or convincing argument that I could put forward. Now, it's an argument, not an experience.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, my argument has nothing on your experience. If your experience is God is cold, doesn't exist, or he's distant, or he's aloof, that's your experience, and that would override my argument. But if I have a testimony, right, I could share a testimony, but that's all it really is. It's just me sharing my experience and trying to verbalize it and articulate it. Now here's where there's a little bit of a benefit to a relationship. Say you and I get to know each other, and you start to realize, okay, this guy, I don't know that I'm picking up exactly what he's putting down, but he seems genuine enough. He doesn't not pulling my leg. He's not trying to manipulate me, not trying to sell me a lemon car. He seems like he's on the up and up. He seems pretty convinced. Overall, he's logically engaged me, and his logic is followed in all these other areas. So maybe
in this scenario, you might be more apt to maybe not buy it hook, line, and sinker, so to speak, but you might be more apt to be receptive to listen to my experience as opposed to just going, dude, get that out of here.
Sure. Absolutely.
Right. But if I'm just some jackass on a street corner yelling at you with a megaphone, telling you to repent, you're probably going to go, dude, suck it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. But here's where I think that, in my mind at least, people who are religious invalidate themselves is when you take something that is a personal experience and go, oh yeah, it's just like that one that they're passing out to everybody, right? It's just like the one that they're communicating.
Found that? Can you?
Yeah. So when somebody says that I've had a personal experience and it aligns with, let's say, Catholicism, just to use, let's say I'm Catholic and I know that from personal experience. Then I go, well, this is a massive institution that's in the business of selling its narrative on this topic. Is it more likely that you actually had an experience that is actually the same, or that you have convinced yourself that this is that you know something you don't? We gaslight ourselves all the time.
So well, that's interesting because that sounds like placebo, right? Like a placebo effect,
right? Yes.
So,
or groupthink.
Oh yeah, or I mean, look
That's
at
better.
Salem witch trials. Everyone thought they were seeing witches and witchcraft, and it turns out it was something in the grain. What do they call it?
The Wu flu.
Well, yeah, the Wu flu is another thing. If you're not wearing a mask, you're the evil. If you are wearing a mask, you're evil. Everyone kind of got real tribal, right? So the interesting thing is would you mind if I gave you my personal testimony? I'm sure I'll get mocked, but that's
Sure.
okay. So in
I'll
my
try to be
situation,
polite.
I mean, not by
Somebody
you,
was
but not.
asking
I
for
don't.
it down there.
I don't think that you would mock me. I think you would listen respectfully. I'm not saying you would agree with it, maybe. So my situation is my body's pretty destroyed. I can't lay flat for any length of time, maybe an hour tops. I have to have pillows around me whenever I'm trying to sleep, in the smalls of my back and underneath my arms, underneath my neck, in order to be able to sleep. Otherwise, I wake up in crippling pain every morning. That's not for you to feel sorry for me.
I don't.
So to the point where it was bad enough that just standing on my feet for about an hour, I would need to sit in a recliner for 4.5 hours. So I'd been going to this church, and they had altar calls. I'm not sure if you're familiar with an altar call.
What is that?
So it's like where you can go up to the altar, you can, pray, you can just kind of have an experience with God. You can hit your knees and just, whatever it is. You can leave things at the altar. Like for instance, I dipped for 38 years. I left that at the altar after this testimony that I'm about to tell you. The very next Sunday, I left my dip at the altar and never picked it up again. 38 years of dipping, gone. And I can't explain it, but God. But it could be placebo. It could be mind over
I did
matter.
that with Oxycontin, not 38 years, but I dropped Oxycontin on it without God.
That's awesome, man. Well, or maybe with God. Who knows?
Maybe with God. Okay, touche.
Okay. And so my situation was I'm sitting there, and I'd been going to this church for about 6 months, had never gone up to the altar, people talking in tongues all around me. It was kind of freaking me out. I was just kind of like, all right, what's this all about? So then I'm sitting there, and for me, I'm used to being in pain because I got hurt like in midway through 06 out of a Black Hawk static line jump from doing airborne training, and I got messed up, and I kind of like sucked it up, went to the aid station, kind of pain goes away, comes back, goes away, comes back. So anyway, I went through deployment with it, this, that, and the other thing, ended up getting medically retired in 2013. Shortly after that, I go to this church, and so I'm sitting there and I'm standing there for altar call, and I'm in pain. I'm in like a 7 out of 10. And for me to be in a 7 out of 10 is probably like because I'm always in pain. So for me to be at that heightened that level of pain, it was really kicking in. So I almost didn't make the altar call. Like I almost didn't go up. I almost still dragged my feet. And I just said, all right, God, I hear you. You give me a chance. Because for me, I'm like, well, that person over there needs it more than I do. That person over there, I don't want to distract God. They need it more. I'm okay. So I finally said, I realized that I was limiting God. God wasn't limited. So I went up to the altar. I talked to this black gentleman about my height. Didn't even know his name yet. It turns out it was Chris Walker. He was a former paratrooper, had a back injury himself. He was retired military. I think he was a lieutenant colonel. I found all this stuff later. So I just told him, I'm like, hey, I just want to let you know I'm kind of dealing with this back pain, this, that, and the other thing. And, I just, I'm like, hey, what do I got to lose besides maybe my back pain? Now, have you ever had someone explain something to you in a way that maybe it's like, say you're an electrician and I pour concrete. Now you might have a general idea of how electricity works, or I might, you know what I mean? I might have a general idea how electricity works, and you might have a general idea that concrete sets up and gets hard. But if we both understand what it's like to change a tire on a car, then we can meet in the middle and discuss it that way, and we can kind of get an idea of what we're talking about. So he said something to me that it just clicked. He said to me, all right, I hear what you're saying. He's like, you don't have to do anything, just receive it. I'm going to pray. I'm going to pray in agreement with you that this pain's going to go. And he said something to me I'll never forget. He said, but listen, he says, you got to leave it at the altar. He said, if you pick the pain up with you and you go back to your seat with it, that's exactly where it's going to be. And I was like, it just was like a key that went into my brain, clicked, and it made sense to me. And I did it, and I believed, and I didn't have any reservation for that. And so it was like, that was a Sunday. Wednesday, I'm like mowing the lawn, and I'm doing stuff around my home. And I'm like, I end up texting my wife at like 2:30 in the afternoon. I'm like, baby, I said, I've been going at it most of the day, and I'm okay. I'm not in this crazy amount of pain like I usually am. I said, this isn't placebo. And she's like, I mean, it had been like three and a half, 4 days. Well, because I thought
it's hard for you to explain. I mean, never mind. I retract the question because it's hard to explain pain, and
but so here's to your argument is like, I mean, you ever been to a concert? You hear your song, you're pumping, you're dancing, you're this, that, and the other thing, and then the song goes away and the feeling goes away, right? So it's like, okay, I was in there, I was in the moment, the church, I'm walking on water, I get the adrenaline going, I'm not feeling the pain, but then 3 days later, still not feeling the pain like I was before. I'm not saying I'm not in pain, but it was nothing like it was. And so then I ended up texting my pastor, and I said, would it be disrespectful? And I gave him my testimony, and I said, would it be disrespectful? I'd really like to quit dipping. I've tried it a few times, and it never really takes. I said, would it be disrespectful? I left my can of dip on the altar, and he laughed, and he said, no, of course not, man, bring it. So I technically quit on Saturday because I didn't want to leave an empty offering. I mean, what am I really giving up if it's an empty can of, right? If it's an empty can of dip,
you got that last dip in?
No, yeah, I didn't. I there was probably about a good pinch and a half, two pinches of snuff in there, and so I did it. And see, here's the interesting thing: my desire to dip, I can't explain it. It's gone. It's still gone. The repercussions of 38 years of dipping, that wasn't gone. And so my thought was, God was faithful. He took what I asked him to take away from me. But the lesson was, if I can just take it away from you and you go right back to it with no ramifications, back and forth, then where's the lesson in that? But so I suffered for about a good 2.5 to 3 weeks with withdrawals. But the crazy part is I didn't want to fill that with anything that the dip would have relieved that withdrawals. I had no desire, and I couldn't explain it. Does that make any sense at all? Or
it does.
So and the other thing too is that for 38 years, I always had a dip here, right? And my teeth, your average tooth is like that long, right? My gum line was all the way down to the bottom. I could take my finger. It's
probably starting to retract back up the inside of your lip.
Yeah, I mean, I could take my fingernail, put it underneath the bottom of my tooth on my tooth front, and then I said, Lord, give me something else to brag on you about, and I'm growing back beautiful pink gum line, and it will grow back slowly. But every time I would go to the dentist, they would try to get me to graft gum line from my molars onto the front because they said it would never grow back right again. So, I mean, those are three testimonies, and I get it, but that's my experience. So,
but none of those are God. I mean, like, okay, let me rephrase that. You're guessing, you're attributing.
Mm-hmm. It's faith. I'm having faith. Yeah. Which is, I mean, it's not disproving your statement, and it's not proving mine.
Right. Yeah. And I'm not trying to disprove yours or I'm not trying to poo-poo your experience.
You're thinking, you're processing it.
Huh? Right.
Yeah, you're processing it. I feel it.
So,
I'm not. Yeah.
Placebo effect is powerful. I just dropped a link actually in the front and the back chat of a video that I clipped from another person's channel where a psychiatrist walked me through a trauma resolution thing. Just a real quick, nasty version of it, but it sounds like a very similar process, right? Where you imagine the thing and then psychologically distance yourself from the thing. The mental process is the same, and it is observing that the memory is different from myself. Basically, was the exercise. Sounds very similar to what you're doing up there.
Well, they did a study on like Shaolin monks too, when they go into like a transcendental, like meditative state where they can just do some crazy things where they do their brain activity. They can slow their breathing down, their body, their biorhythms, their nature's equilibrium starts to kind of, So, I mean, but who made all that? I mean, were we just a colossal gloopy mud infested organism that was single cell that turned into a, you know what I mean? It's like, so like,
No,
it's
I
like
think
the
that-
eyeball.
I think that both of those are absurd guesses, and the truth is that we don't know. And I think that I think that the only faithful approach to that is to believe that we know what we're supposed to know, and so we're not supposed to know.
Well, do you think that we have blocks on our brains on purpose? Because I kind of do. And don't you think
that makes the most sense to me?
Yeah, don't you think that because they say our brains are like a hard drive. We use the average person uses 10 to 12% of our brain capacity. Now, if somebody like Jesus were to come down, now I'm not being disrespectful to those that are purists of the Christian faith, or I'm not trying to blaspheme, but you know how people call them Jesus freaks. Well, I think Jesus was a freak. I think could you imagine a human that was able to access 50% of his brain abilities? I mean, he could change the consistency of water underneath his foot to walk on water. He could change the vibration in my skin and cure my leprosy. He could, I mean, potentially. So I mean, there's the aspect of, you know, and the other thing I always said too, and maybe we're going too far afield with this flow, but where did gold lust come from? I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
But it does, because gold it's the medium of exchange, right? It's the currency. There's nothing more powerful on earth than being the central reserve currency. Controlling the money is the most powerful situation you can be in. So when it's the money, it's the power.
But long before the central reserve was a thing, long before, I mean, we're talking Aztecians, where they were basically craving the gold. They mined the gold. Everything was layered with gold. They had these cities of gold, you know,
because it was
El
a rare
Dorado.
element.
Right. Yeah, it's a perfect commodity for that use. And so it's wealth, it's power.
But see, here's the thing though, and I hear what you're saying, and there's an appeal to it, but I'm talking back before it had any attributable values as a weapon, or, you know, for its conductivity, even though copper is better than gold is. I mean, the obvious uses for gold now with the technology that we have goes, oh yeah, duh. Like you were saying before, a lot of it's in your phones, you know what I mean, to all the electronics. So that's what takes me back to, okay, we have an intelligent designer that programmed our brains to be just dumb laborers. And occasionally you get someone like Tesla, or maybe Elon Musk, if we're to believe he's really smart, or Flo, who's got, you know, more access to his brain than the average bear. You know, I mean, think about it. If you had access to 30% of your brain power with like a 200 plus IQ, you'd probably be half crazy, because I hear smart motherfuckers are pretty much crazy motherfuckers. They look like that to dumb motherfuckers. You know,
I mean, I don't have any. I don't reject creationism. I don't reject a creator. I don't reject. I don't think that. What I do reject is thinking that we're being given accurate information by the biggest religion on earth. And actually, that sounds. I think that if you even read Jesus at all, like, that's kind of the takeaway, right? Be in the world, not of it. There's nothing more of the world than the biggest religion on earth for 1,000 years telling you to interpret the Bible literally, you know? And so I think I don't think. I also don't think that we're given complete information. I think that it's been intentionally edited out a lot of important things, and that we're given. It's the profane. We're the profane, right? If you're familiar with the esoteric terms, and so it just, I don't know. I think it's just a recognition of where we are and what we are, and I think that we have limited memories, we have limited knowledge. We're supposed to have that, and I think that we are given intentionally deceptive, incomplete information about the important things, and that's how the power game plays.
Interesting. I tend to agree with what you're saying. Almost exclusively agree with everything you're saying. Actually, so let me give you an exhibit from the Bible, the Tower of Babel. So the interesting thing is, during the Tower of Babel, men were working together, united. They all had one common language, so therefore they were not of counter purposes as we are now. According to this is according to the text, from my understanding of it. So the purpose of the Tower of Babel, whether it was a metaphoric tower, literal tower, I'm not 100% sure. I think it was more metaphoric. They were going to go to the heavens and unseat God in the heavenly bodies. They were going to struggle with God, Israel, those who struggle with God, and they were going to unseat God. Well, God, maybe he said, "Oh, that's cute," or maybe he was truly afraid. So therefore, to your point, he scattered us. That's why now we're not just one quote unquote perceived species or origin. Some of us have darker skins because we go to different regions, so we speak different languages. You know what I mean? We're confused necessarily because it was too dangerous for all of us to be united. But my thinking is that the new Tower of Babel is the internet. It's binary. It's ones and zeros.
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
and it's the the core of transhumanism, or hive mind, whatever it is.
And so,
I'm totally agree with that.
So, and to expound upon that further, I'm not sure. Are you familiar with the mark of the beast?
Yes.
Vaguely. Okay, you have I have a layman's term of it. So it says that they will have the mark in their hand. So this phone is in my hand, and if
wasn't it on the back of your hand?
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, could it be a watch? Could it be an Apple Watch? But just feel me out. Maybe we're not there yet. But in your hand, right? So, and this has an apple with a bite out of it. That's interesting. Garden of Eden. So what do they say? The mark of the beast is in the hand or on the forehead. Now we're with virtual reality. Now imagine you're writing a book way back in the day, and you're looking at someone and they seem to have this mark of the beast, this technology in their hand and on their forehead, right? So VR is virtual reality. Evil can't create. It only perverts and taints that which God has created. So therefore, instead of going out and getting the sun on your face, people are going to choose to be get in their pods, drink the bug juice, have the VR goggles on. I mean, like, come on, how tempting is it for me to be in Red Dead Redemption world as opposed to this fucking bullshit?
Yeah, I'm on board with that shit too. I think that there's a big trap with technology, and it's we begin to outsource our life, and the more life we outsource to technology, the more we die, right? Like, and Google Maps is how I think about it. Because when's the last? I can't go anywhere now without just plugging it into Google Maps. I can't tell you the last time I actually used my brain to navigate.
Yes, exactly.
And I'm old enough that I grew up using my brain to navigate.
Exactly.
So the speed with which, and that's what freaks me out about the AI shit, the Chat GPT stuff is, boy, if it was that easy to hand over navigating, what happens when you outsource all of thinking?
Yeah. So another aspect of that too is, I just had it. It was freaking brilliant. What did you say like a second before about the navigating, the maps, knowing phone numbers?
The faster you die.
Oh, that's it. Okay, so hear me out. So there's a lot of, we were talking about this earlier, like, well, how did they build the pyramids? How did they make these perfect cuts? How did they move these giant blocks into place? Resonant frequencies, whatever. Just imagine that there was a technology that existed then that we have lost touch with. Now, the time of the pyramids, there was these little things called hieroglyphics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chat, can you do me a favor?
Can chat? Can you do me a favor? Can you pump a lot of hieroglyphics into the chat right now? I think we call them emojis.
And there's actually a hieroglyphic font too.
But think about that, right?
Yeah.
So the higher the technology gets, the dumber the people seem to be. To your point, and are we getting to that stage again where our technology's out surpassing and we're dumbing ourselves down into a dark age?
So and if you want to get really deep into the woo woo muck, I sort of think that it's like I read into the created in God's image thing. I think you may have heard me mention that. I think it's in His image in a creative capacity, and I believe that that may be more than just, I think of a painting and I'd paint a painting, right? Like I think that we actually may create our own universe. I don't know either way.
No. Expound on that.
Well, there seems to be something to the manifestation or the belief, faith, manifestation, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It seems to be a common theme throughout traditions, with different spins on it. But, basically what you believe will happen in your reality.
So it's interesting that you say that, because have you ever felt, Flo, like you're kind of like you're the star of a movie and everyone else is like an NPC extra?
I mean, all the time.
Yeah. I mean, have you ever, like, I remember one time I was like driving with my wife and we stopped at this like large intersection and there were a bunch of cars to the left and the right. And I looked at my wife and I said, every person that stopped right now, they got a life, dude. And I'll never know I'll never know their damn story. Like, but aren't they the star in their own movie right now? And they'll never know my story, perhaps, and it's like every single person here is going through a struggle. They got something going on, and I may or may not ever know what that thing is. Are they just extras in my movie, or am I just an extra in their movie? And
I think that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Go ahead and finish the thought.
I mean, that was pretty much it, And she's like, I never really thought about it. And the average person, again, and I've said this before. Like, say you're a genius, right? I mean, obviously you're a genius, Flo. But let's just say, and I'm not being mean, Chuck. Hey, you're not going to be made if you chuckle. But think about this though, Chuck, and feel free to pipe in on this as well. But like, imagine any one of us are a genius, and we're stuck, and there's 30 people in a room. One's a genius, and the rest are, I'm not trying to be rude, but morons, like medically morons. And everyone, kind of like the concept of Saw, there's a puzzle. Everyone has to unanimously agree, and there's a timer. And within a second, you see the obvious solution. Now, good luck convincing all the morons. And if somebody makes the wrong decision or jumps ahead or does anything, and if it's not a unanimous agree, you all die. So at that point in time, it's almost torture. That ignorance is bliss kind of would meet out as making sense in that category. Because if you just don't know, you don't know any better. If you don't know any better, what does it freaking matter? Right? And there's kind of a bliss to that, but go ahead.
Well, yes, I'm following you with the example. What's the point? I mean,
well, the point is, wouldn't it be torture to just be surrounded by people that aren't paying attention, that are just oblivious, and to wish that you could just slip into that same sweet oblivion, but you can't, because once you see things, you can't kind of unsee them.
I see what you're saying, but I don't know that I think so, because I think that at least the older I get and the more that I learn, the more I realize that managing other people and whether they push the button, what they do, that's not my place nor my concern. I actually kind of go the opposite direction, like, oh, you're a piece of shit, but you're my piece of shit, right? Like, I can appreciate you for the piece of shit you are. I don't have any desire nor need to change you. And it's just sort of a hands-off mindset that I get from engaging.
Right. So then you would accept the fate of, you wouldn't even try to convince these people the right course of action. 5 minute, your little sand thing's ticking down. They're walking around. One guy's banging his head into the wall, going, "I found the answer." And you're like,
I wouldn't go very far out of my way for it.
Yeah. So you're resigned.
I don't think that I really have much impact in it. Like, I can show people things all day, but nobody actually absorbs anything new unless they're already at that point internally, right? And then if they're already at that point, then they're going to find that either way, with or without me, I think.
Okay, so how could I phrase this, Chuck, that'll motivate him to want to solve the puzzle, because there's something on the other side of that door that means the world to him. And if he dies, he'll never, and they're relying on him to make it through and convince the other morons of the right.
I've been trying to figure that one out for a little bit myself, how to get him to crack that door open.
Yeah. What's the door? Sorry, I was distracted by the chat. I didn't follow the.
No, I just think it's an interesting, like, if and I get it. I don't think you're black-pilled. I just think you're like, fuck it. I've resolved myself. Go ahead.
I'm actually, it might sound black-pilled, but it's not pessimistic. It's optimistic. I don't think that I need to manage things. I don't think I can. I don't think I need to. I think that they'll go where they're going, and I don't think that's a bad thing.
Oh, no. Okay, so maybe I explained the scenario wrong. In this scenario, you go down with the ship. Like,
okay,
you don't
so
get
start the whole scenario over again.
Okay, you don't get out of the room. There's 30 people in a room. You're the genius, and then there's 29 morons, and you all have to agree on the exact course of action. Otherwise, if there's one wrong move, everyone in the room is gassed.
Well, what's this a metaphor for? Like, what in our reality
is to show you? It's to show you that the vast majority of people are sleepwalking through life and are wholly unconcerned.
Remember the old PC game Lemmings?
No.
Where the first lemming has to do something, otherwise all the rest of the lemmings walk off the cliff.
I vaguely remember hearing something about that game. Yeah, we're probably a little older. Is that like a Commodore 64 thing?
Yeah, it's pretty old.
Yeah. I don't think Flo's quite. I think he's probably got about 10 years our junior, maybe. I don't know.
I'm 37. I'm 37.
Yeah, he's about 10 our junior. Actually, 17. Wow.
So but that's the example you're using isn't reflective of reality, because we're not all on a ship together.
But it's not meant to be a reflection of reality. It's meant to be kind of like not like an unfair trolley example. It's more to get you to understand that. And I think you're already there. You're like, I'm not interested in this exercise in futility. I think you've already given the answer. You're like, okay, I'm not trapped in the room, and my life isn't going to depend on convincing these morons that they're going the wrong way. I'm just going to mind my own business and live my life as best I can.
Do you think that yours is? Do you think
no, what I was trying to do is I was trying to demonstrate how knowing more than the average person about how the world works can actually be mentally it could be a detraction from your happiness.
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely I do get that for sure. But I also think that that's up. Yeah. I also think though that like that also then if you keep going, I feel like you come out the other side of that and don't worry about it, because we're actually not all trapped together.
Yeah.
In that way, right?
That's why I think I really like your outlook, man. I think you've got like a pretty even keel, and just not a laissez-faire. I mean, that's not even the right way to put it. You're just kind of like, dude, you remind me of the Tao of the Pooh. Have you ever heard that? Winnie the Pooh.
I'm familiar with the two independently, but not combined.
So it's funny. Check out the Tao of the Pooh. It's just Winnie the Pooh. Like Eeyore's like, doesn't matter. Probably gonna rain anyway. He's all glum and black-pilled, and Pooh is just Pooh. He just is.
Yeah,
he's always aloof. He's always aloof.
Yeah, no, I'm insanely low stress. Yeah. And I might seem, I get kind of amped up or frustrated or aggressive, but in all reality, I don't have basically any stress at all. I don't remember where I was going to land that.
So what about morals though? I mean, so the premise of, is it enough to not do a degenerate act, or should one actively pursue standing in the gap against degeneracy when it's feasible and you could be effective? Not like you're not sacrificing your body immediately or yourself immediately for some hopeless scenario.
You're not out there with the megaphone on the corner.
So like, is it enough to like the scenario I would give was like, I gave Andrew Wilson this scenario of like, okay, there's 6 guys on a subway. You're one of them. And then one of the 6 guys is having his way with a woman. She's on her back. He's on top of her. 4 of the guys got their cameras out and recording. What do? Is it enough for you to not hurt her? Or should you take your camera out and film it for evidence? Should you intercede and yank that dude off? Should you just walk away? I mean,
So
what do you do?
I view sort of like, I think that we've had another discussion where I used an example. I view inaction as a choice for action.
Yeah.
So in that scenario, if I can stop it, and I'm aware of it, then I need to stop it.
Ought you to stop it?
I ought to stop it. If I cannot stop it, then I don't need to sacrifice myself in a vain attempt. Right. And if it's in the gray area, I mean, there's a lot of gray area there. It's not a cut and dry. I don't think I'm obligated to go seeking out issues to solve. I think that really the primary moral concern is not causing the harm. But like I said, I view inaction as action, especially the more certain it is that you could stop a thing.
Right. So something that's outside of your purview, you're not Batman. You're not waiting for the bat signal to go flying over there and, to be a vigilante. I received that.
And
I think
I think that I don't think all sins are equal. I do think that a lot of these decisions come down to which one are you going to prioritize. And so, if it comes to like preventing,
what do you mean by not equal?
I mean, some crimes or sins or bad actions are definitely worse than others. It might be bad for smoking might be bad, but if I walked into your house and stole your cigarettes so that you wouldn't smoke, I didn't do a good thing.
I agree.
So I think a lot of it comes down to prioritizing principles, or in a situation, you have to be able to think dynamically about the decision before you, because life isn't static, and no actual moral decision is ever as simple as they're stated in, say, the 10 Commandments. And so I think the point I was making trying to make most of that stream is that not only do I not think God is required for morality, I think that religion is in fact detrimental to the capacity to operate morally.
Do you think the Bible is separate from religion?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. I agree.
I think religion is where faith goes to die. I really do. And maybe I could explain that. I'll probably do a poor job, but
go ahead and I think I understand it intuitively, but go ahead and explain it anyway.
No, well, I want to.
Well, because I mean, there's 50 people watching, and not all of them understand it. For
right.
Sure.
So, I want to kind of address something before that, if I could. What you were talking about with sin, right? And I don't know the answer. I instinctively, in my eyes, I think there are some sins that seem to me that would be worse than other sins, but I'm looking at it in my eyes. Now, the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom, right?
That's what they say.
That's
I
right.
don't believe it.
And that I am to work out my salvation with fear and trembling. But God doesn't want me to have a spirit of fear in any other avenue in my life, right? Not even to fear death. So it says all sin is falling short of God's glory, and that's Romans 3:23. So that would be the scripture to back it up. I'm not going to sit here and proselytize to you. I'm not going to
you're good. You're good.
The Bible. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to say, okay, in my eyes, I would agree with you. I don't disagree with your assertion and your assessment, but I can't look at it through my eyes. I have to say, well, what does God say about a thing? Not what does Todd say about a thing? Because I might lead you astray. I will likely be in error. And at the end of the day, is Todd sending you to the pit of hell, or does God have the potentiality?
Todd is, but see that's I think the mental gymnastics that brings you to a false conclusion that you're not choosing Todd's will when you default to the Bible. Every choice or decision or action you make is always going to be yours and can never be anyone else's. You can try to attribute it to the Bible. You can, but every time you're doing that, all you're doing is you're making that decision for yourself, which is to bounce it off this ting ting. So it's always Todd's decision. It's never not.
Well, okay, so for an example, all right, let's go off of this, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I think you're way more right than anything. So, but let's do this mental exercise here. Have you ever bounced a check? Have you ever floated a check? Maybe you're a little too young.
I've floated checks. I've floated checks for sure.
I floated a check, when I was in the Army. So have you ever bounced one though? Has one ever kind of floated and then you thought you were going to get it and then you had to pay a penalty?
I've had one. Yeah, I've had one bounce, but like not get charged off.
Okay, so was it good when it bounced? Was this something you wanted to continue to replicate?
No.
Okay, so there was a cause and effect. There was a repercussion to making that choice, right? No one put a gun to your head and told you to float a check. You made a decision. The decision, you thought it would work out. Turns out you ran out of time. Things happened the way they did. Got processed a day before you thought it would. Bam. Okay, now you have the repercussions of the choice that you made. But at some point in time, you go, okay, if I continue to do this, there's a negative repercussion, right? It damages me personally. It damages me financially. It damages my reputation. There's all kinds of different aspects to it that aren't desirable.
Sure.
So when you mention bouncing it off of here, as in, well, here's your little rule book. Well, I mean, it's smart to know how to balance your checkbook, right? Otherwise, you could get into trouble.
Right.
So the same thing would be with your life. You want to keep kind of a balance sheet of, you don't want to withdraw more than you have available to withdraw, because then you become so over leveraged that you fall and you fail. But if you keep overdrawing and you keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, then you're really making a choice. You make the choice, but you don't always get to choose the consequences of the choice. But when you make the choice, knowing the consequences, you do kind of in a roundabout way choose the consequences, don't we all?
Sorry, say that last part. What did you say right before? Don't we all?
We might not be able to choose what the consequences are of our choices, but if we know what the consequences will be if we make certain choices, then we kind of do choose the consequences. Because if we still make the choice and we know we have to, there's a potentiality of paying the maker if we get caught, then we're making the choice and we're also choosing the consequence.
Right. So I would say, like in that specific situation, a couple things. One, about using the check bouncing idea, the balancing things. It's not wrong, but it's the Dave Ramsey version of
I'm
morals.
not familiar with him.
Okay, Dave Ramsey's a financial he's got a radio show and wrote some books and shit. But his financial advice is it's good for almost for 90% of people, but it's basic. It's pay off your debt, spend less than you make.
I know. Oh, I know who you're talking about. The Ramsey.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
But
the
if you want to be in
snowballing
the top,
payments.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Which is good advice for almost everybody. But if you want to actually become wealthy, you have to have a more intricate understanding of how credit works. Right. Okay. There's no point in paying down your 3% home loan if you can make 6% investing over here. Right. So you need to have a more nuanced or a dynamic understanding of the tool. I think morality
like
works the same way.
Rich people would rather spend other people's money in order to make money.
Well, yeah, I mean, yes, there's more nuance there. If I pay off my home loan at 3% instead of using that same money to invest where I could get 6%, all I'm doing is by paying off my debt is throwing away 3%. And I think that morals work the same way. Does traditional, religion? Well, really, all morals or all religions have sort of similar ethical guidelines, right? And I think that is good advice for most people in most situations. That said, I believe that every Christian I've talked to with the paradigm we discussed earlier killed their kids so they wouldn't steal, and that is insane to me. And that's what I see as the problem when you treat something that is just a book. I mean, maybe it came from God. I can't prove it didn't, but I have no reason to believe it did come from God any more than any other book.
So let's
hold on. But when you treat that as if it's God or God's word, you remove your capacity to adjust dynamically in a dynamic world to your own detriment. I think it
right, but I think it's about obedience, Flo. So I like how Based found it, and maybe you're the one that kind of turned him on to that whole scenario of the showbread, right? Where David and his men went in and ate the showbread. It was forbidden from them to eat the showbread. I don't know if you remember him giving that example of that's, hey, look, here was something that's against the law. You're saying God says stealing is against the law. You're not going to let your kid live. God would show you forgiveness if it was to save a life. That was a very good, valuable lesson for me as a young Christian. But here's the interesting thing too. I don't know if you're familiar with, and Chuck, please help me out if I bastardize this. Do you remember when, I think, it was Abraham and Sarah? She got impatient. She ended up letting him sleep with her concubine. He ended up getting Isha, Isaac, and is it Isha? Esau. So Esau basically birthed Islam. Isaac basically birthed Judaism, right, as we know it now. So when Sarah actually finally did give birth to his son with Sarah, God wanted him to sacrifice his son.
Right.
And this seems really sick and twisted to me.
Yeah,
I mean, it is absolutely, it seems like some level of like maniacal father abuse.
Yeah.
Right. But it's about obedience. And so the interesting thing is that Abraham was probably gutted at the thought of having to sacrifice his own son, but he kept saying, I have faith that God will provide the sacrifice. God will provide the sacrifice. God will provide. And he did exactly what God told him to do. And yes, would I do this? That's kind of jacked up. But as he was getting ready to stab his own son and sacrifice him, God stayed his hand. Now, this I think you might find fascinating, Flo. I'm going to bring you back with this one. Have you ever seen the movie Trading Spaces with Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy?
It's been years.
Watch it again. And I want you to watch it again. And I want you to watch it again in the guise of how God dealt with Abraham and how God and the devil were basically wagering with Job's life. Now,
Which
Eddie
is also
Murphy,
a sick Bible story where God's a douche.
What's that?
That's another Old Testament story where God is absolutely a douche.
So what I want you to do though is I want you to look at the movie where and the fact that they made this bet. Spoiler alert! Block your ears. It's like an 80s movie. Where they basically, these Wall Street moguls made a bet where they could take a homeless grifter, turn him into a Wall Street trader, be wildly successful, and take a wildly successful Wall Street executive and turn him into a homeless grifter. And they just bet $1. They were jacking with these lives, and they just bet $1. I mean, that's how. But the fact that even in the fact that in the Job situation, that the devil could sidle up to God and even play around with God and like try to get God to, to fall for it and to just allow a decent man who hadn't done anything wrong to God be played with like that. Do you know what I mean? It seems really sadistic. I mean, that would be
it is sadistic. The only logical conclusion is that God doesn't love you, and he doesn't hate the devil, right? Like you're on the outside of this dynamic,
right? Or it could just be about obedience.
It could be, but that doesn't change the fact that it is exactly what I just said. It is. It might be about obedience, but
or it could just be.
You have to conclude that God and Satan are closer than you and God are, that God does not love you, and that God has something to prove to Satan.
Yeah,
which is another disempowering thing.
That's a real interesting take. Well, you know what actually reminds me of too. Do you remember the TV show Lost?
Yes, I like that show.
Yeah. So that kind of speaks to kind of what you're talking about, where they were just kind of playing games with, Yeah, that's really interesting.
And this is where kind of I come back to if you take a step back and just try to look with fresh eyes objectively at the paradigm, there's no reason to believe that the Bible is the Word of God. And in fact, there's much more reason to believe it's not, like with the fact that it's a book, and you've seen lots of books and none of them have been that. We take it on trust in somebody else, and it outsources a part of us, our moral decision making, or it's almost like a sigil or something that you put part of yourself into that should be still part of you, because you have the capacity to understand morals without it. You have the capacity to encounter and experience God without it. That's how everybody in the Bible did it before the Bible.
No, your point's not lost on me, and so it's interesting. And I know you're talking about one specific book, i.e., the Old Testament.
It's the one we're both familiar with. It's
right,
yeah.
But to your point, and I get ridiculed about this from like a lot of these erudite, big brain people that think that they're so intelligent because they Polly wants a cracker, Thomas Aquinas, Polly wants a cracker, Thomas Jefferson,
Don Juan,
Polly wants a cracker. Yeah, I mean, so they just sit there and they'll spit out a better man than them who sat and pondered and uniquely came to a conclusion by sitting and thinking and reasoning, and then wrote it down. You think that you came upon that honestly and of your own knowledge, and then you falsely don't attribute it to who you got it from, thinking it your own idea. You get addicted to the smell of your own farts. You start thinking you're super smart. And I get mocked because I really try to avoid reading a lot of these books unless they're fiction. And the reason why what's that?
What do you mean? You avoid reading books unless they're fiction?
I usually, a lot of these like big brain like books, like philosophers and, Ayn Rand and like all these like, the Gulag Archipelago and all these brilliant like works of art, War and Peace even. I'm really reluctant to read these because I want to come to some of these things naturally of my own discovery. Like I'll give you an example. The theory of relativity or everything. Who's that guy? Who's the Hawking?
Well, relativity was Einstein, I think, and everything I think was Hawking.
Hawking. Okay, so Hawking, I guess, had written a book, and in the book, he talked about he posited that black holes were created whenever man got a little too close to an answer. That was God's way of saying Tower of Babel. You just got put inverted. All right. And I had basically said the same thing in Periscope, like probably 10 years ago. I'm like, no, it kind of occurs to me like man's trying to play God a little too much. Like, for example, the Hydrogen Collider. And they went and fucked around and they found out. And they just inverted themselves into a singularity. And he's like, wow, that's exactly what Stephen Hawking said. So here's a guy who's an adjudicated genius. I'm not even fit to shine this guy's shoes. But yet I uniquely, in my own time, in my own mind, came to that same conclusion, having not heard that thought, not knowingly heard that thought, certainly hadn't read the book. But think of how much of a nice little tap on my own back that is to go, wow, okay, so I'm not that far off with, how I'm putting things together and reasoning. And I think everyone has that ability, but a lot of people will just abdicate their own ability to think freely.
So, I mean, I see what you're saying. Doesn't that seem like you're maintaining more ignorance for longer in order to get the ego juice out of it when you do
that could be an argument. That could be an argument. But is there not a danger in parroting another man's words when, especially like my Bible tells me, putting all my trust in man instead of put my trust in God?
No, I think that's if you want to follow that verse actually. I think that it would behoove everybody to really take it all the way and treat the Bible that came from man and was written. As far as we know, God didn't hand us a Bible. A man did. Mm-hmm. And so I think that the Bible then would be treated like other books in which you take in, like, I don't necessarily agree with you do you, but I don't agree with the approach to other books either, because unlike the Bible, religious books are unique in that people who read them tend to put everything on
a lot of
them.
Investment.
This is perfect. It cannot be wrong. Whereas every other book you read, this is more information to you. You can take it or leave it. It just expands your knowledge base. It's not well, the Bible.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, it's interesting because I said the same exact thing probably about 5 years ago. I was like on a real discovery on Periscope, and I was asking anyone. I mean, I was hashtag putting Bible study, this, help me understand. And I was asking a lot of questions, in which case the Bible says, put not your trust in man, instead put your trust in God. I said, well, how do you square that circle? So the Bible having been written by man, what do? I don't trust it because it says it right there. And if the little g god of this world is the devil, would the devil not portray himself as the hero in this book written by man?
The light bearer,
right?
That's a whole nother rabbit hole,
right? And we can do that some other time. But do you understand? I'm not just some sycophant that just.
Well, I do it absolutely. I understand. And fuck, what was I going to say? I lost it. Yeah. Anyways. I think that you have to, but I mean, I think that you have to look at, this is what I was going to say. Put not your faith in man, but trust in God or whatever. I view that in a time context. Mm-hmm. I think the error is that we think that we need to know the solution to this problem right now. Mm-hmm. If you trust God, then time doesn't become an issue. You will learn it when you learn it.
Well, so this is what, and to put a fine point on this so everyone can get, all right, I'm like 20 minutes past my bedtime, but this has been a very worthwhile conversation. To put a fine point on this is what allowed me to kind of allay my concerns with how incongruent those two statements are. Put not your trust in man, instead put your trust in God. Book is written by man, therefore it's invalid. And so somebody pointed out
that I wouldn't say it's invalid, but it's not. Go ahead. That was too strong.
But I mean, that was my conclusion while I was still searching. I was very angry. I was parroting like a bunch of atheistic talking points, not saying you're atheistic, but I was, Dawkins or whatever, I was like, because these people sounded super smart and they, it appealed to me. And I wanted answers. And a lot of churches hate when you ask questions because they just want you to blindly follow, right? And so I basically, somebody had pointed out to me, and maybe Chuck can kind of quote it better than I can, but it talks about, I think the heavens and earth will by no means fade away, but not one jot nor tittle of my word will be changed. The law basically will be preserved. Meaning that was Jesus's promise, the red letters. I don't know about all the other stuff. I don't know about Paul's letters. I don't know about Timothy, 1st and 2nd Timothy. I don't know about, but I know the red letters is what I consider to be God's word will be preserved.
Well, we know that that's not true because slave Bibles exist.
Not sure.
The existence of a slave Bible, which I can drop a link to it, proves that claim is false. Demonstrably.
I don't understand what you mean, though.
I mean, the promise is that the Bible will basically the word will be preserved intact, right? So you can trust that what you're getting is it as it's supposed to be, and is not some bastardized version of it. But there are bastardized versions of it. So the fact that they exist proves that claim is wrong.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to say is if I had a Bible. And I don't know if you've heard, ask and you shall receive, seek and you shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. If you ask, okay, he who is without wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all without reproach, or liberally and without reproach, but let him not ask without faith, for he who asks without faith will receive nothing. He is a double-minded man, unstable in all his ways, like a wave on the ocean or on the water being tossed back and forth by the wind. I hope I did that justice. That is really important. So is it possible that I can get a fragmented word from a Bible written by man hastily and in desperation and ask God to reveal something? Is not the scriptures, according to the Bible, already written on our hearts, but are we willing to access it? Are we willing to pay attention? What makes that 5 or 6 year old little girl look over her shoulder when she's stealing a cookie out of the cookie jar when mom just told her, don't you dare do that, like 5 minutes ago? How can she know right from wrong in that moment unless it's written on her heart? Because technically she's not even at the age of accountability according to the Bible, but yet something is telling her what I'm doing is wrong and I shan't do it. I ought not do it, but I really want to because the flesh wants that cookie.
I mean, is it? I guess I would ask: is she actually engaging morally, or is that just recognition of the mechanics of crime and punishment, basically?
I mean, and that's a question, but I would say, that it's the flesh. The pull of the flesh is very strong, and if you think about the three parts of it, right? I look at it like this, right? And again, this we can end after this, or you have the last word because I've been talking a lot. Please have the last word. Or just say that's it. We'll do it another time and interrupt me if you need to. But I look at it like your soul is your head, it's your brain, right? Your flesh is your flesh, and your spirit is your heart. Now the flesh is always trying to get the soul to pay attention to the flesh. Look at me, look at me, look at that hot little girl with the swaying hips going back and forth. She looks fertile. That's going to get your attention. Go forth, be fruitful, and multiply. Men can't kind of help it. It's how we're programmed. Blame God, not me. And it's not, doesn't mean that you act on it. So you're supposed to hold those thoughts captive, right? So, and then
I mean, go ahead.
But the heart says, don't act on that. You have a good woman at home. She's borne you 3 children. Why would you turn your head over there? No, go home to your good wife. So that's the heart. The heart's trying to get you to go. It's like Jiminy the Cricket. It's like the devil and the angel on the shoulders. Remember the little cartoons and Looney Tunes? Like, oh, you want to do this?
Sure.
No, don't do that. So that's kind of like the soul is the brain, the choice you make, the free will you make. It starts to have it's like a pick-a-path book. Have you ever messed with those when you were a kid?
Yes. Yeah.
So it's like, and so when people are like, well, is it, do we have free will or is everything predetermined? Well, if God was the most powerful super computer that has ever been thought of or discovered or even conceived of, how can he know everything that I'm ever going to do and I still have free will? Well, if God has written the book from the end to the beginning, he knows every single path that you can possibly, by every absolute millisecond, every decision that would be arrayed before you, he has it all mapped out. Now you just get to pick the path. So he already knows where you're going to end up in all these trillions and trillions of billions or quadzillion choices that you can make. He'll know what you'll end up being in one of those paths.
Sure.
I know it sounds crazy, but
no, I mean, like, that makes sense. If God is, as God's typically understood, then of course, then that would necessarily have to be true.
Do you have any thoughts? Anything you want me to think about or ruminate on? Maybe
I want to
in the future.
Yeah, I want to circle back around. Damn it, I just lost the comment I had up on the screen. There was you mentioned obedience earlier, and I see the freak in the chat just mentioned authority, and I firmly reject both of those as virtues because they're generally contextless. It's basically self-serving, right? The Bible, the Pharisees, what the fuck ever, whatever, whoever is telling you obey me has a conflict of interest. And I don't think that there's virtue in just being obedient. In fact, I think that there's cowardice in it most of the time in life, because this is our life. It's not anyone else's life. And I think that most people who are obedient do such out of cowardice or mental laziness. So I think that it's an anti-virtue.
Yeah, it sounds to me like what you're saying is that freedom is freeing, but some people find slavery as freeing because then they're free from having to make decisions. And I'm not talking traditional slavery. I'm talking like, when do you get up? When do you go to work? When do you take your break? When do you, when you come home? When you're, you know what I mean? That people want to be told what to do. They don't want to make their own decisions because freedom is freaking messy and it can be dangerous. Right. It's hard. Yeah. But I don't think you struggle with that.
No, not at all. I think, and this actually probably has, I'm sure that I'm speaking from my temperamental bias to an extent, but I also don't know how I haven't figured out how I could be logically wrong when I say that I think free will is the crux of everything. I view sin as a violation of somebody else's free will. And I view, that's the primary gift from God, right? That's what separates us from animals. And I think that that's it. And if you are obedient, you voluntarily throw away your free will.
Interesting.
Okay. Let's just think of what you're familiar with what like an automaton is or a golem, right? Like a
Sort of
robot.
like- yeah.
I mean, if it's programmed, which I think we've discussed, there seems like there is a little bit of a parameter programming going on. Like there does seem to be some kind of blocks, some inhibitions in being able to do all the things we might want to do. Let's talk about that some other time, dude, because I could sit here and go back and forth with you all night, man. This is
all right.
I'm very happy, dude. I love having these kind of conversations.
Me
Chuck,
too.
do you have
It was a good talk.
Do you have anything you want to admonish me about that I've said I said tonight that I've gotten wrong, Chuck? He's asleep.
All right. I'm going to throw you both in back unless you got anything else you want to say. Thank you for joining. Thank you. It was a good talk, and we'll have to do it again.
Take care. Thank you all.
All right. I'm going to address some of these comments real quick. God has no right to ask you to obey him. God wouldn't have to ask me. I would not be able to not obey God. What you're referring to is rules from men. You're confusing the source when you ask the question. So sure, God has a right to ask me to do things. God couldn't, I mean, it couldn't be otherwise. Let's see. Yep, and I think that my answer to that speaks to this as well. So you are your own God. No, I'm a free will being who uses my free will in the capacity that is given to me. I can't manifest life. You know, I can't create a new animal. I can't flap my arms and fly. I can't change the basic structure of the reality we live in. I am in charge of myself to the ability I have the capacity to be. We all are. This question is deceptive in and of itself because it implies that you're not making all of your own decisions every moment that you make them, but you are. You might reference something else and say, well, I'm not making this decision, God is. No, you're making the decision every time. You're just choosing to do what somebody else tells you, but it's still your decision, and it was never God's decision. Let me rephrase that. God isn't the book, and God isn't your priest. If God makes a decision, you don't get any say in it. It is really like, it is what it is. But when you go and check your manual that you got from your priest, you know, that's not from God. That's not God's decision. That's not God's will, if you will. Because God can certainly, he doesn't need to ask you nicely with a note that he passed through other people, thousands of other people. That's, it's kind of absurd, honestly, to think that, or to treat the book as if it's God, or the church, or the clergy, whatever. To treat any of these things as if they're God is, I don't know, blasphemous. I don't know. It just sounds silly. So, no, I'm not my own God, obviously. Yes, I am absolutely in charge of my own decisions, as we all are, as we should be. I just am not lying to myself about it and handing it off to another man. Oh, and the freak had a comment earlier. The one that I wanted to address said something like, "This is the problem with non-believers. Or something like, non-believers tend to trust science." Da 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 da. And I would say this is the problem with believers, is that they demand you be categorized in one thing or the other. What you just described is two religions. Science is a religion, scientism, whatever. And I don't adhere to either of them. I don't know why this is so hard for people to get through their head. For religious people, I guess I do. It's because people who pick somebody's worldview and then go all in on it without coming to one independently, of course they assume that you also picked one from the menu of worldviews available to you, but I didn't. I've kind of got my own. It's a little bit of a hodgepodge. Right on. It was fun on CTs. Okay, well, I'd ask how you know that, and why is it that I mean, I've beat this horse to death. You're assuming that God is the book. You treat the book as if it's God. You have no personal relationship with God, if you will. You cannot conceptualize God outside of that book. The book, look, I think that the Bible's got a lot of good shit in it, and a lot of wisdom, and a lot of history, and a lot of valuable stories. I don't think it's the perfect source of any of them. I do think that what it is it's an idol for a lot of people who get completely lost and absorbed in it. And the Bible is your idol, freak. You gotta start washing them in between masturbation sessions. This is a speculation, not a claim that's supported by any evidence ever. We never have destroyed everything. You're speculating way outside of your knowledge. Maybe. Shep Rocky, when you say God, what you mean is the idol, your book. That's your idol. That is correct. And I apologize if I made incorrect assumptions. I treated your, it's hard to interpret the proper tone out of text. And I assumed that you were making that statement as I'm used to it being made in the past. So that is correct. I do apologize if I interpreted you inaccurately. I don't know what that means. How'd you meet Jesus Christ? What do you like? Come up to you at the gas station, ask you for $1? Okay, again, you have no reason to believe this. You just have some sort of abysmal, pessimistic faith in that statement. Always. I'll never stop. All right, you grimy motherfuckers. I think I'm cut up in the comments. Okay, again, the freak. That's a story from your fucking idol. See, this is my issue with religion and religious people is you lose all capacity to use your brain. Like, you're completely gone, the freak. You're basically no more. You attribute everything to God. You think of nothing for yourself. You have no moral reasoning. I'm assuming that you don't. Like most of the Christians I've had this discussion with don't. You've basically crippled yourself as an entire being by just putting so much of yourself in your fucking idol. All right, let me see where I'm going to send you guys. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just wrapping up, old Joe. Old Joe, you should go back. You'll probably enjoy the last hour or so of discussion. Do you see what this is, to freak? This is you fucking using the Bible as proof the Bible exists. The Bible's a book. You've never experienced anything in there. Everything in there could absolutely be wrong. Full stop. Your faith is blind. Stop worshiping that idol so much. All right, now hopefully I've done enough to undermine your faith. Let's see. You want to go to the United Nations live? Nah. Here's one that's here's a relatively new one. All right. Ooh, you guys are in for a treat. Oh yeah, I do need to. Oh, Michelle. All right, there you are. You still want to come up? Oh, you wanted to talk to GS. I'm sorry. I did look for you. He gone. I'm not looking it up. I'm not worshiping your idol. It's a look, the Bible's a big motherfucking book. The fact that you can find something to apply to today's time is 0% impressive to me. It would be really impressive if you could not find a verse that was applicable today. Yeah. What do you want to argue about? I'm kind of You just want to argue about some shit? I've read the Bible. And I've got one right here. Bearing false witness again? Blame your shitty religion for your shitty ethics. Like IHOP KC, like the one that I was talking about. Where do you live? Are you in Kansas City? Why hasn't anyone done it? What? Not be able to find a verse? Because it's just another fucking book. That's why. Man, the freak, you're irritating me. I don't have enough time. Like, I don't have time to chase around all the lower levels of dogmatic stupidity constantly that I encounter. At some point, I got to just like say, look, if you're willfully ignorant, it's your free will. Then be ignorant. Okay, now I think you're caught up. Anyways, I'm about to end it unless Michelle, if I think that you wanted to talk to GS, if you want to come up, I'll drop you the link, but I'm about to end it otherwise. For what? All right. I'm gonna exercise some of your demons real quick, and Carrie, tell me what the thank you is for, and then you're going off to Neverland, but do go over.
You know, if I ask him to, he will put you backstage. I'm trying not to. I'm trying to be nice.
I will.
We'll start with the ad homs. Because
Okay.
you need a blessing of Jesus.
on a Christian channel, you would have been put backstage with the ad homs.
Father, Son, Spiritus Sancte. Where's my holy water? Pretend I'm shaking this on you. Jesus, in the name of your Son, or your Father, whatever. Cast the demons out of Jill so stop filibustering, and I don't have to send them into purgatory.
That's the devil's juice. It's Mountain Dew.
The devil's juice is Mountain Dew, code red.